Greetings, Mr. Eric Breen.
Can you hear me?
Hear you pretty good. You're a little low on the volume, at least to my ears.
Well, as long as you can hear me.
That's all that matters. Now, just need to find an audience. Um, I also need to find a way to verify that my stream is live. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Well, there's a thing in the left-hand corner saying live, 1 minute and 1 second.
There we go. I can hear myself. Melissa Harris, first person in the chat. Says hello, Ash. Long time no see. Long time no see yourself. Good to see you, and thank you for being the first person in the chat. I need to actually get this thing going. This is my first time using StreamYards, so bear with me as I as I boomer this up. There we go. Do. All right, cool. Now I can see the YouTube chat, and then I'm gonna do the thing that I told Englentine he should do because he's really bad at paying attention to like the behind the scenes chat. And you can pop out the chat from the YouTube little pop out window. Then I can go drag it over to the side. And then I can keep the StreamYard window open. And I can see Eric Breen's lovely little secret messages to me that he whispers in my ear. And I can also watch the chat. Oh, look at you in that big bag of Milky Ways. You're like a kid in a candy store.
Or I brought the candy store home.
Oh, well, there we go. All right, so this is my impromptu birthday stream. So, I was going to call it the birthday bash, and then I was like, it's probably a little bit overselling it.
Well, you just could have put the B in parentheses.
The B.
Yes, birthday bash.
Oh, I see.
Wordplay there.
Gotcha. Oh, look at this. I can make myself bigger. So this is the ego mode.
With great age, there must come great ego.
I don't know how to operate this stuff. Oh, look, Vankman is here.
Oh, look there.
Hey, how's it
Dr.
going?
V, welcome. Hey, look, I can make myself bigger than both of you together.
He squashed us again.
That's okay. I'm used to the abuse. It's his birthday. Let him have it.
Hey, Nolan Nerd has joined the chat. He says, what's going on? Love that video for Powers of X issue 5. Oh, thank you. Really appreciate it. I had a blast reading it. That's what I pretty much did for my birthday today was read X-Men and make a video. And I had some really good Mexican food with some friends. And yeah, that's about it. Oh, and I had a donut. I had like my first donut in a long time.
Ooh, donut.
Yeah, it was a butter cream filled. I'm about to go into a food coma. I'm surprised I'm still up here. Tehillim has joined us. Welcome, Tehillim. He says, well, my first comic review should be going up in 20 minutes. Right on, dude. And he talks about how was that variant cover for Action Comics this week. Have you seen that, Eric?
No.
Oh, let's see if I can find that. You need to see this beautiful.
Well, if
beautiful.
you can find it, can you just fix it to where the image takes out the bottom half of the screen here?
I can figure something out. Maybe I can't promise anything.
Bottom half. What's wrong?
That's where you are.
Oh, okay.
Gee, someone is slow on the uptake.
Well, before he says he wasn't. He said that was when he couldn't hear me. He said I was winning. Now he's complaining he can't see me.
He's just busting
no, I'm
your
complaining
balls.
because I can.
We need someone to replace Jimmy because Jimmy doesn't come around and take our shit anymore.
Jimmy, if you're out there, you're needed here.
Oh, you know what?
Since you're old now.
that reminds me. I appreciate you guys. If we just started this chat, I didn't plan it. I didn't advertise it or anything. So if you could be so kind and to share this on Twitter with your hefty group of followers, just to spread it out into circles, let them know there's a stream going on, come join you. That would be much appreciated. I know Venkman's doing all his networking right now. You can always trust him. We need to get the word out.
It's like you know that I'm sharing it out right in a second.
I just know what kind of guy you are.
Oh, okay.
You're just one of those good guys that does stuff like that.
So you're saying I'm a shill.
No, I said you're a good guy. Oh, jeez. Guess I have to
It's
go
okay.
back to Eric's approach and just do the whipping. You don't respond to positive reinforcement.
Because I'm not used to it. I'm constantly being berated. If it's not Jared Fairclough, it's Eric. It's berating all the time.
Let's see if I can figure out how to share my screen on this StreamYard. It's supposed to be easy. Why is it not easy?
What are you trying to make show up?
Let's see. Share screen, application window, Chrome tab. Let's do that. All right. There we go. Look at that.
I was gonna say that we're all gone.
Well, not like they're just seeing your little ghost circle thing, and they're just
No, I know this popped up at first. When it popped up, we were all gone for a
Yeah.
second. See,
just cover us up. All right. So this
We've
is
never looked
by the
better.
way, for those of you watching, this is called League of Comic Geeks. This tab that I'm on. This is a program that I use that I really like and recommend, and it's really good for just. It's got kind of a little bit of social media aspect to it. You can talk about comics. You can see what new comics are coming up. As you can see here, new comics this week. It tells you all the new comics. You can also see, like, you can have your pull list. So I'm going to go down and see new comics up. Action Comics 1015. That's the one Tahilim's talking about. So I'm going to click on it. And then you can see, here's the main cover. And then they show you the other covers. And this is the one that Tahilim's talking about.
Oh, I have seen that.
And then I'll pull it up, click on it. And here it is, people, in all of its glory. A little bit delay on the YouTube.
you don't see Injustice Superman behind her.
Yeah.
Is
Bendis Superman is not actual Superman. If anyone that watched my Superman 15 video, which is my I call it my magnum opus about Bendis Superman. I talk about how Superman's basically turned into an overlord. What did you think about that, Eric? Did you watch that video? I know you watch. You're like my best watcher of videos.
The Superman one?
Yeah,
Yeah, I watched that this evening.
nice. What did you think about it when with Superman saying he's going to speak for all of Earth without any sort of authority? He just, I will.
I think that now, as much as I like to trash Bendis as much as the next guy, but I think that was just, I don't think he meant that to be like to have him come off as like an authoritarian, but I just think he has gotten so, I don't know what the word is, for it, but he's gotten so either so lazy or just so into this whole, accidental bizarro super world he's created that he didn't even think twice about that.
Well, but before he said he would speak for Earth, he basically ordered all the different planets to join this new United Nations thing. He's like, you will, basically do this. And what struck me as authoritarian is because, like, about 10 issues prior, roughly around there was an issue where he comes across Martian Manhunter, and they have this conversation. And Martian Manhunter basically tells him, look, you're the man. Like, you should be speaking for the rest of us. And basically kind of insinuates to him, you should take charge. And he's just like, what? Like, he's abhorrent to it. And I was like, oh, good. Thank God. Because, like, Bendis was kind of going down this route. And I was like, this is absolutely something that Superman is not. He's not. What makes him such kind of a great hero is that he submits to authority. You know, the temptation would be if you were like Superman, you were a living god. I mean, if any of us were in Superman's shoes, I think most of us would probably eventually at one point succumb and just be like, you know what, all you dumbasses, you're just gonna listen to me. You're just gonna do it my way. I'm tired of listening to all you. You're a bunch of, you know. He doesn't do that.
Is this the one with Zod and this kid at the end?
Yes,
With
the
Krypton?
two families, and Zod says, "You're always welcome in New Krypton."
Yeah. I was like, I see that backfiring on Superman.
So, anyways, this is Tehillim wanted to talk about this cover, so I thought I'd bring it up. Jimmy did hear the cry, so welcome, Jimmy. That's Comics Quirks. He says happy birthday. I really appreciate the happy birthday. Christy is in the channel as well. She says happy birthday. I appreciate that. If you guys haven't checked out Comic Quirks, you know what? It's the perfect name for a channel. His channel has gotten quirkier and quirkier as time goes on.
But that's not the best way to describe it, Ash.
It's not the best way?
No.
What's the best way?
His channel, it's so good. So good.
I need to get a soundbite of that. I'm going to have to go and record one of his videos and get that.
It's the best channel ever.
No. You haven't. See, Venkman, everyone, Venkman's a really good guy. We like him. He does not watch people's YouTube channels. Don't ever. So,
I'm just going with Quirk says. He likes every single comic book, you know. So.
No. But he has this thing that his mannerism. He's got this really great where he goes, "It's so good." I can't do it.
If you like the video,
so good.
If you like the video, like the video.
Oh man,
he's gonna kill me.
Hey, maybe we should get Quirks in here so he can do it himself, so we're not trying to imitate him.
I already got in trouble for inviting somebody on, so I was reminded it's your stream, so I'm minding my P's and Q's now.
So anyone, for now, I don't want to just blanket out the invite, but I did post the invite in my Discord server. Anyone who is a member of the Discord server, like that includes Quirks, who rarely shows up there anymore.
Yeah,
but
I dare Quirks to show up.
I mean, Quirks has his own little spot on Discord, but
he's working so much now, though. He's like a little busy boy, just working, and he gets tired, and he has to take his naps. He doesn't have time to be doing this stuff. Who else has joined the channel? Mark Velasco has says happy birthday. That's really nice of him. Dominic Powell says good evening. We're just kind of shooting the BS here, and this is my first time trying to use the StreamYards, so not real great at it yet. I'm just navigating, feel a little bit lost, but it is pretty simple. I can see why a lot of people want to use this.
Ash, all you need to know about it is I know how to use it. That's
yeah.
That's as simple as it can
has
get.
no technical issues.
I mean, you can always just turn your you can always put your dog on here. Just have the camera on your dog. There you go.
All right, so Quirks is going to join us in 5 minutes, and I expect a so good out of him.
Venkman, you to put your Spider-Man mask on and do a
a happy birthday dance.
Well, you could do it, or we could sing to him.
If he really wants me to get in the whole outfit, I could.
No one wants to hear Venkman sing.
I mean, I don't want to hear myself sing at all. But I kind of want to hear Eric Breen try to sing.
Try.
It's so good.
How do I'm trying to figure out how to use. Oh yeah, look, I figured something out. Yay!
Oh, I gotta click on comments and just let them show, and then you can hide them.
Yeah. How do you do that, Ash?
Well, you click on the comment.
Well, you have to be the person running the stream.
Well, no, I figured that. I'm trying to learn things, Vank. I said, yeah, I'm
if you ever host a Naughty Corner StreamYard, let me know.
I'm tired of being a tech idiot, so I'm.
All right, so let's see if there's anything like people are talking about. I mean, this is kind of a birthday stream, but I'm not a big shot. Like my birthday is not a big reason to celebrate for anyone else but me. Um, Melissa says recommend you check out the Professor Geek Fan Man and
Oh,
Big Al.
because isn't Geek live right now? I don't know.
I
I
don't
keep
know.
bringing that
They're
up.
probably sucking all the viewers. You know, I don't know. I used to be a fan of Professor Geek, and I'm not trying to say anything negative about the guy. I just don't enjoy the content anymore because it's not what it used to be. Like he used to talk about writing theory and archetypes, and that was what I was really a fan of listening to. And now it's a lot of just Comicsgate hate on Star Wars. Star Wars sucks. And I'm just, it's not my type of content anymore.
The last video I saw him doing, he was doing a stream playthrough of The Witcher 3.
Oh, okay. But Witcher 3 is a good game.
So,
all right. So today is Thursday. I should know what day it is.
for 6 more minutes.
Did anyone buy any new comics this week? Besides me? That was a huge week for me.
It's a huge week for me too.
I got another Essential, Spider-Man.
I said buy comics.
Yes, I bought a bunch of it in Essential.
You bought a Spider-Man Essentials?
Yeah.
Nice. What? Okay. But you're not reading those right now. You're reading Tom King Batman.
Trying to.
All right. So, since you're reading Tom King Batman, I mentioned this on my Ash Wednesdays video that only young children have enough lifespan to watch. Apparently, it's so long. I'm thinking about doing this new show concept where I'm gonna go back to the beginning of Tom King's Batman and read the whole series because I stopped somewhere before the wedding. I just drifted off and I didn't get back to it, and I just kept buying the issues because it's Batman and whatever. And then it just went completely off the rails. And I watched the videos here and there. I didn't watch a lot of them because I didn't want to spoil stuff. But then there were times where I was like, I can't. I have to see this video. What the hell's going on? And every time I watch a video, it's like more and more appalling how ridiculous it is. So I was like, I really need to read these comics that I'm freaking paying for. And, I have a YouTube channel. Why am I not talking about these comics? Well, the real reason is because I'm not reading them. But I'm like, I should go back. I'm gonna start in the beginning, and I'm telling you, I don't know how far are you, Venkman, on the Tom King run?
First page. Just started to.
Oh,
then, yeah.
One page. You read fast.
Excuse me, Mr. On Comics.
Yeah.
Can we look at something other than Naomi? Do you have a different picture you want to put up?
Oh, you don't like Naomi? Well, you must
Keep it up.
Dig it.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Yeah, let's look at Giant Ash.
How's that work? That doesn't work. I don't know.
Yeah, don't zoom in on Breen. Give me nightmares tonight.
So
you got your Spidey suit on yet, Venkman?
What's with you and like Jake for clap? Put on this suit. Put on this suit.
So anyway, so you're not reading very far.
Be glad we're paying attention to you at all. Or you could
I'm trying to include Dr. Venkman here. You're trying to be inclusive.
Well, I was trying to be inclusive. I was just insulting him while I was.
No, I just got it. I got the first. I started reading the first issue, but then I went back and started finishing up Damned, the Batman Damned series before I went to the 78 issues of Tom King's run.
All right, we're gonna get to this in a second here. First, I want to say thanks, Skip and Tosh, for swinging by and saying happy birthday. Skip and Tosh does some excellent stuff. He partners up with my buddy Wes over there at Thinking Critical, and I'm kind of jealous that they have this little partnership of theirs because I don't get to. I'm envious, but they do some really cool stuff, and they talk about X-Men, and and it just appreciates show of support and coming by. Back to the Batman. So anyways, the beginning of that Batman run of Tom King is really good, I thought. I love that first whole story arc, which is the trade is called I Am Gotham. Excellent. And I don't really know where it went off the rails because, like I said, I just sort of drifted off. Not because I hated it. it wasn't my favorite book, and I got backlogged. And doing these comic videos really changes how you read comics, at least for me.
Did the art get bad?
I think it went south the closer it got to the non-wedding.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're reading comics, like before I was doing videos, I would just, devour comics. And now when you do it, like you read a comic and then you got to do videos on the comic, every comic you read, it becomes like 5 times the commitment or more, right? And so instead of just sitting down and busting out 5 or 6 books, I'll like read one, do a video, read another one, do a video, and then the next thing I know, I'm just like, I'm burned out on comics for a moment, and then I just don't chew through comics, like I used to. So that's kind of why I'm behind. But I wanted to do this thing where I sort of found a way to track. It's like where did it all go wrong? Almost like I want to document, not do like a review, because everyone's knows kind of where Batman's at this point, and the Tom King run's going to end here in 5 more issues, 6 more issues.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, maybe I can like bust through this and like just pour through this series and just do like quick little. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet. I don't have a plan. Maybe you guys can help me formulate an idea, or the audience can help me formulate an idea of like just documenting how the series is going so far, and like where I'm starting to notice problems, and just by the end, you'll be able to put the series together, and it'll be like this one documentation of the whole Tom King run, but in like short clips. I want this to be like 5 to 10 minute videos.
I was going to say, you could like install cameras in your room and record your facial expressions as you get further and further into the series.
All right. Skip and Tosh is saying night, y'all. Appreciate you swinging by, buddy. That'd be awesome. We'll get in touch. You can reach me on Twitter, I think. And thanks for swinging by. So you want me to show my face, is what you're saying, Bankman?
If you want to.
What? How do I show my facial reactions?
Oh. Well, the camera. If Breen can go on camera, you can go on camera.
No. Breen's a handsome man.
Are you saying you look worse than Bats?
Well, I doubt if his hair is good. I mean,
I definitely don't have that. I don't have that nice
Bats
hair.
has the lettuce. There's no, yeah. Lettuce and chiclets. Bats has them both.
Chiclets. Sorry. That was cold.
Those were compliments.
The Walter Matthau chiclets. That's a menace. Oh man.
Anyways, no, that idea won't work, Bankman.
No,
I need to keep my anonymity.
But for your own enjoyment, I guess, for yourself, you could do that and just speed it up, and you can see where you just like went crazy.
Hey, I know what you can do, Ash.
What?
You can get somebody to commission, or get somebody to like do a bunch, like Englentine and just some guy has, where you do like a bunch of facial features of a cartoon avatar, and then just whichever facial expression you want to convey, just click that on.
Oh, yeah. I've seen people do that. Like,
I said, just some guys are hilarious.
Just some guy. But Just Some Guy's an artist, so he was able to do those.
Well, surely you know somebody that can do that.
Who would I know?
I was waiting for and don't call me Shirley. I don't know. There's gotta be somebody out there.
I'm not famous enough yet. I need to get to 1,000 viewers maybe, and then maybe I'll find an artist out there who's like, I'll do something for you. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Nolan Nerd, who's one of my newer videos. He's in the chat. Nolan Nerd did a post on Twitter that I saw that was really touching to me. Like, it's one of these things that's just kind of really basic, but you don't know. Like, he made this post that kind of reminded me, like, you've seen these videos. I don't know if people see them, but like people do all these videos of like showing pictures of like jawbreakers live, like out in the world, wild, like that, and he did a video that was kind of similar where he was like sitting in a park or something, and he was saying watching Ash on Comics, and it was like a really cool little shout out to my channel. And it was like the first time anyone ever done that. People come to the streams and say, "Hey, what's up?" or they comment and thing, and they say nice things. But it was one of those unexpected times, and it was really cool. And I just wanted to say in person, I complimented him before, but that was really cool that you did that. And I appreciated it. Where's Comics Quirks, by the way?
Well, 5 minutes when you're 20, what's 5 minutes? I mean, when you're our age, every moment's precious, so you don't waste them.
Yeah, that's true.
He's probably, he's probably got his little thing. Yeah, he's probably going somewhere.
Yes. So, any thoughts on this whole Batman thing? Should I even do this series? Is it a waste of my time? Does it sound interesting? Did any ideas?
Well, you said, yeah, I think you could make something out of it because I said the first 6 story. I think you said this something earlier. The first story arc, first 6 issues, I thought were fantastic. I mean, I gave him credit for doing 2 things I'd never seen any other writer do. And first and foremost was, like I said, he was Batman. Tom King was the first person that ever had Batman call the Justice League into Gotham City. And you think about how much time, how many lives could they have saved during Cataclysm if he'd called in the Justice League, or however many other times they've been the Justice League could have helped out. And I know why they didn't do it, but I mean, it was just something I'd been waiting over 40 years to see that.
Right.
And like I said, when Batman was riding the plane like Slim Pickens was riding the nuke in Doctor Strangelove, I thought, well, this would be a good time to call Superman.
I need to get. I think I commented this on one of my videos. I forgot his name was Slim Pickens. That is one of the most iconic movie scenes ever.
Absolutely.
And I want to turn this into a meme. I want to get this a picture, and I want to Photoshop Dan Didio's face over Slim Pickens and write on the bomb DC Comics. Oh man. Only Comics Quirks would put me on hold on my birthday to stream so that he could go make dinner. Can you believe that?
Some people
Can't believe it. Dragon Majesty is in the house. He says, yes, do it. Good idea. Pinpoint the catastrophe of Tom King. So he's been my only real supporter of this idea. I just don't know how to execute it. I guess I'm still kind of juggling in my head of how to make this actually work.
Well, I said the Patient Zero was somewhere in the 40s. I mean, some people would say like the church scene with the Joker. To me, that was I thought that was the jump the shark moment. And after that, there's what happened with the non-wedding didn't come probably as a surprise to anybody when he beat up the men's room. That probably didn't come as a surprise. I mean, it's just been downhill ever since. Nah, I changed my mind. Put your mask back on.
All right.
Chrissy kept demanding to show my face because if Brink could do it, I could do it too. So whatever.
Yeah, of course you can.
That's when you need a little Italian grandma has such a face.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep chewing on this. If anyone's got ideas for me on how the video could work and how it would be an interesting thing to watch, you shoot me a DM, shoot me a something. You should all know how to reach me. Quirk says taking forever to load, but I'm coming. Oh, jeez, Quirk, just keep that to yourself.
Yeah, wait, no, we don't need to hear that.
And if anyone else is interested in coming in to join us in the party, shoot the BS for a little bit, hit me up, let me know in the chat. Kind of make this.
I invited Skip and Tasha's sidekick from that one show, but I haven't heard back from him.
Who?
Wes.
Oh,
He
Wes.
he tweeted about he made a tweet about this stream. So I said no, I suppose you'd care to join us.
Oh, that's very nice. How do I share? I know how to do this in. Oh,
Do
here's how I do it. I guess I just do it from the YouTube.
Yes.
All right, so I shared from mine because. All right, so every time it makes you cringe, turn on the camera for 5 seconds, says Dragon Majesty. No, I'm not gonna do any facial reaction stuff. I'm not going that part. My channel is very much a radio show. It is not a video show. But I'm more about thinking about how to structure the segments because I tend to be very long-winded and just go off the rails on stuff, and I don't want to do that. I just want to be quick, like little bite-sized chunks that you can get in and out. And I want to be able to like I don't want to start it and do like 12 of them and then stop.
So what you're saying is you want those videos to be fun size.
Fun side, yes. I want them to be Milky Way.
Short and delicious.
Yeah,
Got it.
and creamy, and silky smooth, melt in your mouth.
Not in your hands.
Wait, that was
I
reminiscence.
think that one's taken.
On your couch.
So, all right. Let's get off this Batman thing because this is not a winner at this moment. What's going on with Comicdom? Has anyone been reading? I think I'm the only one here that reads the House and Powers of X stuff.
Yeah, I kind of lost interest.
What?
Hey, Edward.
After Wolverine went into the sun, I was like, no.
What?
Yep.
One of the most epic comic scenes I have ever seen, and you lost interest in it.
It was great, yeah. But the fact that he's dead now, what are you going to do next?
Oh my God. You read the next issue. That's what you do next.
Wait a second. This is for you, Venk.
God, Venkman. We need Jimmy back here. Holy
Oh.
cow.
Yeah, because Jimmy says everything's great.
It's so good. So good.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Ed Brewer's in the house. He says, "Sup, y'all. Sup yourself, Mr. Brewer. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. I'm glad that England Teen decided not to stream tonight like most nights so that I could actually pull this off."
Oh, crap, I better tell him to stop then.
Is he streaming?
No.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Just beat my luck.
Quirks just said it's not letting him join.
Oh my goodness, Quirks.
Just send it to his Twitter. That seems to be the simplest way to do it.
Yeah, that would. Let's see. Where's the invite part? There
He's
it
probably clicking,
is.
maybe he's clicking on the photo and it keeps popping up as the photo of the duck if you're in Discord.
Here, you know what? I can just do it here. One of the cool things about StreamYard is that it has the back, like the green room sort of thing,
Yeah, the backstage area.
the backstage. So if you just put the link out and someone takes it and you don't want them on your, you don't have to bring them on live.
Is that why you're not letting Kirks in?
We're not going to talk about that, Venkman.
Kirks, stay on the stream.
So
Wow.
I have a Joe in the backstage. I don't know who Joe is.
It's Joe from Joe's Geek Show, possibly.
I don't know.
Where did you post it in the StreamYard? Or
We're
in
gonna
the
find out.
No, he was in the backstage. I just don't know who it is.
Oh, I was just wondering if you posted it onto the it's in your Discord, so it must be someone you know from Discord, unless you posted in the chat here.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat.
Oh, then
Well, I'm talking live, so whoever it is, if you're in the chat, if you're Joe and you have a different YouTube name or something, it's not matching up, just let me know. Melissa says X-Men are dictators, not heroes. And
Nolan Nerd says based on your voice.
yeah,
Jimmy.
that is very true. The X-Men are dictators in this story. And that's been kind of my issue a little bit, but I think that this is on purpose. I don't think this is one of those cases where it's like a Tom Taylor bullshit story and he's interjecting his politics. I think Mr. Sinister is behind all this. I did that review of the comic today, and at the end of the comic, I was doing my review. I wasn't even thinking. I was doing the review, and I was like, blah, 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 and I was like, I don't know why Mr. Sinister's on the cover. He's not in the book at all, blah, blah, blah. And I finished the review, and after I was all done recording and published, I was like, oh, wait, let me look at this cover a little bit more clearly. Oh, crap. I think this is like Easter egg information. I think this is Hickman like hinting, because he's standing near the egg pods that hatched, where Xavier hatched the X-Men from the eggs. On the cover is Sinister standing in front of those eggs. And I had a theory. On the last Comics Aficionados, I was talking to Wes and the guys, that I think Xavier might be a Sinister clone. And I think
shit, that'd be cool.
And I think that these X-Men are part of Sinister's whole plan. And I think Sinister interjected himself as Xavier prior to Moira. And so Moira is reaching out to Xavier, who she thinks is Xavier, but it's actually Sinister in place instead. And he's just like, oh, yeah, oh, wow, Moira, we need to do something about this. And they're like, great. And the whole time he's driving this whole ship and no one knows.
Wow.
So.
Oh my God, that'd be cool.
It's possible, but they probably won't go with that though.
Hey, speaking of theories and stuff, I've said this in print. I think I've said this even on my videos, but now that Jimmy's here live and I can look at his sweet face, I just want to let you have your "I told you so" moment.
So is
about Jonathan Hickman.
No.
I will admit to you that you are right about him, and I'm about to pull the trigger and buy some more Jonathan Hickman books. This guy is the real deal.
So would you say, or actually, I should ask you first, is that Joe guy still in the backstage?
No.
Or was it Jimmy?
It might have been Jimmy. I don't know. If someone was in the chat and you came on and your name was Joe, was that you, Jimmy? Did you come on as Joe?
I came on as Jimmy.
Okay. If someone came on, they put their name Joe, and I didn't recognize you, I'm sorry. I just let me know.
Because it's in your Discord journal tab, so maybe somebody in your Discord group, one of the unknowns.
Maybe. I would hope that they're in the stream chat.
I said, if you're backstage, you can always talk in the private chat, but people don't do that.
Yeah, I wish I could talk more about this Powers of X book, but I think only Jimmy's read it. So.
What do you mean, Chris? Yeah. If I can get one wrong. What? She's just jealous because I get double digits on my streams. And I have less subs than her.
Hey, this is not the Venkman versus Christie stream. You guys can do this on another day.
I'm just defending myself. She's attacking me, okay?
You can do that in a Thunderdome.
Thunderdome? If we ever have one.
Can I just say, Venkman, that your face does not match your voice at all?
Really? I think his face matches it perfectly.
I mean, it's the first time of me actually seeing his face, so it's like I pictured him differently.
You didn't see his face on the when he showed it like months ago on the Candy Gate, and he had a Snickers in his mouth.
Right?
I need to. Oh, I'm not. Never mind. I'm not in that anymore.
Yeah, don't turn the work campaign and start posting stuff.
I need to get that. I need to get that picture and turn that into a meme.
You're not.
Did War Campaign post stuff about Candygate?
No.
But
Melissa says Hickman is an SJW. I do not trust him or anyone else at SJW Marvel. Well,
this is the thing. You have to differentiate his work versus his politics, because he hasn't put anything about his politics in the book at all.
So far, that seems to be the case.
Even in this Fantastic Four run, I didn't see anything.
That seems to be the case for
me. And that's early Hickman.
I'm still a little bit gun shy. I admit every video I'm a little gun shy. I'm waiting how this is going to wrap up. We got 2 more issues. But regardless, this is phenomenal writing. Even if he is injecting his politics and I get pissed off at the end, I'm going to go on record right now and say this is phenomenal. His plotting and the way he connects storylines and the way he weaves this nonlinear stories, and then he's taking nonlinear storytelling and then blending it in with different time periods, and the different time periods are nonlinear. And then he's the use of like color to represent different eras when you don't understand what you're seeing. There's so much density to this story.
Hey, I'm
It's
actually
one of the
gonna
most
leave real quick and join
that?
on my computer. I'm gonna leave and join on my computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't I can't promote this book enough. I'm a huge X-Men fan. I read X-Men. I started reading like in the mid '80s. Read for like 10 years. Collected almost the entire Chris Claremont run. In the mid '90s, I got out of it. Just it wasn't happening for him anymore, and I kept, kind of my ear around comics. And I just every time I would check, what's the X-Men doing? Oh, it looks terrible. Oh, it looks terrible. I would have like a Marvel Unlimited account for a while off and on to try to catch up on stuff. And I would read some X-Men arcs and be like, oh, what's going on here? I don't even recognize these X-Men anymore. Then I came back into comics and I looked at what was going on. And that was when X-Men Blue and Yellow were around. And I was like, oh, okay. Blue and Yellow seems interesting, a concept. Like, oh, and then I was like, oh, then they introduced red, and I was like, oh, why are they introducing a third color? This doesn't make sense. And then I saw what they were doing, and I was like, oh my god. And then they announced, oh, we listened to the fans, we heard you fans, we're bringing Uncanny X-Men back. To which I was thinking in my head the whole time, why did it go? That'd be like getting rid of Amazing Spider-Man. Like, why would you do that? And they brought Uncanny X-Men back, and it started off as this shit show, as a weekly title, and then they had $8 issues, and it was like, what are you doing? And then they announced 6 months into its run that they were canceling it for this Hickman run, and I was like, what? You just brought back Uncanny X-Men, and 6 months later you're announcing you're canceling Uncanny X? What are you? And I was so against this. I was at complete FU mode. And then I started listening to Jonathan Hickman talk. And I'd listen to people like Jimmy, who decided to change his name to Joshua and be all mature big boy. Oh, Hickman's the great. How good is Hickman, Jimmy?
Pretty damn good. Here. I'll help you guys out. He's so good.
No. That's like a 6. I need a.
He's so good. The help, yeah.
Don't make me have to show you how you do that.
How I do it, yeah.
So, and I'm just listening to him, but then I listen to Hickman himself and his words. I'm like, man, this sounds good. He's saying the right things. And
hey, Ash, did you catch Dominic's last comment? Yeah.
Let's see. Jonathan Hickman is the Quentin Tarantino of comics who plans things meticulously. That's sure.
That's kind of an interesting observation.
That is an interesting observation. Let's put that up there.
Man, it's like he watched.
I think he plans it even more meticulously than Tarantino, to be honest. Like the level of detail that are in these books. I mean, this guy. This has been in the work for 2 years. This series, and it shows, right? I'm reading this book, and it is night and day comparison to most mainstream comics I'm reading, especially from Marvel. Like even the good DC books, they just feel like good DC books. This feels like when Jonathan Hickman says, "Oh yeah, I've been working on this for 2 years," and I'm seeing the product, I'm like, this feels like it. I believe it, because this is so polished. Every frame of the comic matters. How the detail of like what's in it, every little point. And I have the I got to look at the digital version of the director's cut, and it shows like the script, and that's very enlightening. And you see how Jonathan Hickman writes out the script. So I read the book, obviously I already knew it. Then I was like reading actually how he scripted it so the artist gets it and what they're supposed to do. And it's the first time I've seen one of these. The script's redacted. So there's stuff in that script that they wouldn't let the readers see because it's stuff obviously that's still to come, but the artist had to know to put that stuff in the book. But I don't know what that is because they redacted it out. But that detail is in the book as we speak, which means we're going to go in the future. We're going to read these books. We're going to be able to go back in time and look at these books and go, oh my God, that was there all along. We just didn't know what we were looking at.
The thing about Hickman is, if you read Hickman, you have to make sure you sit down, have a notepad, take notes like you're in high school again. And at the end, if you don't take good enough notes, you're not going to remember everything that he's going to reference later on in the story. So you have to try to remember as best as you can,
Jimmy,
every little detail.
That's not selling people on it. Don't turn comics into homework.
Oh, no.
People are gonna be like, I don't want to read that. It's like,
This just shows how much he thought through it, because like he put so much work into this thing. The thing that I love, what just happened? The thing that I love is that Hickman hates Marvel, because he even filed a lawsuit. I told you guys this before, because he doesn't like Marvel and what they're doing, and they tried to rip him off and stuff. So he's filed a lawsuit. So he goes on record saying he hates Marvel and he doesn't want to work for Marvel. Yet he has this story in his head of X-Men that he wants to tell so bad. He's going to come back to the place he hates just to tell it, and that'll be it.
right. And you can tell this is a story that this guy, he says it's been in 2 years, but as a wannabe writer myself, like, stories oftentimes will percolate in your mind for decades. I mean,
Yep.
I have ideas that I thought up in my childhood that still are just bouncing around. So I'm guessing this X-Men storyline, even though he's actively been working on it for 2 years, has probably been sort of just brewing and seeds planting for well beyond that. And so now he's got this huge time investment. Yeah, he wants to see it told. I mean, if you have a really good story, right, you want that story to be told, and he can only tell it at Marvel.
Right.
So good on him. I'm glad that X-Men fans get something. Melissa Harris says that she doesn't trust Marvel. I think she retracted her statement. She apologized. Melissa, you don't have to apologize. I'm right there with you. It wasn't too long ago that I refused to buy any Marvel books. I was like, people are like, oh, Ash, Venom is so good. Donny Cates. I was like, I don't care. Marvel sucks. I don't care how. It doesn't matter if they've got 2 amazing books. They have 100 plus that are trash. So I understand right where you are, and no judgment. You're the customer. You decide what's good for you. Eric Breen is in a similar position with comics, and he's a good, friend of mine here. And I'm encouraging him. I try to convince him to try some stuff, but you got to do it when you want to do it ultimately, right? And eventually, what got me back to Marvel was Chip Zdarsky's Spider-Man life story, and my boy Chase over at Gateway into Comics did a review, this really impassioned review, and he's got a really good way of conveying like how a book made him feel, which I love. I wish I could do that myself. And I was feeling emotional just watching his review, and I was like, this is a book I have to read. It's a 5-issue miniseries. I love Spider-Man. I'm just going to get this miniseries just to see it, check it out. And I bought that first issue, and sure enough, I was like, oh man. So I had to do a review. And it's one of the best Spider-Man books, in my opinion, I've ever read. So that sort of cracked the seal for me. Once I did that, I was like, okay. Donny Cates was doing Silver Surfer Black, and Silver Surfer is one of my favorite characters, and he doesn't often get good, talented writers and people behind him. So it's like, and I was like, again, 5-issue miniseries. And I'm like, am I really going to pass up the chance to read Donny Cates' Silver Surfer? All right, I'll get the first issue. And that issue destroyed me. That's probably the most emotional review I've ever done on any of my videos. I I was having to take some pauses because my voice was quivering. Like that was a very powerful, meaningful issue. And that if anyone's curious, watch my Silver Surfer Black 1 video. And so that again kind of cracked the seal a little bit. And my philosophy has always been like, look, we have valid criticisms. This industry sucks. It's a burning dumpster fire. And everyone has got a valid. If you're an old school comic fan and you don't like what's going on, you vote with your wallet. But I always try to encourage people to not swing too far the other way with the negativity. I mean, you have every valid reason to be negative, but think about this. Like, not everyone at Marvel is a bad person, right? There are a couple writers, artists that are genuinely just trying to do a good job, but they're stuck in this industry. They can't change it. Some of them have to keep quiet about their beliefs and politics. They don't want to be ousted. And you know, that this industry is very small. And once you get blacklisted, you're done. You better hope you can do an indie comic. So I think of it that way. And I'm just like, you know, I'm not going to penalize Scott Snyder and Jeff Johns. This is something I wanted to bring up to Eric, you know, on the DC side. He's very much upset with Dan Didio and Bendis and King, and rightly so. I'm right there with them. They're destroying DC. But Jeff Johns is like on this other camp. There's this inner conflict at DC with the Jeff Johns camp, who has Scott Snyder and James Tynion, and there's a couple guys, and there's almost like this little inner war. It appears to be from the outside, and the two sides don't really like each other, and it's like a power play control. And my thought is, I love these guys, Jeff Johns, Scott. Like I want them to succeed, and they seem to want to do good comics. So by supporting their books, I'm in a way shoving it in the face of Dan Didio and Bendis. Like if those books do fantastic and Bendis and King books fail, then Didio looks like an idiot, and I want him to look like an idiot because he is being an idiot, you know. So that's kind of the way I look at it.
By the way,
Melissa says she's got to go. Have a good night.
I want to thank Wes for the tweet he just sent.
Oh,
From
Wes
this
send a tweet?
motley crew of nerds. Thank you.
oh, thanks, Wes. I wish you could be here.
Hey, so
he's in
he's daddy duty.
daddy
Yep.
duty. And he's in the Philippines, so it's
Yeah.
very tough to coordinate time stuff with him.
Hey Ash,
Yeah, what's up?
so what's your thoughts on DC continuity right now? Because it's all over the place, no matter where you go. Not even including Superman, obviously.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's
So just go with that.
you know, some people are really pissed off about it, you know, and you look at Batman as the prime example, and it's so easy because DC's got like over half a dozen Bat books at any given time, right? And none of them seem to connect to each other. Like, you don't see Batman and the Outsiders story content in any way affecting or crossing over or bleeding into any of the other books. You know, so here's Batman doing this international missions with his Outsider team, but then you go over to Detective Comics and they don't exist.
I think
You
the
don't
key
see-
Batman book right now would have to be Batman, Superman and Batman, or Batman Superman. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
so
the key of what the character is, not this. I need to do push-ups on a beach like Tom King.
oh yeah. You know, the old school Marvel way, like what I grew up with comics, if to apply that method to the way Batman is now, you'd read something like Batman the Outsiders and he'd be off helping his team do this international mission, and then you'd go over into Detective Comics and you'd see a couple panels in the Detective Comics where he's like, you know, the Outsiders are at the mansion, you know, the Wayne Manor or something, and he's like talking to him, and then it cuts over into whatever story that he's doing in Detective. And it creates this illusion of that, what we call continuity, where it's like, oh yeah, I just read that issue where he was doing this, and I can see the other angle of it where it kind of, you know, then you go over to Batman and something's happening. You know, you had like the Bat Wedding, right? You'd go over to Detective Comics and you'd see something like Catwoman trying on a dress, or just something to show you that the connective tissue, like these stories, are all together. But the current DC, it's like they don't exist to each other. Each one is its own independent continuity, and the other issues do not matter. And it's
The only times I see stuff that are connected is when other creators are writing books that are like a tie-in for events, and that's the only time I see it. Or if a creator is writing a different book that kind of connects with the other books that he's writing. Other than that, no other creator is combining their story with another one. That's the only time I see it, is when tie-ins and if the same creator's writing different books.
So you're saying it's no good?
well, here's the thing. There is
I see what you
some
did there.
continuity at DC.
That was really funny.
It was.
And the continuity that's at DC is in what I call the Jeff Johns Scott Snyder camp, right? The stuff that's happening in Justice League, well, there's 3 Justice League books. They all kind of matter. And that bleeds over into like the new book, the Batman versus Superman, because that book comes out of the Scott Snyder camp. The Batman Who Laughs miniseries that recently wrapped up, that stuff kind of bled into that book too, because again, that was a Scott Snyder book. So you have this like small contingent of creators over at DC sort of kind of injecting the continuity voluntarily because they don't have a company that will do it for them. Like normally this would be like in charge, like the editors. It almost seems like these guys are just like, well, I guess if we don't have an editorial staff that'll make this happen, we need to coordinate together ourselves and try to have this semblance of it.
Well, that's all well and good, but the important thing is there's continuity between Superman, Lois Lane, and the Jimmy Olsen books. Now that's what the fans want. As long as that, and the Legion, So as long as we have that, we don't need any of that pesky continuity in the rest of the DC universe.
There's not even continuity between the 2 Superman books that are being written by the same dude.
Shh. I don't want Jimmy to get so mad.
He won't get mad.
I'm not mad, especially not at you, little buttercup.
How'd you just call me a little buttercup?
Yeah.
That's great.
Why are we talking about food?
Because I'm cooking dinner.
Oh, there's no quirky quirks.
I guess I could have our Milky Way.
Here's the question for everyone around the house here is, what's one, when you go looking for back issues, what is like one era and character you look at? Like for me, I always go back to my first Superman book I picked up was Louise Simonson's, which is the wife, not Walt, because I got mixed up a while ago. So Louise Simonson's.
Someone explain the birds and bees to you after that, Jimmy.
Yeah, that come over, sit me down. Yeah, no. So Louise Simonson's Superman Man of Steel issue 39, and I always love going back to like the late 90s, early 2000s Superman, no matter what title is on, because it's just always fun.
Yeah, that's something good to say.
Yeah,
No,
I can answer
no.
that.
What was like? What's your guys' like perfect character and era to go back to?
Oh, I forgot there was a question tied to this. I'm getting old.
Honestly, yeah, you are. Man, 46 is just see if you can wind yourself back to 45. You were a lot sharper then.
Thanks.
No, you're welcome. Jimmy, mine actually is Superman. It's the Byrne. Wolfman era Superman, right after the first Man of Steel through like the first 5 or 6 years. And wow, are we even still honored that Ash just
You're still there.
develop everything?
I just threw a
Everything's
wrench
coming
into
up
Breen.
Ash.
He's broke down now. Keep going, Breen. You're on a roll.
I thought I knew I was irritating you.
No, it's because I noticed Ash said he hadn't read that today, and I said, oh, good, you brought Naomi back.
It's a good cover.
As long as you keep Nola's comments. There it
comments.
goes.
Oh man.
Nola was doing a great job of blocking it, but
I know, right?
No, it's that era of Superman was just tremendous, and for a while there, they even had 3 or 4 books, with interlocking continuity. The diamond numbering. I don't know if anybody, you guys are familiar with that, where they would go from 1 to 52, and they would tell you, they would follow in sequence, and that would include annuals or and one shots and stuff like that to fill up the other 4 weeks of the year. And yeah, I said they were just there was just great storytelling, and highly recommend that to anybody that hasn't read them. Go back and read them. It's well worth it.
For me on back issues, in the early days when I was a little Jimmy myself, um, it was all about filling in my runs. So I was buying comics like X-Men, Iron Man was the title I was getting, Thor. Trying to remember what else. I got a lot of the other comics I bought were like I kind of jumped in like Punisher, like started at number 1, so I didn't have to fill that in. I collected the Nom, so that started at number 1. I didn't have to fill that in. So I would go to the store and it was all about I started at X-Men 210, and I was buying it monthly, going up. But then I'd go to the comic store and I'd like try to get get 209, and then like the next time I'll get 208, and just kind of go backwards and fill that story. Or if I had a surplus of money, I might jump back several issues and then read that backstory. And that's kind of how I did back issues back in the day. But now comics runs don't do that. And now I've gotten way away from speculation too. Like I just don't even care about speculation anymore. And to me, it's all about collecting things that have some sort of cool, like I have some sort of psychological attachment to. For example, Doctor Doom is my favorite comic villain of all time. Like I love Doctor Doom, big Doctor Doom fan. And I discovered this new comic book store in my area that's actually a collectible store that sells comics, and they had back issues, and I didn't even know this existed. But there was this 3-issue Doom run called like The Emperor Returns or something, and it was by Chuck Dixon, and he had all 3 issues, and I was like, oh, I want these. Like I'm a big Doom fan, and Chuck Dixon's a good writer. I would like to have these in my collection, and it's an easy thing to collect. So I did that. I also wanted to get, when I got back into comics, I discovered how awesome Valiant was. And so I jumped in on the Exo-Man of War, the Bloodshot,
Turn the light off.
and the Ninjak. And I decided I need to collect. I went back and tried to get all the issues
I said the light
of the most recent
You're
runs.
down in there.
Oh, jeez. Come on, Venkman.
No, you always leave it on. It drives me nuts.
They forgot.
As bad as
the mic
Dad
is
was.
on. There you
I
go.
mean,
You got it.
Holy cow, Venkman. All right. So so that's how I collect now. Now it's just like cool stuff. I had thought about going back and getting all the Descender books because I got into this Descender series. And my comic book store has almost the entire run of Descender, minus like just a few issues. And I'm like, oh, and they're like like 25 cents over cover price. And the cover price of that series was $2.99. So it's less than like a modern,
Hey,
I'm
do they have issue 1 for Descender?
no.
No,
It
is that
starts
the
at
one?
like 2.
See,
So,
my comic shop has it, so I'll get it for you for your birthday. Happy birthday!
oh well, thanks. I mean, you don't have to give me Descender no more. I
You're
bought
right, I got it.
I bought the Anyway, let me finish my story before you start buying me things. I appreciate it. I decided, I was like, well, okay, it's 32 issues. And then I started doing the math, and I'm like, if it's like 3 something per issue, it's gonna be like $100. I was like, And then I found on Amazon you can get the hardcover omnibus. It was like $34, and there's 2 volumes. It's like 16 issues per volume. The volume 2 comes out in December, and I was like, that's way cheaper, and I like these hardcovers are gorgeous. So I was like, I'm not gonna do it. I was like, I'll just get these cool hardcovers. So I did that instead. dead air. Tehillim says at least Tomasi is giving some decent stories. You're correct. Tomasi is one of those classically like good writers that can just write good comics. If Eric Breen would read modern comics, he would know. Is everyone muted? I can't hear anything.
No, you were rolling there. Then Quirks tried to give you something, and you said, "Let me finish my story before you lavish me with gifts." So we just wanted to make sure it was okay to talk.
Yeah, because I'm trying to give you a present, but
Yeah.
now I'm not sure I want to give you.
He's trying to shower you with luxury. You're selling it.
Well, I just wanted him to know that I had already purchased and owned the hardcover
Yeah,
omnibus.
so get him something else, Josh.
I'll give him Superman issue 1 by Brian Michael Bendis.
Oh, Jesus.
Happy
Lord
birthday
help
to
me.
you.
Lord help me. Chase from Gateway and Comics said he was going to send me a Captain Marvel book. I was like, right on. I thought that's great.
Which one? There's plenty to choose from.
Yeah, I think it was a ripe one. But you know what? That would be awesome. I would totally relish if he sent me a Captain Marvel comic because it would have some sentimental, attachment. This is part of what I love about comics, and this community and stuff is the community and the people that you meet and get, what we're doing right here and just talking about comics. I hate Captain Marvel, but if he sent me a Captain Marvel comic, that would stay in my collection because it would be a memento. And now there would be sort of this positive attachment. And, a lot of the comics I have in my collection are kind of like that, that I look at them and I can remember why I bought this book, who was it? Somewhere up above, I lost in the chat and I apologize to whoever it was. I even put it, I blew it up into the thing, said that, Nolan Nerd. Yeah, let me put that back up here. Nolan Nerd says, my first Batman comic I ever bought was Batman Curse of the White Knight issue 1. I was looking to get into Batman, but Tom King turned him into the wedding singer. And I was like, what the fuck?
Right.
It's awesome. That wasn't my first Batman comic, but Batman White Knight was the comic that got me back into comics. Our boy Zach, we all know he was doing videos, and that book was out, and he was going crazy over how amazing it was. And I was watching the videos, and I was already a person who thought Batman was cool and stuff. And I was like, man, this White Knight seems awesome, and it's a perfect thing to jump into. So I did, and I love it. It's one of my favorite Batman comics ever. I think it's that good. And I hear what you're saying. Now, I got into DC. I'm a kind of a newbie. I'm an old Marvel guy. So I'm a newbie at DC. So Rebirth is kind of my era. Tom King's beginning run of Batman is good.
It really
You can
was.
go out and buy I Am Gotham, the trade paperbacks, first 6 issues. That is a fun story. You will enjoy it. It's got great action scenes, tension, pacing, and then you can stop there if you want. You can just be like, "Hey, I had a cool Batman story."
Pretty much for me, up until War of Jokes and Riddles, everything after that was bad. Everything from War of Jokes and Riddles and before was pretty solid. And War of Jokes and Riddles was actually one of my favorite stories of Batman I've ever read.
The double date.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can
issues
definitely
were
continue
great.
if you want beyond that. But what I can do is at least assure you that the very beginning starts off powerful punch.
Ash, I'm going to make my usual recommendation.
Yeah, what's up?
The end of December, it should hit shops and then Amazon the first week of January. There's a hardcover, I believe, that has the Englehart Rogers Batman stories from Detective 469 through 476, and then the sequel they did in 2005. The one from 1977 471 to 476 might be the best 6 Batman issues, concurrent I've ever read. And Noel, if you're looking for, I said something where he doesn't turn into a wedding singer, check that out when it comes out at the end of the year. It's. I said that storyline was great, and there's so many people so many characters that were used in that still get used today, like Boss Thorn. He reintroduced Hugo Strange. They brought back. He used all the classic villains: Penguin, Joker. They brought back Hugo Strange's giants that hadn't been seen since Batman #1. And in 6 issues, he had a better relationship with this woman named Silver St. Cloud than Tom King's been able to do with Selena Kyle in 85 issues. So I said, well worth it.
All right. Well, there's a solid recommendation from Eric. I might have to check that out eventually.
If you want my recommendation, if you want to read Batman or get into it, definitely New 52, Scott Snyder's and Greg Capullo's. It's The Court of Owls. The first 2 volumes, best story of Batman I've ever read.
I agree. I love Scott Snyder's Batman, so I will.
I've actually read the first story arc of that, and I said I will not put it over Angle Hearts, but it's damn good.
What matters to me? What matters is it if it's enjoyable,
Absolutely.
right? Like,
there's so many. You could ask 50 Bat fans for their best Batman story, and you're going to get 40 different answers.
Right.
And nobody's wrong. Except for Venkman, because I know he's going
I was just going to say the Batman White Knight is actually my first actual comic book I actually read with Batman. So.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, that's
nice. Well, you're joining in on Nolan Nerd. That's his too. That's what we're talking about in the subject here is what do you recommend? Now Breen recommended sort of like a past stuff and so did Jimmy to an extent. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think Nola might have been looking for modern.
How long have you been waiting to do that?
Oh my God.
Since Ash kept talking, and then the page, I was like, I can't breathe this other one.
Such a weirdo.
I was
Anyone
thinking,
else that wants to take Venkman's space on the chat?
Christy, are you available to take his spot?
Wait a second, Ash. We lose 86% of our entertainment value if you kick him out.
That's true. That's true. All right, Venkman can stay, I
can
guess.
argue with that faces.
So I think Nola might have been asking for like current Batman, like to get into. He might have been looking for back issues. I don't know, but so I'm going to approach the question from that angle of, hey, comics coming out on shelves. I want to get into more Batman. The obvious answer, of course, is Curse of the White Knight. So, actually, Curse of the White Knight was the one that you got into. So the obvious answer then is White Knight. If you haven't read White Knight 1, stop reading Curse of the White Knight immediately and read White Knight. I would then.
Oh my God!
I would then recommend Detective Comics. I think Tomasi's run is a perfect starting point. I think it was 996. 996 was his start. I might be off by an issue or two, but
I'm pretty sure it was 94.
You could be right.
I think you're right, Quarks.
The reason I said White Knight is because it includes every version of Batman in it. Basically, all the Batmobiles.
Please, he prefers Caucasian white.
And plus, it makes you think too. It's all the whole thing is. Who here hasn't read White Knight?
We're talking to Nolan. You're not paying attention, Venkman.
That
mask is suffocating you, and
I'm trying to move.
Oxygen is not going to your head.
First off, White Knight, the first one, I know Ash is like saying it's like the second best one, and he's overread or whatever. For me, like I thought the beginning was solid, and then the ending for me was a little lackluster. But this new one, Curse of the White Knight, is probably the best Batman thing. No, it's not probably. It's the best Batman thing out in the past 10 years.
Jimmy, you like Bendis, who doesn't even end comics, and you're telling me that White Knight didn't have a strong enough ending for you?
I wasn't a big fan of it.
Oh my goodness! It had one of the greatest car chases in any comic I've ever read.
You're talking about issue 1?
No, I'm talking about Batman White Knight.
Yeah, the
1 through
first
8.
one. Issue 1, first car chase when he's going through the.
No, I'm talking about the end. Did you
The
read
end-
the
ending
whole
car
8
chase.
issues?
Yeah.
Oh, the end. Yeah. Yeah.
You
that
only
was
read the
pretty-
first issue, didn't you?
No, I have every single issue.
But have you read them?
Yeah.
Okay. The car chase in issue 8, the finale,
Yes.
where every Batmobile is being used in a car chase.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not a big
you
fan
seem
of
to
the
be.
Batmobiles.
What's that?
I'm not a fan of the Batmobiles. Like all of them, just use one to make it cool. You don't need all of them.
You're a
No,
fake
you needed
nerd.
all of them.
You're a fake Batman nerd. Get out of here.
No, I don't like Batman. I've told you this many times.
Oh,
So like,
He would like Batman if Bendis was writing it.
exactly.
He is writing it, and it is not bad, except for this newest issue, which was kind of
All right, we're not going to get on a bash quirks thing for Bendis. He can.
But Curse of the White Knights is so badass.
They are badass, but
So good.
but Curse picks up right after White Knight, so you don't need to necessarily read White Knight to understand it, but it's like jumping into Star Wars at Empire Strikes Back. You probably want to watch
Well,
the first one.
It kind of explains why everybody knows the secret then. All these people are randomly. Once you go into Curse of the White Knight, you're like, oh, that's just random. I guess he knows. Gordon knows he's Batman. You know,
Here's a
Man,
here's a
we are
vote for
But-
Hush.
we are derailed like an England teen stream.
I'm sorry. I want to talk about.
But at least we can still Kevin Bacon our way back to the original talking point.
You were talking about the Nolan Batman, the movies.
No. Okay, Venkman, stop for a second. There is a viewer named Nolan Nerd in the chat who posted, and we are answering his question. I'll post it up for you so you can see, because you were arguing with your family and having all sorts of domestic disputes. And by the way, we called the police, so if someone knocks at the door.
And also, that's also from like a half an hour ago. That question wasn't really a question. He just said that Tom King turned him into the wedding singer.
I was trying to answer his question. We're trying to make recommendations for him. We're trying to help the guy out. Anyways,
Yes.
this vibe went all weird. Thanks, Venkman. Thanks, fake Spider-Man.
Wow. But I'm the real Spider-Man, though.
Oh my goodness. So, I was gonna say Tomasi's detective run, around 996, 94, somewhere around there. He starts his run. It leads up to 1,000. It's kind of a cool lead up to the 1,000. It's really well told. Then you get the 1,000 celebratory issue, and that's like a perfect time if you're like a comic collector and you just want to like collect comics, and it's like you treat 1,001 as like an issue 1. And Tomasi, he's not doing like the most amazing run ever. It's just really solid. Like every book, you're like, oh, okay, this is fun. He gets comics and he's just telling staple, fun Batman stories. But my absolute favorite is no one talks. I guess I'm just nuts. But Last Night on Earth.
First issue was good.
Both issues were phenomenal, I thought. Breen and I were supposed to have this discussion. We never did about Last Night on Earth.
Yeah, we
You were
did, you
busy.
senile bastard.
Oh, okay. Maybe we did.
Man,
Damn,
what-
those gummy bears are getting to your head, huh?
when you're relying on me to remember something, we're both in trouble.
I ran out of gummy bears last week, so. Okay. But that's a book for me.
Remember,
That's
we're
a
still
three-issue
waiting for the
series.
third issue. But remember,
Well, if
the
you
discussion was don't interrupt me when I'm interrupting, Quirks.
Sorry.
Yeah, it saved me the trouble of asking you what those were. No, remember we talked about how after the first issue I had a theory on how I thought it was going to end, and I was curious to see what you thought, and then we discussed it a little bit, but we won't know until the third issue comes out, if it ever does.
Yeah, it's slated for November. I don't know why there's big delays on it.
It must have got sent off to the Doomsday Clock printer.
Right?
Are those Swedish
Like,
fish
hey,
good, Venkman?
What?
Do are you eating Greta Thunberg's favorite candy?
Well, he's got to eat that quick. There's multiple extinction events about to happen.
Because she's Swedish, and
So
I figure she
and
likes.
so you know who's also Swedish? PewDiePie, and he's a lot better than she is.
Well, no, PewDiePie sides with the Nazis. Haven't you watched his channel?
Hail Hydra.
Computer Robots has joined us. He says, "Guys, who is the two biggest geeks/nerds? One in the chat, and the other in the stream." I don't really understand this question. Oh, I think who's the biggest geek in the chat and who's the biggest geek in the stream?
Well,
I think Green is the biggest in the stream.
If we're just going by size, we have to
No,
go with Jimmy.
Wow.
Well, you are bigger than me.
You don't
I
know
don't
this.
know that. I can't tell from this angle if you have 2 chins or 3.
Jimmy might be only 5'2".
That's,
I'm
um,
6'2".
Hold on a second, Jimmy. Let me count them up. Let's see. Here's one. Yeah, I gotta admit, I do miss having a neck.
Sometimes the camera makes you look bigger than you are because you can zoom in.
Yeah, this camera adds 15 pounds.
I mean, that's a lot of cameras, Breen.
You know, like Tom Cruise always looks like he's 6 foot tall, but in real life, the dude's like a little shrimp.
Is this stream in any danger of ever being monetized?
No.
All right, then I've got one for both of you.
Who's the biggest geek in the chat?
Well, right now it appears to be a tie between me and Spider-Man there.
No, in the chat.
Oh, in the chat.
Would that be Tehillim, you think?
That's a good question. Is I guess since Christie's gone.
Christy just...
Well, Tehillim has actually his own website.
Christy didn't even say bye. My feelings are hurt.
Robots, I think.
But that's what I get for not putting on an entertaining enough stream, I
I
suppose.
can't remember. Is that Robots who's always cleaning his gun? Like he's like the older version of Web.
Oh yeah, Ash, you did your best, but there's only so much Venkman can do to carry us.
Yeah, well, eventually, you know, it's like Jim Carrey. He's funny in small doses. He was always better on In Living Color. Then he started doing full movies, and you're just like, whoa, too much.
Well, you're not attributing that to Venkman, are you?
He's just there enjoying a Swedish fish.
What? I can't eat my Swedish fish.
Tehillim says, I think I know what happened to the Batman clone. He died in Batman and Robin under Morrison. Well, that's a deep cut for me. I don't know who the Batman clone is.
I don't think I do either. By the way, you know it's weird, Ash, that since your video yesterday, every time there's a pause in the stream, I keep expecting to hear the Batman thing from the old '66 show.
Yeah.
Oh.
They used to change scenes.
I
Did you
know.
like
Yeah.
that?
That's funny.
Because there's one of the comic book stores I go to. There's a Batman pinball machine.
Oh,
And that's the default music in that too. So I hear if I'm there for 10 minutes, I hear that 50 times, and then you heard on. I used to hear it in my Blu-ray set before it was stolen.
oh.
That's Pavlov was right. I keep down.
All right, what's the best Superman story? We're talking about best Batman. What's the best Superman?
You already asked me that. I gave my answer.
I have not read nearly enough Superman to be an authority to.
If I may, Jimmy, the thing that you guys said with Superman, in all honesty, like with Batman, there are so many great stories. I mean, even going back to like the O'Neill Batman stories that introduced Ra's al Ghul, and
Ra's al Ghul.
You say Ra's, I say Ra's.
I say Batman. You say Bateman. Batman.
Well, I'm just correcting you because you're saying it wrong.
How do you know?
Because DC Comics has printed the phonetics of it.
Proof or it didn't happen.
Prove
Okay.
what, you calling me a
So-
liar on my birthday? Jesus, Jimmy.
So anyway, Jimmy, like I
Yep.
said there have been many great stories. Yeah, like going back to O'Neill and Adams, where they introduced Ra's al Ghul. Sorry, Ra's al Ghul.
Man,
But yeah, Superman. There aren't. It's hard to say there was really about the only good Superman story that people might remember, like longtime fans, was, and this was also written by Denny O'Neill in 1971, called Kryptonite No More, where
Oh, I
he
know that one.
basically
Art by Neil Adams.
no, covers by Neil Adams. The art was Kurt
Cover.
Swan, because Kurt Swan, I swear, yeah, I think he's been dead for 20 years, and I swear to God, he's still doing Superman stories. But it was they basically depowered him for about a year, and this was, I think, from the issue 232 or 3 into the 240s or something like that. There's been a hardcover reprint, but that's really, because even in the the 70s into the 80s, they're really just, Superman was just like a character for the youngest DC fans. So there really weren't a whole lot of great Superman stories until Man of Steel.
And Marv Wolfman.
Yeah, and Byrne and Roger Stern and Louise Simonson. I mean, they're just and they gave us years of just consistently really good storytelling.
All right.
But, Batman had pockets of greatness, even through the 70s, and like I said, the first half of the 80s, where the only good Superman story in that 5-year stretch was when Marv Wolfman took over Action Comics and Gil Kane took over the art, and they split him in two. And they did about 10 issues of really good storytelling there. But Batman was great. Batman Detective were great for about 5 years. So
Who wrote Nightfall?
well, I know Chuck Dixon wrote some of it. Let's see if it's nice.
if I may interject real quickly, I just want to say these are so good.
I like how the beginning of the stream he had no idea what the reference was. Now he gets it, so he has to just keep proving that he gets it.
Well, so I said, I guess we could give him a cookie, or in this case, give him a.
I think these gummies are laced or something like that. Man, no wonder Ash is in such a good mood all the time.
So the best Superman story, in my opinion, is because I keep going back to the late 90s to early 2000s because they are consistently good with Kurt Busiek's was that something falls. So what is King Arthur's castle called?
Did you just ask what Camelot was called?
Camelot, yeah. So Kurt Busiek wrote Camelot Falls, and it's where okay. So that just sidetracked. So that was one of the key staples in the early 2000s of great writing with Superman. But I don't know if you guys read this book that just came out as of last year. It was called Man and Superman. It's by Marv Wolfman, and I think the art was by Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
It was Claudio Castellini, I think, or something.
Yes, yeah, Castellini. That's right. It's 100 pages, and it has setup. It has origin of Superman going into Metropolis. It has perfect plot nailed down to the nth. So nothing is wrong continuity wise. You have great Lex Luthor. And you got Lois Lane doing her thing, and it was not just her being a dick to Superman for 15 issues, but it's her actually just being a reporter. And it hits every bone that I love about Superman and his mythos in one story with a great story with Lex Luthor.
Yeah, I've been wanting to read that. I passed on it when it came out because I was like, I just don't want to buy $10 comics. And then after it came out, everyone was like, "Oh my God, it's so good! It's so good!
So good, so good.
So good!"
I'm going to say
Um,
something I never thought I'd say in 2019. Josh,
so I
agree
do
with-
want to
I
read
agree
it.
with
It's
you
on my
about a
wish
Superman
list on
story.
Comixology.
Thank you, Breen.
You're welcome.
Let's
It's
go to
a-
my
it's an
Comixology
awesome set
here.
of staircases behind you.
Let's check out Ash's wish list since it is my birthday. Look at this. Look at how Jimmy has been an influence on me. Look at this. Hickman.
Wow.
The first volume of his Fantastic Four is the
Hickman.
best, and then it second volume like teeters a little bit, but then the third one hits you hard.
7 Jimmys and 1 Eric. Wow.
Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Let's see how
5,
it
6,
is.
7. 7 Hickman books right here at the beginning. And then I got this Captain America Winter Soldier
Oh, I'm at 2 Erics.
that Eric recommended. And then I got the Man of Steel. Eric
Yeah.
also recommended.
Awesome.
And then Kurt Busiek wrote this with Jeff Johns, Up and Away. We had this discussion about Best Superman on one of Wes's live streams like several weeks. Like it's been a while. We talked about Superman, and this is the book that a lot of people came up with. Was like, you got to read this book, and I was like, I've never heard of this.
Neither have I.
I'm not sure. Can you see when that was published?
Let's bring it up. Let's see.
It's got to be like 2004.
It doesn't have the actual print release date, but it's Kurt Busiek and Jeff Johns, so it's
Ooh, dude, I
Computer
saw
ro-
that. What's up?
As I say, the computer robots wants to see how many comic books that Ash has in his library.
so. I've just
I wanna
heard
read
really
that.
great things about this. It looks like a cool book. Jeff Johns is a master storyteller, and Kurt Busiek is really good at telling heroic stories when he's not just going ape shit about with his Trump derangement
No,
syndrome.
I will say this. Busiek is probably the most TDS suffering creator that doesn't let it bleed into his work. Because whereas like I said, Wade can't help himself anymore unless he's writing Archie. A couple of other people that have just gone completely around the bend, they can't help themselves. The last thing I read of Busiek was that Batman story where he, it was where it's like, Bruce Wayne had like the Bat monster that he conjured up in his mind. What the hell was that called? It was a Prestige format series. God, what was it called? I know it if somebody said it. It came out. It was last year.
Batman Damned?
No. It's no, like Alfred was reimagined as his gay uncle. But it was set- it was set in
wasn't
the
it like
late
that was like a
60s.
vampire one, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
sort of, kind of, but it wasn't. But it was this.
I
like
remember
a demon
that.
that
That
or
was-
like a monster that he conjured his mind. But it was pretty interesting, because it was set in the late '60s, and oh gosh, what was it called?
I know what you're talking about. but I
Whatever it
don't
was,
remember.
it was good. And there, I said at least it doesn't affect his writing. But then again, I don't know what he's written in the last year.
Well, he was writing his Astro City stuff.
Has there been an Astro City in? I don't remember if there's been one in the last couple of years.
Yeah,
We're
I thought,
getting-
I thought he restarted it back in like 2017. Had a short run at it, and I think it went away again. And then he did that Batman story.
Ooh, Spider-Man Blue, that's good. That's good
I don't
stuff.
know if I would.
Excuse me?
I don't know if I would read any modern Busiek, but I think anything that he wrote like 2016 and back is probably all right. Anything before Trump won.
Well,
and
I
something
don't
in
know
his
that he's
brain
written that
snapped.
much since then, but I didn't notice it affecting his writing in that Batman series.
Anything before 2011, I should say, was actually better good comic books.
Jimmy asked earlier, like about collecting. This kind of just reminds me too. I have these Hawkman books, the Jeff Johns Hawkman series.
Mm-hmm.
I went and found issue 1, so I have the issue 1 in my collection. And this is a book that I think I'd like to collect.
Well, go down a little bit.
We got a question for Quirks from Telium. Wants to know what is the worst comic books you've ever read?
Wait. But this is
Lois
why
Lane,
he just
number one.
derailing. It's like,
I'm speeding it up.
oh my goodness, this is why.
We got people asking questions here. Sorry, Ash.
Yeah, we can
Oh yeah, so that Gideon Falls is fantastic. It's by Jeff Lemire and Andrea Sorrentino. Them together are always good. That Lois and Clark by Dan Jurgens
He said
is
worse. His question
pretty
was-
great. And Man and Superman is right there, so you should get that right now on stream.
Did you say the Mira series was worth getting, Quirks?
The what?
The Mira series that's on that line with Gideon Falls and Man and Superman?
No, Lois and Clark.
Oh, because I say the Mira series was very good too.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about the
Didn't
Mirror
I
series.
did not like the ending because I wanted the different. There were two ways to go with the ending. They went the wrong way as far as I was concerned, but it was a very good story.
So, yeah, I have the first 6 issues of Gideon Falls. I haven't finished it. I do plan on powering through, but the first book wasn't as good as I was hoping, so I kind of stalled.
Oh man, I was hoping it was
Um,
Gravity Falls.
No, not Gravity Falls.
What are you, 12?
Actually, that's a great show.
I had a nephew. He's actually wow, he's actually older than you, Quarks.
Yeah.
Tell him I called
Um,
him 12.
My nieces are into that Gravity show. It's actually pretty good.
So yeah, I really want to get all of these Spider-Man Blue, Hulk Gray, Daredevil Yellow. Like Jeff Loeb is one of the great talent writers, Tim Sale, and I was like, oh, look at these.
Yeah, Hulk Gray, I don't remember. I mean, it didn't resonate, but Spider-Man Blue, that one did. I don't have it anymore. I found 5 of the 6, for $1.
Oh
And
wow.
I got crabby because I couldn't find the 6th one, so I didn't buy the other 5.
I got 2 things to say. One, that Old Man Hawkeye is, I want to say it's better than Old Man Logan after Lemire left. So after like the first 23 issues of Old Man Logan, it was horrible. And Old Man Hawkeye came in to pick up the pieces, and oh my god, that book is so fucking good.
I'm just tired of the old man thing, So we're gonna have old man like Spider-Man. Nobody wants that.
Well, there's
Then we're
only
gonna
one
have-
Old Man Logan, and he was written by a guy named Mark Miller. The rest I don't care about.
Wait, was it Mark Millar?
Mark Millar? Yeah, Mark Millar.
And then also, if you could see one character do a life story like Spider-Man life story, what character would you see next? Because they're gonna keep doing it.
Wolverine, because he doesn't die.
Oh fuck.
You guys keep changing the subjects on me. Going through my wish list.
Oh,
This right here is what I wish I had.
do you have a coffee?
I actually wish I had the physical version of this. Usagi Ojimbo, the special edition. It's the entire Fantagraphics run of Usagi Ojimbo.
Also, hello to Maranya. Thank you for joining the chat.
Hey, Maranya, welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining. Look at this. Almost 1,200 pages. I've
Sick.
seen this go on sale for super cheap, but I'm kind of waiting to see if it ever comes on really cheap on sale. I'm going to pick it up. And then what else is on my wish list?
Ash, I got a bunch of Usagi Jimbos, or how you pronounce that, in my garage.
Oh, it's one of my favorite comics of all time. There's a comic that's awesome that doesn't get respect anymore. If you guys, has anyone on the panel ever read Gru the Wanderer?
I have not.
This is Gru the Wanderer. It's pop up on YouTube, a little bit of a delay. This was a comic that I got into early in my comic collecting, when I was a kid.
Was it 80s?
In the 80s.
Okay.
This was later than the 80s because the comic lasted for a long time. But the Marvel versions of Gru the Wanderer were in the 80s.
I was gonna say, 'cause I remember like a alternate version or something like that. There was in the 90s. I thought.
Yeah. So Gru came out originally on Pacific Comics. It ran for like 6 issues, and then Marvel took it over, and Marvel printed it for, I think like 80 something issues. And then that went away, and then it went to Image for a little while, and then this is one of the Dark Horse runs. That's on there. I missed this. I was out of comics when the Dark Horse ones came out, so that's why they're on my wish list.
I
I
wish.
have the entire Pacific Comics run, the entire Marvel Comics run. This is one of my favorite comics, and I remember one of my friends just being like, "Oh, Gru the Wanderer," and I looked at this and I was like, "That looks stupid." I'm reading like my X-Men and Iron Man and Thor, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" He's like, "Oh, dude, Gru is so good," and I was like, "Whatever, dude. You got weird tastes in comics," and for whatever reason, I've always been kind of even though I make hasty judgments on things, I've been an open-minded
looks like
person.
it looks like Ziggy or something like that, or Farside.
Well, this is Sergio Aragonés, and he does. If his art looks familiar, he did Mad Magazine stuff. He did a lot of art in Mad Magazine, but this comic is so hilarious. It is so charming and whimsical, and the main character Gru is like he's Conan the Barbarian, but he's the dumbest human on the planet. But he is unstoppable in combat. Like he's like the craziest warrior. Like he beats anybody, but he's utterly stupid. Like he's
like
stupider
Conan?
than stupid. And so he gets in all these misadventures where people will hire him to do something because he's like this great warrior, but then inevitably he screws it up so bad, and chaos ensues all the time, and people are afraid of him because it's so these stories are so good. And Sergio Aragonés is one of the best cartoonists out there, and I got into this and I couldn't put it down. This is one of the all-time great comics that unfortunately doesn't get love today because
So you
people don't
should
know about it.
post your link in the chat so they can look at your Amazon wish list and maybe buy you something.
This is an Amazon. This is
What is that? It's on
this
Comixology.
is Comixology.
Ah,
And I'm not here to like try to solicit people to buy me stuff. Like,
Ashley's birthday presents. Come on, guys.
so yeah, check this out too. One of my favorite Image comics was Deathblow. Brian Azzarello and Lee Bermejo, the guys that did the Batman Damned, they did a Batman Deathblow comic.
You read through all of Damned?
No, haven't read all through it. I saw the Batwing though.
Yeah.
I was so offended. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Here, if you want to read all the Walking Dead, just get these massive compendiums.
nice.
I actually have the first two in hardcover. It's 50 issues per compendium. What else is on my wish list? Oh, Superman Red Sun. So, anyways, I'm done with that. Someone wanted to
Okay,
see.
So if you
Someone
could
wanted to
choose
see what was in my library.
So if you could choose a character to do another life story, what would it be? Who would
Oh
it be?
yeah, you said life story. That's a good question.
Well, the Marvel Universe for that Spider-Man, they actually showed the other characters. Would you want to do it a DC version instead?
Yeah,
oh,
any.
yeah, you could do a DC version.
Well,
Please don't choose Spider-Man. I mean, Superman or Batman.
no. Well, we already kind of got that glimpse with the future stuff with the Batman Beyond for his Bruce Wayne. Same with well, and then you also got Constantine, who actually he's actually the only one actually. Well, for a while, he was the only one that was actually aging. I don't think they stopped that at all. But he was the only one that kept getting older and older for a while in Vertical.
I don't know if that concept
I think it went
would
away.
work that well
But-
on other characters. I kind of would be interested in seeing a Batman one. Kinda.
Oh God, no! No more Batman shit. You're gonna put Tom King on it.
Well, that doesn't invalidate it because you're worried Tom King would do it. I mean, I think the question should be like in its ideal situation, have a good writer. I mean, I don't want to see anything done by Tom King. Like,
I mean,
Yeah.
if Tom King's gonna write it, I'm done.
Have they done Old Man Chicken with Wings and Mace?
What?
I don't think Venkman understands who Hawkman is.
No, I don't say the name out loud because Englishman doesn't.
We're not on England Team's channel.
Okay.
I
But
kind of
anyways,
want to see.
yeah,
You can't do that with Hawkman. If it's funny when you get people that haven't read the character because they say things that.
Yeah.
No,
So
I know
Hawkman-
I know what he was saying. He was making a Eglantine joke there, and his dark cloud does permeate over everybody's stream, so we can't say his name even
Exactly.
here, or Kelly Sue DeConnick might be writing his adventures 3 months from now.
Yep.
Don't you dare take that away from me.
But
You couldn't do Hawkman life story.
it's
Actually, you are reading Hawkman life story.
Yeah,
The first 12 issues was
we
basically.
just got 12 issues of it.
Um,
So
Trying
that's
to think.
old man Mason Wings.
all right. So Hunter Thompson is in the chat. He wants to know who's talking live. Sorry, I got my screen shared. This is the panel here. Got some Eric Green, some Jimmy and his pussy.
and it ran away.
Blofeld the third there.
Jimmy is always losing the pussy.
I kind of want to see Martian Manhunter life story.
Well, you should read the Martian Manhunter miniseries then.
No, I just can't get past that art.
No. Yeah, well. Martian Manhunter life, I don't think it would work.
Hmm.
I think it would be cool to have one issue just be on Mars during like the Martian Wars, and I think that would be pretty cool to see.
Well, that's what this book does really well.
I'm just trying to think what character have we not seen from like teenage years and going up?
Naomi.
Naomi life story. God help us.
Oh no.
Maybe like Daredevil or Punisher.
Dude, Punisher life.
Punisher life story. Where no went wrong.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I'd really want to see Punisher life story.
Where at the end he goes and becomes Cosmic Ghost Rider. And just like
The only way that works is if they stick to the original timeline, where he's a returning Vietnam soldier and his family gets killed.
Actually, you know what?
apart.
I want to see a Hawkeye life story.
yeah, that would be great. That's why I think Punisher might be interesting, Eric. Is it
Well,
started
yeah,
off
that's
in the Vietnam War.
Right, I said if they stuck to that,
Well, that's kind of what they did with Spider-Man, right? They
Yeah.
stuck to the 60s, started off in the 60s.
They kind of kept his entire story. Yeah, they went 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
So whoever they did a life story, I think it should be a book that is at least Silver Age, right?
yeah,
It
but-
So
wouldn't work
no-
with like,
Because I was thinking Captain America, so you can't really choose him, huh?
right?
Well, I was thinking Hawkeye.
Unless it's gonna be like a
This would be
12
Captain America life story. You'd
Well,
have
yeah.
an issue 1, and then it would immediately cut to issue 10.
I was gonna say that 2 through 9 would just be blocks of ice.
Issue 1, the 40s.
Oh,
issue
man.
10, the 90s.
Marnie's saying Dick Grayson life story.
Oh, Marania, dude, that's a great one.
We should just let her on the stream so she can do some voice opinions.
Sure, I could throw out the link again for.
I mean, unless she's planning on going to bed soon. I don't know if she has to get up early.
And miss all this?
Well,
I don't want to have too many people on the stream because then it gets all jumbly nonsense.
and then
but,
Ash's picture gets smaller. That's what happens.
yeah, my picture gets smaller. I can't have
Why,
that.
why were you looking at me when you said jumbly nonsense?
No, when you get like 6 people that are, just it gets all chaotic. What was I saying? Yeah, no, Robin would be Robin life story, or Dick Grayson life story,
Just Damian Wayne.
Rick Grayson life story. Forgive me.
Okay, if it was a villain, who would you want to see as a life story? Because that would be easier. I would want to see Doom or Magneto. No, Apocalypse.
I don't know about Magneto. He's kind of depressing in the very first couple issues.
Dude,
I don't want to
not
see
read that
villains.
story
I don't
right
want to see.
now.
I
That was
don't
all
want to see.
depressing.
I don't want to see villain story. I'm tired of villain stories. Like, I don't.
Good Cassidy life story.
No.
To me,
That'd
the
be one
only
issue. It's called
the
Comic
only
Con.
type of villain stories that work, in my opinion, are character studies.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's interesting. Like, I think this Joker film, I haven't seen it, but this Joker film has potential because it appears to be like a life study. Like, it's a look into what drives a person mad. But if you actually try to tell it like the way Suicide Squad did, you're just like, oh, you're just telling a story where you're glorifying villains and you're making the villains the heroes, and it just never works.
Now,
I really want to see Apocalypse though, because like during Egypt and stuff like that would be awesome.
Well, actually, Ash, there are a couple that that would work with. One in particular, your favorite villain.
Dr.
Doom.
Yeah, I think a Doom life story would be very interesting. A Magneto life story could be very interesting.
Oh well, yeah. I kind of want to. Yeah.
I love Dr. Doom, and like I picked up those miniseries because it's Chuck Dixon and stuff, and I was like, partly because I just want to own them, not because I'm so fascinated to read a Doom story. I just love Doom, so it's almost like buying a Doom, pop figure. I bought them more for the cool factor and like I'm geeking out on having them more than I don't like villains as the hero. I'm not even in, like I love Darth Vader, but I don't want to read Darth Vader stories. I like him as the villain.
But you have to remember, I said, Doom. Yes, he's a villain, but he's also a monarch and the ruler of his country. So, in some way, his motivation isn't the same as your, stand. I mean, I wouldn't maybe necessarily want to see Electro life story, but somebody like Doom, like I said, who is royalty in his own country. Yeah, I think it could be interesting. I'm not saying you have to portray him as a hero, but I said it's just
Wolverine life story would be cool because he's actually lived through the decades.
Yes, Maranya, you are right. Emperor Doom was a great story.
But yeah, again,
that's different than the Emperor, the one I'm talking about.
It was one of the Marvel graphic or what do you call this Marvel graphic novel series? It's one that started with the death of Captain Marvel. It was in that series.
Okay.
They had that, and the New Mutants were introduced in that series. There's a She-Hulk that was really really good, and a couple of Spider-Mans. I think they were just called the graphic novel series.
As much as I want to see a Tony Stark life story, I think Spider-Man life story nailed it the best. Having them fight in Vietnam War, for life story.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, like I said, if they were ever going to do one with Iron Man, they have to disregard the bullshit that Bendis heaped on him.
Yep.
About him being adopted and all that crap. And I said that has to go by the wayside.
Well, did you see how Chip Zdarsky so expertly wove all the history of Spider-Man and like took the bullshit that happened, like the Clone Saga.
He changed it.
And he used it in the whole thing where like Ben Reilly was really him, and it's like they did the same thing in the life story, but then it turned out like it wasn't really him, and he just used it as an excuse so that Ben could go on pretending to be Peter Parker.
But I'm saying if they ever did an Iron Man thing, they would just have to eliminate the crap that Bendis did.
No, what I'm saying though is you could creatively write that as that happened, but it didn't happen the way we thought we were seeing it, right? Does that make sense? Like, you find out you're adopted, but that wasn't actually the truth. That was.
Yeah, because I look exactly like my adopted parent, my adopted father.
No, you could find out that maybe that was like a power play by some sort of villain that was trying to take over Stark Industries, by falsifying his past.
No, I know.
You could,
I know. I see what you're saying. If they could, a clever enough writer could do that. Although, like I said, I personally, I would just rather they ignored it altogether because it's about the dumbest plot contrivance I think anybody, that and for a man that's come up with a bunch of them, that one might be leader in the
As
clubhouse.
far as life story goes for Marvel stuff, I think Spider-Man really works so well because he's involved in everything.
Quirks is over there going petting the cat like Blofeld, going, "I'm going to kill him in
The
many
cat likes to
different
attack.
ways."
yeah, you know what? I think after I've been thinking about this, I think my choice is no one. I
Yeah.
don't want to see a life story.
Yeah, it was done so well in Spider-Man. I mean,
Yeah.
he was in the middle. He's the face of Marvel. I mean,
Oh,
I don't think-
Okay,
well-
Marania's saying that was before Bendis. So, what writer was responsible for that nonsense then?
where he also his mom comes out and she's alive. That
That-
issue.
so Fraction was there before Bendis.
Yeah, but I think he might have been gone by then.
I thought Bendis already left. Well, this crap.
I don't know. This was all during my
no,
exodus.
no. Bendis left in 2016. Did he? Or
All right, hear me out. If I had to choose a life story, I'm a little biased, but I think it could work. And it's not going to be
Superman? No.
no. It's Marvel, but it's going to be a 12-issue series, 2 issues per decade, and it's going to be a team. And I want to say the Fantastic Four because I feel like each issue you could focus on 2 characters, and that's why since there's 2 characters an issue, and so I think it could be done that way. And it could like the first. The first 2 issues, like the first decade, is like their origin and also how they come together, or the first two decades or whatever, is how they come together and then how they actually progressed through on. So I feel like the Fantastic Four 12-issue limited series and 2 issues per decade.
You kind of lost me on the each issue focuses on 2 of them. I think the
Well, it doesn't
Fantastic
have
Four
to be
always
that.
need to be
I mean, I'm
together.
not excited for it, but I'd really want to see the Fantastic Four done that way because they're doing Grand Design. And I wasn't a big X-Men Grand Design, so I'm a little scared to see how they do it now.
But
So-
also,
yeah.
Didn't also Life Story wasn't like Reed? Didn't Reed leaves? Or you got dunked by Sue?
Well, yeah, there have been times throughout the history of the FF where they've, where different things have happened. Where Ben has left the group. There's Sue leaves him when Reed takes drastic measures to keep Franklin's powers from basically ending the world. There was a time, right, but like in.
Well, they're actually divorced. I thought. In the
No, they
story.
didn't get divorced. She just walked out on him.
And Life Story?
No, in the actual comic.
Well, I was talking about Life Story. Actually, she left
What
him.
life story are we talking about there?
Spider-Man Life Story.
No. I'm talking about we're Fantastic Four.
Oh
I
yeah.
know, but Fantastic Four were in because different Marvel characters appeared,
No, and that they did split up, but that
and I would like if Marvel did another life story, I would like it to be in the same continuity as the Spider-Man life story.
Yeah, I would too.
To say like, because
I-
what's his nuts? Chip Zdarsky's original pitch was to do a Marvel life story, and he was going to do the whole universe.
No, he was going to do a Spider-Man life story, but it was going to be around like 150 issues.
Yeah, but the problem, the only problem I would have with doing that in that continuity is, is anybody going to, that'd be a tough sell because Reed was such a dick. That I don't know if you could have the main character of the Fantastic Four series, which would have to be Reed, being a completely unlikable prick. That might be a tough sell.
Well,
And
the thing is though, you could have the character change because the character's aging. So instead of being a snapshot in time like most comics are, characters can't really change too much. You can have a character have life experiences that I mean, think about it, Breen. Like when you were 20, were you like what you are now?
I don't know.
I mean, there's obviously similarities, but
Were you always as negative, Breen?
yeah, Breen. Did you always like these Milky Ways?
I don't have to take this.
When Ash gets older, he can't chew the gummy bears anymore. He's got to eat Milky Ways.
He has to go.
Dude, what are you talking about? That's the beauty of gummy bears. You don't even need teeth to eat them.
You're getting up there.
You
Yeah.
gotta suck on them until it's raw.
No, you can gum them.
Yeah,
All right, real quick.
they don't call them teethy bears.
Remember, like around 10 years ago, where they killed Johnny?
Yeah.
But yeah, he's trapped in the negative zone.
Yeah, no, but yeah. Are they still gonna like if they did the life story? Do you think they would kill him in that?
Well, obviously, he was never really dead. They just thought he was, and he.
Yeah, because the closeout, and it was him versus like a nihilist and all that. It's like a wave of monsters.
If you're going to follow the concept of life story the way Chip Zdarsky did Spider-Man, you're going to touch on all the classic events that happened in our real time as a reader.
Yep.
So, like in the 60s, you had the coming of Galactus and Silver Surfer. So you would tell the story, you know, like probably the first issue or whatever in the Fantastic Four, you would have that happen in the 60s portion of the Fantastic Four. And you'd have the characters growing up through the eras that we read them. So the modern stories, you know, stuff that happened in the 2000s, that would have to happen late in their age. And so you'd have to modify the events so that it fit that the way the Spider-Man did, right? With, you know, having Venom and Kraven being put together. So that's how I would see it. So some of these things, and you'd have to kind of cover them in a way that made sense for the characters and their age. But my problem with the Fantastic Four is I don't like their kids and stuff.
I like
and
Franklin.
Franklin was cool when he was like
With Herbie?
when he was like a little kid, when he was like, you know, 7 years old or something.
Yeah.
All right, when you read Hickman's Fantastic Four, you'll love Franklin.
Yeah, but I read his Freedom Foundation, and that's what makes me not like him. So
Well, you like him in the Fantastic Four because it actually feels like a family in that.
I just no. See,
Because
my
like
problem.
you have Reed teaching him like how to grow up and how to be an actual person.
But
You
that's
have
what I'm
to
saying. I
make-
don't want that. I want the Fantastic Four. I don't
Exactly.
want
You
the
have-
Fantastic Family.
Oh, what? Well, that's the thing. Fantastic Four was a family since issue 1.
Yeah.
Yes, but they were an adult family. They weren't bringing around toddlers
The
with
thing
them.
is, you want just the Fantastic Four, no
No
kids,
kids.
no
Yeah.
captains or anything.
I just don't. First of all, Franklin Richards is beyond too powerful anyway.
And that's the beauty of it.
No, it's not. That they did stupid stuff like took the Fantastic Four away because Franklin Richards literally created his own universe.
That's not true. He created his own universe, and they explored the universes that he created.
That's just what I said.
You said they took him away because he just created his own universe.
Yes, Marvel took the Fantastic Four away by having Franklin Richards create his own universe, and then the Fantastic
See,
Four.
the
were
thing
gone
why I
from
like this, why I like them as a family is this. Dan Slott's Fantastic Four is not that. It's not. It's mediocre. He does one good thing in it, and it's they're explorers and they're a family. So they have the Fantastic Four explore the universes that he creates, but he's also being a parent and being a family. And the thing I love about it is it kind of feels like what was that fucking like 50s TV show? The Robin
Lost in Space?
Lost in Space. Thank you.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like that. And I love Lost in Space, even the new Netflix show, or not new, but just Netflix show.
Oh, I want to check
And-
out the Netflix show. Looks good.
Pretty good. It kind of feels like that, and it's pretty good. I stopped reading around like issue 10, so I don't know how it is now. But I really like Franklin Richards because it kind of feels like John Kent. A little cat, you need to calm down. It kind of feels like Superman and John Kent in like the first 2 story arcs of Patrick Gleason and Tomasi.
Yeah,
Not the Dan Slott run.
not interested. I want Fantastic Four fighting Galactus or fighting Doctor Doom without toddlers in tow. And I don't like this Valeria girl.
Although the 2014 run, Crix, did you read the 2014 run?
No, wait, 2014 run of
That's where they accidentally caused an attack explosion in the Baxter building, and basically they were kicked out from the government because they caused all the damage.
was that the one with
They're evicted. They're in the red suits.
no, was that the red suit one. I read like the first
yeah.
issue, but I wasn't a fan of it because
That was right after Ben learned the truth about everything they've done to him. All the lies they Reed and Johnny have been telling him about trying to get him back to human form. Because Ben didn't know about it, so he all
I didn't read that. I read the first issue.
Ben had quit. Social service came in and took the kids away, and then Sue got super crazy and enraged, and she basically had enough because they went to go back to their building, and here comes the Avengers in the way, and Sue just went like Goku or Gohan and just basically threw them all back with their force field.
Yeah, this does not sound interesting to me in the slightest.
No, that was written by like James Robinson or something like that.
But I'm just saying, I liked it because Sue was a badass. It basically just knocked them all back. They thought they're gonna take.
Of course, she's a badass. She's a woman in the Marvel universe.
Well, she was a badass in the Marvel universe back when you had to earn it, though, too. So
Yeah.
No, she is.
No,
but
I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking, she was a force to be reckoned with, 40 years ago in the books. It's just, but if you see how they're portrayed now, it's like, oh well, they just now.
No.
became
I mean,
powerful.
not to knock her at all. She's
Well,
always
no,
been
no,
arguably.
I know what you're saying. I'm just.
It's an enraged Sue. You really don't. The comics I've noticed. I've never really seen her where she's super pissed like this. She's like, her whole life. She can't see her kids.
Go back to the issue where she walks out on Reed.
Guys, all you have to do is just read Invisible Woman #1 by Mark Waid.
No.
I already read.
Let's talk about good comics.
Yeah, I read those. They're good. Okay.
Let's
right.
talk about
John
really
Byrne
bad
Fantastic
comics that can be
Four,
trashed
Four,
on, or talk about good comics. These mediocre books that no one's interested in.
Oh.
No.
That's
No.
a general statement right there.
John Byrne's Fantastic Four: The Galactus Saga.
Yeah, there we go. That sounds like a good something. Eric Breen would
Probably
like.
one of the best.
But Eric, what issue was that though? Where she walks on
Oh, something like
is it early 100s?
yeah, it was like upper 130s, I think.
Okay.
Like 138 or 139. But no, wait a minute. Look up 141.
So
If you
downright,
pull up that cover.
the Downright Nerdy podcast has joined the channel. He joined a while ago, but I wasn't able to get him say hello in person. Welcome, Downright Nerdy podcast. He's bagging and boarding comics as he listens. That's a really good thing to do. I'm gonna actually have to remember that when I talk about my channel and listening to my long videos. You can listen to the Ash on Comics channel while you sort your comics.
This is the Ash on Comics ASMR channel.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then you hear the sound of the ocean back.
Ash
No, all we hear is
on
you.
ASMR. Ash,
Dominic,
how far are you in Joshua Williamson's Birthright? I'm not far enough. I'm really behind, and I'm embarrassed to say.
I thought you were caught up.
No, I've caught up on the issues, but I'm not caught up on the reading. it's really tough. We were talking about this before you came on the channel, Jimmy, about how doing a channel like this destroys your reading habit.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Like it's like 5 times more dedication to it.
Yeah, you get burned out because I could sit down and be like, oh, it's a quiet evening. I'm going to read some comics. When you're not doing a YouTube channel, you sit down, bust out 5, 6 comics, kind of plow through them, have a good time. But now when you're reading books to like do videos on and stuff, yeah, you spend 5 times longer doing the video than you do reading the comic. And when you put that much effort into it, it just sort of like, it doesn't sap your interest in comics, but it's just like it'd be like if you read 6 comics or 8, like you're like, okay, I'm done for a while. You're like, I just need to go do something else. And so I just get so behind. And then when you get behind, that mountain piles up. It just becomes intimidating. And then you're just like, oh, I don't want to. And so now I have so many birthrights to read. It's like, I got to go tackle something else that it's like easier to do.
What is Birthright? Never heard of it.
Birthright is a comic by Joshua Williamson, who is the writer of Flash and also the new Batman Superman title.
Is it an independent?
It's an independent from
okay.
Image and Skybound, which is the imprint that does or used to do Walking Dead. Also does the fantastic Oblivion Song comic.
Yeah.
And
how good is it, Jimmy?
It's a really
Okay.
I did a way back when I had the Ash and Bat show. We did a whole show on this Birthright book.
So it's not new.
No, it's like in the late 30s in the issue numbers.
Okay. That's always great when it actually has an ongoing and it's still going.
Yeah, and so we read on the Ash and Bat show. We used to read one trade paperback every episode. It was a weekly show. We'd read a trade paperback, not on live, but we'd have like a homework assignment. It was like a book club, and we would tell all the viewers, "Hey, this is going to be our next week's book. We're going to read this, and then the next week we're going to talk about it." So the listeners could read the book too, and then the next show they would know we're going to talk about that book, and they could interact in the audience if they wanted. And so we would alternate back and forth picking books to try out. And something about Birthright, it always struck me. I love the covers and everything. I kind of like fantasy. I don't know why. Gut feeling, I picked the book. Read this first trade, which is I think like 5 issues, and I was blown away. It is everything I like about like a cool fantasy series, but it takes like common tropes that you're used to, and it spins them on its head. And you feel like, oh, I've seen this before. It's going down this road that I'm used to. This is like really cliche, and then it's like, nope, it does it this way instead. You're like, what? And it has such a great intro to the series. It starts off, they're gonna have a surprise party with this little boy. His little boy is having a birthday party, and the mom is trying to put together this surprise birthday party. So the dad is taking his son out to a park or something, and they're just going to play ball. He's distracting him, right, so that they can have the surprise party. And then they're playing catch out in this field, and there's like a wilderness kind of next thing, and the ball kind of goes into the woods, and the kid's like, I'm going to go get it. And he like runs off into the tree line, and then he doesn't come back. And then there's this haunting moment of like a dad in panic and just being like I forget the kid's name too. I'm like blanking right now, but he's like, calling for his son. He's not responding, and he goes into the woods, looking around, shouting his name. Kid's nowhere to be found, and it has all the hallmarks of like a missing persons type, thriller story of like, oh my God, this kid's been kidnapped, and you're just like, what's going on? And this whole thing that starts off in the beginning, like they're setting up decorations for the party, and now the kid's gone, and it's this horror thing for this family. And then the mom flips out, and their marriage gets destroyed, and it just like goes into this weird thing, and you're just like, oh my God, what is happening? And then the book cuts over to Fantasy World, which you kind of already knew about because you saw the cover, and there's this whole other parallel world of fantasy, and the kid has found his way. And I'm spoiling stuff, and I'm really sorry for people who haven't got it. But I'm not spoiling the whole thing. I'm spoiling the beginning of the book.
The kid ended up going to an alternate universe.
And he's the chosen one.
Crazy.
So these magicians or whatever have pulled him to their world because he's the chosen one that will defeat this great evil that plagues the land and yada yada yada. And again, it's one of those things where you're like, oh, I've seen this before. I kind of know where this is going, and I'm not going to spoil any more. I spoiled like the first issue of the trade paperback.
It's like the kid at King Arthur's court.
And no, it's you think, like I said, the way he writes it, it's like, oh, I kind of know where this is going, and then you're like, oh no, I don't. And then you're just like, what? It keeps spinning it. And you're just like, wow, what is going on here? And it's fascinating, and I loved how he hooked me. How he took a story that I thought I was going to read a book about a fantasy story, and it's this weird freaking mystery thriller, and it goes into the drama, the breakdown of this family, and the mom leaves the dad because she blames him for losing their son, and it's like you're just like, what am I reading here? And it's like it's ugly.
That sounds
but it's
horrible.
It is, but it's done in a very fascinating, compelling fashion. It's not done in like a depressing, oh, this is doom and gloom and I hate what I'm reading. It's not done like that. It's done in Williamson handles it so expertly. Like I can't praise the book enough. If you can find the first trade paperback, which is on Comixology, by the way, unlimited. So if you have Comixology Unlimited, you can read the first trade for free.
I mean, I'm already enraged now because she left him because he lost his son.
Oh yes. Oh, you will be enraged.
Like I really don't even want to read this book now because
oh no, you do.
No, that's the story. That's the end right there.
Well, here's why. Here's the thing, though. You are enraged at the mom, and here's what it does: is Josh Williamson uses that to invoke feelings in the reader, so you care about what happens to certain people. You want to see this mom like get her like, yeah, like he uses that to manipulate your emotions. To feel and want and desire certain things to happen in the story. You care about what happens in the story. And I haven't read many comics that do this, especially indie comics.
Obviously, I want the mom to get off our high horse and go back to her husband and realize.
You do, but that's by design. The author's doing this on purpose.
This whole situation, no matter what, if it's a book or not, I think that's annoying. It's like you're going to blame someone for it. It's not their fault.
You will. And it causes you to identify with other characters because of that. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like it's just like any classic writer or good writer makes the villain it spark emotion in you. If a villain is not
what
character that you have feelings about, it's like the Kylo Ren problem at Star Wars. I'm not trying to bash Star Wars here. I'm not going to go down, but
no,
it's a good example. One of the problems with the Kylo Ren character is that you don't have enough feeling to care one way or another to hate him. You're just like, oh, you're just a crybaby. Like you need a villain that you're just like, oh, dude, I hate you. I need to see you get your comeuppance.
You remind me of my other book I hate, One More Day. Same kind of feeling, invoked rage.
Yeah, but it's not. This is a villain. You're supposed to have rage.
Peter was a villain too.
No. This isn't the hero depicted as a villain. It's different.
I tell you what, though, it still pisses me off.
You're supposed to. Do you want to read stories where you like the villain and you like the hero? You just like everyone and they all get along.
Yeah.
Not you, Quirks. I meant real people.
I'm going back to read my Care Bears. Screw this crap.
All right. Anyways, I was just playing, Quirks. You're a real person.
No. Well, you've already said it. You're done.
You're off the guest list. No Christmas for you.
Quirks.
Take back my birthday present.
Quirks, if you want to send him a book now, how about How to Win Friends and Influence People?
For dummies?
Can't you just watch the movie instead? How to nail your friends?
How did I get on a stream with these people? I got an old guy who doesn't want to read anything but back issues. Won't read anything new. I got another guy that doesn't even like comics. And then I got another guy who likes everything except me.
Who said I didn't like comics?
What? I like you. Why do you think I'm on the stream?
And besides, Jimmy likes everything but good comics.
Wow.
I mean, did I say that out loud? That slipped.
It was so good. Sorry.
You guys are funny.
Is it true, Jimmy? Do you like but good comics?
No, I was the one who told you to read X-Men.
Yeah, thank you, Maranya. Ash is a machoist.
Machoist.
Who was the one who told you to read X-Men?
Jimmy, I've been reading X-Men since before you were born.
Yeah, but who's the one who told you to read this X-Men?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, good point.
lots of people
Wait a second.
told me.
Really, you thanked me.
Damn it,
earlier.
Jimmy! You already had your. I gave you the grandstand moment, and you can't keep using. You got the "I told you so" moment. We passed that.
Who's the guy that gave you a tweet for your birthday?
I'm sorry I didn't tweet out "Happy Birthday, Ash."
I
I can
did.
tell you in person.
And I had to
didn't say
remind
anything.
about it.
That's
'cause he didn't
Venkman.
notice. He didn't even notice. I had to do it.
Jimmy, if it makes you feel any better, I said I wished him happy birthday in the comments
And I-
section
And I
where it could be seen by hundreds of people, and that wasn't
Or
good enough.
5.
I actually watched his video. What more do you want, Ash? What more do you want?
That is true, everyone. I need to congratulate real Dr. Venkman today.
watching a video?
He broke his he broke his cherry. He actually
Wow.
watched an Ash on Comics.
Not broke, it's pop. Okay.
Popped
I
whatever.
think I had a mental breakdown and I just started watching Ash's video.
You can.
Which one did you watch?
The long box one. When he was at Ash Wednesday.
Oh, I thought you were just going to say the long one.
It is a long one.
Dude, literally, the only problem I had with that video, Ash, was that you stayed on one picture for like 20 minutes.
All right. Feedback noted and appreciated. I will try to do better.
It was a good video, other than that.
It's the strangest thing. Ash's next stream has 3 different people in the other boxes.
See,
for some reason.
my only complaint with that video, there wasn't enough of the dog.
I like how Ash is streaming with people, yet he still has one picture up on the screen.
Well, it keeps getting derailed.
And I can
We're-
save you some
We're not
time.
on a train here.
I can save you time, Ash. That Neil Gaiman Eternal was blah. It was
Technically,
No,
Mariah.
so this on the screen here is a big sale that's going on in Comixology right now for Marvel Comics. And normally I'm just like, whatever, Marvel Comics. I usually only pay attention to the DC sales. And there is a DC sale going on. It's just not quite as good. This sale is 80% off trades. Now, most of these trades I could give 2 shits of. I'm like, whatever. Like, you got Amazing Spider-Man Volume 1, Back to Basics from Nick Spencer. It's $1.99. That's a really good deal for a trade.
but Nick
But it's
Spencer.
Nick Spencer Spider-Man, so screw it.
Nick Spencer had turned Peter's roommate into a gay guy and had him like basically just try on Peter's underwear.
Wait, well, hold on. Which one went gay?
What are you talking about?
The blonde guy.
You talking about Boomerang?
Oh, Boomerang?
That was like issue 3 or something. It was just random.
So
Ash, the one right next to it, the Spider-Man Epic Collection there, the first one. You know why I recommend that one?
why?
Because it's a back issue.
These are all back issues, Boomer.
Bring you
Yeah, I know,
are
but
that.
But those are older back issues.
This is Silver Age. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. That annual's great. First appearance of Sinister Six.
All right. So this Epic
It's-
Collection, Amazing
It's
Spider-Man,
so good.
Oh my
collects
God.
Amazing Spider-Man 1 through 17, Annual 1, and Amazing Spider-Man 15. And you can get all of it for $3.99. It's 500 pages.
Dude, that's pretty good.
$3.99.
Oh, why
You
haven't
can't
bought
get an
that?
Indiegogo comic for that price.
Why haven't you got that yet?
But a lot of these are. Anyways, my point is, a lot of these books are trash. I don't care. But these prices are so good. One of these
Am I
comics
never
was
gonna let that
something.
down?
Well, okay. The Fantastic Four Epic Collection with the early ones, like the Fantastic Four Winter Soldier, the Spider-Man early one, those were all 3 well worth getting.
So this is $3.99.
Wow. Holy cats, that's a good deal.
And this one it's not the trade. This is the deluxe hardback. It includes basically the first 2 trades. It's 300 pages,
Yeah.
$3.99. So that's in my cart, as you can see there in my cart.
Ronnie wants to know what issues on the Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Those on that page.
Iron Man. Did I pass it?
You might have.
Oh, I'll stop on Iron Man when I see it.
Might be.
So I picked up. I looked at this one. This is in my cart. The Complete Fantastic Four by Jonathan Hickman, Volume 1. 350 pages, $3.99.
These are all digital, right?
It's Comixology, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's in my cart.
Good man.
I haven't pulled the trigger yet though. This is my
Eh.
cart. Now,
There it
some of
is.
this is
Ooh.
crap. Some of it, like this is a good deal here. Volume 1 of the new Immortal Hulk run for $1.99.
Oh, she says that Iron Man was on the page with the classic Spider-Man.
I think it was on the top row.
Oh yeah, Iron Man over here. So there's 4 Iron Mans. I don't know which one she's.
Well, I think there was one on the first page.
The very first,
row.
yeah, with the classic Spider-Man, when you said it was better than any Google for $4. It was Amazing Spider-Man 1 through 17. Yeah, and there's supposed to be an Iron Man on there.
Oh, okay. So you click View More, and I'm not seeing Iron Man, but I'm senile. So
I don't know what I thought it was. After it popped out of my head was actually I think Annihilation.
so this one has Demon in a Bottle, which is what Marani's talking about. Okay, so there's Armor
That's a
Wars,
great one.
That's a great story.
Demon in a Bottle, Extremis, and War Machine. $2.99 or $3.99, depending on your flavor there. But I mean,
The one the one after the 4 Iron Mans. That's the one you need. You want the cool Nirvana album cover swipe.
right?
That's the one to get.
They're missing the little appendage between the legs.
Actually, the way things are at Marvel, I'm surprised she doesn't have one.
Bet you
Um,
both.
So,
I've
like
said-
Planet
I know.
Hulk. This
Oh.
this is a fun story. This is probably the best thing Greg Pak's ever done.
Oh, so you've read that?
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Did you read World War Hulk also?
I read part of it.
Holy
And then I just didn't
crap,
finish
that was
it.
so good.
I didn't get into it as much as
Jimmy,
I didn't get into it as much as Planet Hulk, but
Well, Planet Hulk. I mean, both of them were great. I mean, when he came back to Earth, back then we talk about the tie-ins. Just about every tie-in to World War Hulk actually, you didn't have to read them, but you wanted to because they did. They were part of the story. They weren't mandatory, but it definitely made the overall story better. And it's just, like, talk about overpowered. I mean, my God, I can remember, I said before they ended up becoming friends. I mean, he just like wiped out Hercules with like a backhand. And up to that point, push came to shove, it would be, the best the Hulk could hope for was a draw. But he was so powerful by the time he came back to Earth. It was, it's almost like, the only thing that kind of ruined World War Hulk was the way they ended up stopping him was by using a character that, in my opinion, should never have existed in the first place. Because I never got the Sentry. I was never a fan.
I thought Sentry is interesting. I think the problem is Marvel just doesn't know how to use characters.
Let me tell me if this wouldn't have made that character better. I understand what they're going for, and they actually stole that from DC from a character called Triumph. But when they introduced him and then said he'd been there from the beginning, nobody remembered him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like that because there were too when they retcon things and say, well, I've been there the whole time. I mean, it made for some clever stories, but yeah, it just to me it was just I didn't like it. And
I can see that. It's kind of
but if they'd
annoying, but
introduced him as a new character in the beginning of Bendis's run, then it would have been a totally different story. They could have said that he'd been, or that he'd been around, I mean, but just never involved with the Marvel universe. That would have been easier to buy into. Not that he'd had all these adventures in the early days. It's just everybody's mind was wiped because, I Reed would have figured out a way to.
well, here's the
avoid it.
thing though. The Marvel universe literally does that. Like they literally have storylines where people's minds gets wiped so that they don't remember, like,
But-
for
but
instance,
again,
they don't
but-
remember that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
No, but the stories that led up to that existed. They weren't retconned in. That's my problem.
No, what I'm saying though is Marvel has shown that in their universe events like that happen where the entire like everyone's mind.
No, I get that, and I know where you're going with that. I'm saying I don't like the trope of retconning something that didn't, a character that hadn't been created until 2005, telling us he was actually there the whole time, but nobody remembers. Because I hate that trope.
Okay.
And DC did it better with Triumph because it wasn't as important a character.
I guess
don't
I'm
know-
more okay
I don't
with it
think
because I
so.
haven't seen it. So that's not what bothered me about the character. What bothers me about the character is that Marvel can't decide who their Superman's going to be.
It should be Hyperion because his backstory is literally he's Superman.
No, it should not be Hyperion.
Yes, it is. His backstory is from a different planet, and he has the exact same powers as Superman. He's also a reporter. He's literally just Superman, just named Hyperion.
If there was a reason that he shouldn't be Superman that was bigger than that, like that's the number one reason he shouldn't be Superman, because he's exactly Superman. But the number of
I'm
reason that
saying that's what Marvel's Superman is, though.
no, it's not. He's just a clone of, like, he's a ripoff of Superman. But
Exactly.
he doesn't hold
Why
the
is he
place.
Marvel Superman?
No. You're confusing what I'm trying to say here. He's a ripoff of a character design of Superman, but his role in the Marvel universe is not equivalent to what Superman's role is in the DC universe. When I say Marvel's Superman, that's what I'm talking about. The character that's in their universe that holds the same position from like a mythos and a story writing standpoint that Superman does. And Hyperion absolutely doesn't.
No,
Sentry was created to be like that. Sentry was created to be, well, if Marvel had a Superman, what would he be like? And
see, I thought you were saying what is Marvel's Superman like power and stuff like that.
Jimmy, you should have said
like
you should have
actual
said he is
like
on Earth
role
too.
wise, Sentry without a doubt.
well, I'm sorry you misunderstood. So the problem though is that Marvel bailed on the whole Sentry idea. It's like, we're going to create our own version of, Marvel will have a Superman type character too, and then it's we're
Remember,
going to make that Carol Danvers.
They also
It's
did
like,
the
oh,
same
come
thing
on.
with the Blue Marvel.
And Blue Marvel, right?
They said he'd been there the whole time too.
Yeah.
And I said after a while, it's just it's all of it lost all relevance when after a while, and they never knew what to do with Blue Marvel. So I don't remember him having anything to do with any of the major Marvel stories. And
let's
while
not
I was reading,
Let's not forget Silver Surfer, right? Silver Surfer was Marvel's Superman before all those guys.
not really.
Kinda. He
I
was
mean,
the alien that came to the planet and is going to show the people, like,
But
He
he
wasn't
didn't. He
there
didn't.
for that
He at no point assimilated at all. I mean, he was just he was a man out of time and space, and I mean, he was just there to kind of like to be the ultimate hand wringer.
well, you're looking for too literal of a copy. I'm not suggesting
Well, if you're gonna get on
he's
that
wearing
road, then Ash,
red and
that's-
blue with a
it's
cape.
Thor.
What's that?
Thor's your Superman.
No.
Yes.
No.
He absolutely was. That's as close as Marvel ever got to Superman in the first 30 plus years that they had superheroes.
And trust him, he was there.
Shut up, Jimmy.
I think Silver Surfer is closer to Superman than.
You just want it to be Silver Surfer because you love Silver Surfer.
No, I want it. I say that because I read the Jack Kirby Stanley Silver Surfer, and it's a Superman-esque story.
I like the Starlin.
No, I do too. I like Starlin. Starlin took Silver Surfer and made him more weird, cosmic-y, and everything. Stanley and Jack Kirby wrote him more of like a man out of place. Like,
Well, okay, it was Stanley, not yet. Stanley took the concept away.
you're
from
right.
Jack
Okay,
Kirby,
you're right.
and
Jack Kirby.
That's one of the major contentions of why Jack and Stan ended up breaking up, because they had two totally different ideas on what the Surfer was supposed to be.
So what did Stan want for Surfer, and what did Jack want for Surfer?
Jack, I think, just wanted him to be just some kind of cosmic entity that just was who he was. I mean, he just kind of like threw him into that first issue, and then Stan said, "Oh, I can do something with this." But then Stan wanted Silver Surfer to basically be oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the
The
like,
word is Superman.
No, go later, Ash. Your birthday's over, so I don't have to be nice to you anymore.
Oh,
Ash is now 45.
No, he wanted Silver Surfer to be the living embodiment of everything that was wrong with society.
Here's a question for Ash. Have you seen the previous or even read the book Harleen yet for the Black Label?
I heard it was
no.
good.
I've seen it. I saw it on the shelf.
I wasn't sure if you were interested in that or if you just
Hell no, I'm fucking not interested in that. Harley Quinn is my most hated character at DC.
Okay, I can go back to being nice to Ash again.
So back on track here, you can see. Look at this, Immortal Hulk. If you miss the Immortal Hulk run, you can get the first trade for $1.99. But this is the one that's on the fence. This one's in my cart, and I'm not sure. It's $6.99, but it's the Infinity Collection.
Actually,
Yeah.
it was not that good.
So
It's just a lead up to Secret Wars, and that's the only thing it does really. I wasn't a big fan of it, but I like Secret Wars.
but it's pretty huge. It's 866 pages,
It is huge actually.
and it's $6.99.
Okay,
It's not.
Ash,
It's not all Jonathan Hickman, but it's got the Infinity 1 through 6, the New Avengers 7 through 12, Avengers 14 through 13.
so
My
Ash,
thing is this, like, I want to catch up on some of the Hickman stuff. I know it's not all going to be as good as what I'm reading right now, but I've been hearing people who are Hickman fans saying that they're seeing patterns and things that indicate that Hickman's writing an even bigger story than we think, and that seeds were planted
Hickman
back
said
in
that,
his other works.
Hickman said that too.
So this is why I'm kind of thinking about it. Like, and if I read this stuff, I kind of want to read it in like the chronological order. And if I skip Infinity because it's just okay, that's a lot of content to be skipping.
So the thing with Hickman is you could start from his Fantastic Four run and then read all the way up till Secret Wars and now X-Men because he's continuing writing, and it's all one single story.
I need you to print out a list for me of stuff. I can tell that Jimmy didn't watch my last video.
No, I watched it. Which one? Because
Did
I
you?
watched.
The one that I praised you?
Yeah, I watched it. I commented on it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Right. I called for your
That's how I
expertise.
can tell you don't read comments.
Well, I do. I don't always get to them right away, but I know I called for your help to get like a reading list. So it's so many. He's got so many books, and I want to read the right stuff.
Basically, all you have to do is start with Fantastic Four, and then when that ends, go to Avengers, and that leads to Infinity, and then that leads to Secret Wars, and then X-Men. Dude, you will love the Secret Wars because there's a moment with Doctor Doom that shows his like power where Thanos like confronts him and Doctor Doom just rips out his spine and skull with one blow.
Yeah, I've read part of that Secret Wars. I kind of want to check that out. I didn't know what I was reading at the time, and I'm not ignoring Marania. I hard to get to all the chats and manage everything. She points out that Fear itself is pretty good. It's $2.99 for 250 pages. Collects the Book of Skull and Fear itself, 1 through 7. Written by Ed Brubaker and Matt Fraction. One of those guys is a good writer.
Matt Fraction?
Oh my goodness. Moving on.
I will say this.
Why don't you like him?
I will say this. When some of his work at Marvel, because he kind of was Brubaker's protege. I don't know how Bendis ended up gaining custody of him, but when they were writing together, they did X-Men together. They did some Iron Fist together, and they did some stuff like that. And then Fraction got turned loose on Iron Man, and his Iron Man was very, very good. Yeah, straight up. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of use for what he does now, but that was a good book, good run.
Was this before or after 2016?
Oh no, this was well before that.
This
We're
was like
talking Dark
2010,
Reign.
There you go.
No, Marvel started falling apart as a whole. Because some of the writers that have that you see their names now and you go, oh. 10 years ago when they were really clicking on all cylinders, like Bendis was still writing well-ish. His plots were never his problem, but but even then you could tell, like I said, the spin the bottle dialogue was already coming through. But Fraction was writing good stuff. I can't remember all, but I know Hickman was there, Remender was there, Brubaker was there. I mean, and some other names I know I'm forgetting, but Marvel had a lot of really good books 10 years ago.
I feel like I'm getting better at determining who actually was really good because the good writers left and became good in the independent scene, and the bad writers left and became failures in the independent scene, and then came crawling back to mainstream. And one of those people is Matt Fraction, and the previous guy that succeeded was Remender.
Well, I think Marvel just stopped. They stopped paying people.
Right. No, but I mean, like, you look at like Lemire and Remender, like both did successful indie run stuff, where Fraction left Marvel and just did dog shit in the independent scene and had to come crawling back, like, and now needs Bendis to bring him into DC because he can't do anything.
Didn't Fraction do a book with Chip Zdarsky?
Yeah, Sex Criminals.
Sex Criminals, and Zdarsky was the artist.
So there's another book that's on sale here that I was on the fence of, is this Marvel 1602 by Neil Gaiman.
I don't know that one. I kind of want to read it.
It's a what if kind of story if Marvel existed in the year 1602.
Before you do that, can you click back for 1 second?
Yeah.
I'm going to see because I might have a big time recommendation for you. Is that the Manhattan Project?
The Marvel's Project?
Marvel's Project, yeah. That is very, very good.
Bryn's so old. He got mixed up with Marvel Project with the Manhattan Project.
I got some more for you, Jimmy. They're right here.
Well, take a look over here real quick, Mr. Breen. You'll notice the in the cart.
Okay.
That means
now I can see that.
You can see.
I can see
this
that.
This is one of the ones that's in the cart.
Right.
And I was getting to it. I'm just going in order here. The Neil Gaiman I don't know. It's $1.99, so I'm just like, it's super
I
cheap.
love Neil Gaiman.
Well, most people, okay, a lot of people do.
I actually got done with his Anansi Boys book that was on my last video, and I started Coraline, and I'm like 20 pages away from being done with that.
So Secret Wars is something that I should read.
Oh yeah, that's probably was like, so everything he wrote at the time was leading to that.
Dominic says, "Are you on the fence with Miss Marvel?" No, Dominic. This is not my wish list. This is the sale that Marvel's having right now. So,
Kamala Khan.
Moranium says, "Marvels with Alex Ross is excellent. Stay far, far away from the Marvel's calendar editions. Also, stay far, far away from Marvel."
And
Marvel.
Dominic, when Ash's list gets a little bigger, he'll put Ms. Marvel on it.
Well, you can see my card is getting very embiggen. All right, so I add that to the cart. Jeez, going up. I need to get
Ms.
super
Marvel?
chat so I can afford my own birthday.
Yeah,
So-
start with the Fantastic Four, then go to Avengers. Now, his Avengers isn't for everyone. I will say that.
He ain't lying there.
Yeah. So his Avengers and New Avengers are kind of tangled up. I'll definitely print you out or email you a listing of how to read it. It's pretty weird.
So here's a book that I want to recommend. I already have the individuals, but there's Thanos by Donny Cates.
Fantastic.
$3.99. You get this. It collects the Thanos Wins trade paperback and the Cosmic Ghost Rider trade paperback. Plus, it includes the Thanos Annual and the Thanos Legacy 1 book for $3.99.
And it's
This-
also Jeff Lemire, not just Donny Cates.
No, it's Donny Cates.
No, Jeff Lemire. Or is that the later issues? What is that one?
Yeah, it's the Thanos Lives.
Oh, so that's like issues like 13, 12, or 13. I can't see that.
Yes. Thanos Lives is the Donny Cates 6-issue part of the Thanos run.
Okay.
And I read the Lemire stuff that came before it, and it's okay. It's not
I was
bad.
just 2 issues of Lemire's Thanos, but after that, it was kind of just too much cosmic for me, and I wasn't a big fan.
It was fine, but when Donny Cates takes over on issue 13, the series soars. It just shifts into 6th gear, and he doesn't really use enough of the 1 through 12 that you really need to read it. Like I was thinking, like I'm this completionist guy. I'm like, I'm not going to start at 13. I'm going to go all the way back to 1. You can if you want. It's not going to be a painful read, but you don't need to. And this book, 13 through 18, fantastic. Oh God! And one of the coolest Silver Surfer stuff happens in this book. And then Cosmic Ghost Rider, which I was actually really afraid of, because I remember when this came out and everyone was telling me how it was like this weird, wacky story and all this stuff. It is wacky, and everything that they said, it's like that's right, but it's good.
He's
So good, so good, so good.
So good.
So if you guys don't know what that reference is, maybe you should check out my channel, Comic Quirks.
We plugged you, buddy. We plugged you.
Is it quirks? You should call it Quirks on Quirks.
But yeah, for $3.99, that's essentially $2 a trade. You know, that's like you get so much good story in this, and also this is the book, this Thanos by Donny Cates. If you aren't like into the Thanos or the Donny Cates stuff going on at Marvel, this is where you start. Like it tells a story about Thanos, but it sets up these other events that appear later in things like his Guardians of the Galaxy run that's going on right now, Silver Surfer Black.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Silver Surfer Black is a prequel to this and how he becomes Silver Surfer Black.
Yeah.
It sort of seems that way, but there's a weird mess in time thing that I'm still a little confused at. I'm going to wait till it all wraps up to hopefully understand. Computer Robots says he has to go. Thank you so much for joining us, buddy, and hanging out with us. I hope to see you again. Uh,
I know I'll get a lot of flack for this, but I actually like the Spider-Gwen book series.
Sean McGuire. Ooh, Thor: God of Thunder.
all right, I'm gonna let you pitch this one, Jimmy. This is yours.
Okay, this is the best book ever written, right there.
Now,
Thor:
I
God
want to
of
point
Thunder.
out to you, you may not be able to read on your screen. This is the complete collection, collecting God of Thunder 1 through 18.
That's not the complete. The complete collection's 1 through 25.
Oh.
But that just did like the first, the
Okay. Well,
setup.
it's not the trade, I guess, is what I'm. It's not
Yeah,
the trade
so
that has 1 through
they put
6.
this out there at the end of War of the Realm. I mean, the beginning of War of the Realms, so people could get caught up and understand what happened. I'd say buy this, but some people, okay, buy it just because it's $3.99, and you get the first 2 volumes of Gore for the God Bomb and God Butcher, and then you get a little bit after with Roxxon and stuff like that. But I'm not a big fan of that part. But the first 2 volumes for $3.99, worth it. You get the greatest villain, in my opinion, of all time, Gore the God Butcher, who becomes the thing he hates, and it's beautiful. The art is by Assad Rabik. He is my favorite artist because he does beautiful interiors as well as extremely well covers. The story is so compelling, and I can't express how much this story is everything. It's sad because I got into comics with this story, so everything else has been like below it. But yeah, I can't. That's my number 1 comic of all time. So if you want to read a comic, read that one.
There you go. There's a pitch by Quirks. This is 400 pages. And look at, I mean, I was showing on the screen here. So the art, this Assad Rabik's art is beautiful. And it's so well suited to Thor, with being more of a fantasy setting than a normal modern type thing. And it's it's a beautiful book for $3.99 for 18 comics. Yeah,
Hash
I
out one
have
for you
I
to
have
look
my
for.
reservations on Jason Aaron, but I'm not going to complain. $3.99.
Are you getting it?
No.
Wow.
You'll see why.
Because you're the other ones.
So look, Ultimate Spider-Man Volume 1, $3.99. Some people claim that Bendis was good once, so this is their evidence.
Yep.
Ultimates Volume 1 and Volume 2 by Mark Miller. This is something I really want to get. $2.99 a piece. But I'm passing on these for now too because I can't buy everything. It's like, and then this Wolverine Old Man Logan, the original Mark Millar miniseries that started off a whole trend of old man books. $2.99. So I'm picking that up. This is one of the ones I haven't had. You can get some old great classic X-Men books. You can get the Dark Phoenix Saga for $3.99.
That's a
All
good
the
one.
Mutants Volume 1 and 2, Inferno, Mutant Massacre. Oh, Mutant Massacre is where I came into comics. And this was my cover. Well, a variation of my cover. This was Chris Claremont, John Romita Jr., X-Men just being badasses, fighting
I'm
against
going
the
to say this now.
Marauders.
Hickman is going to be better.
Shush, Jimmy.
I'm just saying, man.
Do not
Hickman.
talk blasphemy against. Oh, my goodness, this guy would say shit against Stan Lee if Hickman was involved.
Yeah, I would.
And you can skip the Second Comings nonsense. I read that on Marvel Unlimited years ago. God, X-Men were just off the rails for so long. So here's my cart right now. I got Fantastic Four Complete Collection, Captain America Winter Soldier, Marvel's Project, Old Man Logan, Avengers 1, Avengers World, Infinity, New Avengers Volume 1, Everything Dies, and Secret Wars. That's 8 things for $32. That's not too bad. You figure it's average of $4 a pop.
To be fair, Ash, I wouldn't say anything against Stan Lee's Fantastic Four because against Hickman's Fantastic Four because I mean that's is pretty much gold standard right there.
I can't afford all this though. What to do?
We need an Ash Devastation Fund.
And Ash Deva did. Someone set up a GoFundMe. I think Mark Wade is suing me.
Or you could hold up a sign like that guy at that football game saying your comic money needs to be replenished, and then you can raise $1 million, and then somebody can go dig into your Twitter history and get you canceled.
Oh right. Oh that guy. Oh yeah. Jeez.
Wait, what happened?
There was a guy at a football game last weekend. I think it was an Iowa game. He held up a sign, said, my beer money is, depleted, send money or whatever. And some people started doing it, putting like the Vopan or Volt, whatever that new way of paying is. Starts with a V.
Venmo?
Venmo, yeah. Then people, and then it kept going and kept getting bigger and bigger. It actually got over $1 million. So he, it got to a certain point, then Anheuser-Busch matched it, then Venmo matched it. And he was going to give the money to charity. Well, some, useless piece of shit at the Des Moines Register or whatever dug into his Twitter history, found a couple of comments he made when he was 16 about the Tosh.0 show or whatever that are deemed racist by current year. So basically, he was canceled as a person. Anheuser-Busch disassociated themselves from him and blah, blah, blah. And then, some right wingers said, fuck you, and dug into the reporter's tweets, and he'd done 10 times worse. So he got canceled. But the whole thing is just a joke. That's why I said current year is a joke.
Well, he still has their money, right?
Oh, yeah. They're still going to go to charity, but,
Yeah.
Anheuser-Busch couldn't roll over fast enough to appease the Twitter mob. Problem was they misread the room, and Anheuser-Busch has been getting savaged for the last 3 days.
Yeah.
As well they should.
Busch beer sucks anyway.
This is one thing that amazes me. These big corporations will take crazy steps trying to appease the 12 SJWs on Twitter that just and they're like, oh no, we didn't really mean it. Da da da. They will do all sorts of things to appease this group, but they don't seem to care when then millions of people turn and backlash them for their stupidity. And it's like, do you actually care about feedback? Like, the one group that you should be listening to is the big group that that you're taking real flack for. But you change your policies and your behavior based on this small little group of whiny, infantile people.
Well, what they count on in this, and it never works this way, is they figure if they bend the knee to the quote unquote 12 psychos, they'll get their business, and the rest of us will just go, oh, all right, and we'll just support them anyway. And the 12 psychos, they don't support anybody anyway, and Gillette should be a lesson to people. Colin Kaepernick did not end up hurting Nike, but they're a global brand. Gillette, their campaign did hurt them, and they course corrected. But it's people ought to take a look at like Chick-fil-A and realize, oh yeah, that shit never works. But
I don't think a lot of this behavior is actually designed to affect change as much as it is to simply just virtue signal.
Well, it's to do both. They these a lot of these people want. Like if you're a business, they look at it as when you really don't know what's going on, you see somebody go, oh well, why are these people so angry? Oh, we better do something to appease them because they haven't seen the millions of people that are going to see that and go up yours and quit. And then like what happened with Gillette, they thought they were doing the right thing, and they paid through the teeth for it in the form of billions in lost revenue.
Right. No, I'm just simply saying, like, you see all these protesters. Remember when that Chick-fil-A opened up in Canada like last month?
Yeah.
And you had all the crazy protesters like lying on the ground in front of the Chick-fil-A and all this stuff. I don't think that they actually want Chick-fil-A to go under, because that's sort of part of their outrage. Like, it fuels, it gives them an excuse. It gives them something to virtue signal. If
like
things were actually to be fixed, then they wouldn't be able to play the victim card anymore.
Can you imagine what happens in all these channels when like they lose Star Wars, they stop making Star Wars, Doctor Who goes away? What are you gonna hate on that?
Well, it's sort of like
Well, they're gonna find something new.
It's sort of like the human equivalent of, why does a dog chase a car? What happens if you catch it? What are you gonna do with it then? If you protest these things and they actually do go away, then what?
Right.
So I agree. I you're right about that.
I honestly think, I mean, I think that maybe in their twisted mind, they're like, yeah, I do want it gone. But I honestly, I think what's really important, what drives them, is that virtue signal. It's like they can show their circle of friends or peers or whatever, look at me. I'm here doing this thing that, makes me look good in your eyes. I'm protesting the evil of Chick-fil-A. I get my virtue signal points. And they also kind of feel good about themselves, in some weird, sick, twisted way. They're like, look at me, I'm a moral. I'm feel good about myself. I'm a moral person because I stood up against the evils of Chick-fil-A. And that's it. They don't care about the resolution. It's just the act.
Oh, sure, because that's what they're taught, instead of actual things worth learning as they come up through the public education system.
Yeah.
But
the public indoctrination system.
Yeah, that's it. I got one more recommendation for you, then I'm going to have to call it. See if you can find this. The Thanos vs. the Avengers has, in my opinion, the best two-part Thanos story ever published. The Avengers Annual 7 and 2-in-1 Annual number 2.
Oh, hold on here. So I'm removing some things from my cart because I did not get very much positive reinforcement for my.
Yeah, you didn't have enough old-timey stuff for me.
I got 2 books here that are your recommendations.
If you can try to find that 40th anniversary collection of Spider-Man.
Look, I'm not trying to get a million things. I'm trying to take advantage of the sale.
I understand that.
So that's what I'm needing help with, is the things that are in my cart. Buy more on top of that.
Yeah, that's we're here to spend your money, Ash. Aren't you? Isn't it good to know you have friends that care enough to spend your money for you?
Wait, am I the only one who thought Ash was buying us stuff?
He can't buy your life, Jimmy. He can't.
Hey, that's racist.
All right, so I'm down to 4 books now. My cart's only $13 instead of $32.
Only.
That seems a lot better. So I got the Fantastic Four, Jonathan Hickman Complete Collection Volume 1, the Captain America Winter Soldier Ultimate Collection, the Marvels Project, which better be good. I'm picking this up purely on my boy Eric's word. And then I'm picking up Wolverine Old Man Logan because this is something I've been wanting for a long time.
You are?
Son, if I tell you it's good, it's good.
You haven't let me down yet. That's for sure.
This is the Millar one, right?
Yeah, the Millar one. The only
All right,
one
once
that
you're
counts.
done with that, I'm telling you.
That actually, I actually like that story.
Jeff Lemire and Andrea Sorrentino are some of the greatest Marvel I've read. Personally, I've read. So there's a 2-issue story arc that Jeff Lemire does, and with Old Man Logan, and he's in this small Alaskan town, and I'm not going to tell you anything about it, and it's just beautiful. It's well done. You feel like characters, and you feel their own pain. It's just well written.
I wonder how much money like Marani brings up a great point. If they were to do course correction and go back to the way they were, I wonder how much their sales would actually go up.
It would take this. Here's the Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna answer that, but I'm about to buy something live
Were you buying?
Ooh.
live on stream.
Live.
Well, you
nude
can see on the
girls.
screen, Jimmy.
No,
what
I'm
I'm
looking.
buying. Here, I'm clicking the
HT.
button, complete the order.
Yes.
Boom! Like I just bought 4 books.
Oh, no.
Suck it, SJWs. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Make sure you have your receipt now.
They just watched me do it live. They watched me buy. Here
Hey,
it is.
hey.
Your purchase was successful.
If you don't have your receipt, they won't say it.
Dude, I'm so glad I didn't say insufficient funds.
Yeah, that's right. Right. Yeah.
So good. Oh, I mean, moving on.
I'm gonna go to my books. Look at that. Recent purchases. There they are. Look at that. Boom. All right. So Ranya's question here or statement: if Marvel and DC course correct and finally stop ruining the classic characters, I will happily celebrate and get enjoying. And then you asked, would that fix? Would they actually make money or people buy more books?
Yeah.
I don't think so right away. It's a slow process, and Breen probably has a better recollection than even I do because I was a kid at the time. But
you wonder how many are done actually after all this crap, the one new day, brand new day, and all that stuff. I wonder how many actually just jump ship and said done.
Not as many as you think, Vank, because unfortunately, well, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, most of Marvel was actually going very well at the time. Is for some inexplicable reason, Marvel just could not screw up Spider-Man any worse if they tried. Between Quesada and Bendis, they did so much damage to that character that I don't think it's ever recovered personally. But go on, Ash.
So I kind of always liken things to the Jim Shooter era, and I feel like it's a roadmap to how to do things correctly. And I feel when did he come on? Like 77, 78?
78, I think.
He was in his 20s, right?
Yeah. He
Like
took
early.
over Marvel.
He was writing Superman when he was like
Well,
Well,
not super. He did Legion when he was 13.
Legion. Sorry.
He took over Marvel from Roy Thomas and became the editor-in-chief in the late 70s. And at the time, I don't believe that they had much of a headway over DC. The 70s, I think, were much more.
Oh no, they were crushing them because the DC had the implosion in 78.
Well, everyone
they
sort of had
almost
the implosion, didn't
No,
they?
no, I mean, they had to cut like half of their line literally overnight. I mean, books that were solicited, that had full page ads for the next month didn't come out. I mean, it was ugly. So Marvel was beating them pretty senseless in those days.
Well, I seem to remember a slow. I don't remember the 70s, so I wasn't getting the books in. But I remember in the 80s, it just being one of those things that every year the divide seemed to get like bigger and bigger, and Marvel was just like this snowball. That the reason today we think of the Marvel universe like it is, and Make Mine Marvel, and all this stuff comes from that era. And what Jim Shooter did was not to kind of create this like, oh, in a year's time we're going to be great. Like you could tell there was this long plan, like a 10-year plus commitment to doing things right, and knowing that it's not like I made a great comic and now millions of people walk into comic shops. Like, people don't know. It took many years for people to discover. And, Stan Lee was also in the background. Stan Lee, for his part, was, behind the scenes pushing television, being like, you need to get Marvel characters on TV and doing all this stuff. And the reason we have the MCU and stuff like that is because of Stan Lee's efforts and his vision to transcend comics. DC, unfortunately for its part, never seemed to have that kind of vision the way that Marvel did. They were always kind of stuck in the, well, this is the way comics are done and we just do it,
Well,
where
that's
Marvel
not
was.
entirely fair.
Ash,
What's that?
To be true, hey, to be honest, I do gotta applaud DC for saying, "Hey, comics first."
No,
Oh, I'm
they-
not
I
trying to
mean,
trash DC on that, but I'm just saying they were very traditionalist. They weren't trying to push the envelope. Like Marvel was constantly trying to be like, what's the new ways we can do comics? How do we, get new kids excited? Like DC's like, this is the way comics are done. This is the way it should be, and they just stick to it. And it's almost to their detriment. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes you need to be that way. Like in the current era, like Marvel's doing, and what's kept DC up until 2019 at least being great was DC sticking to the traditions and saying, nope, this is how you do comics. And I think Dan Didio has finally just gone off a cliff and bringing Bendis over, and he's trying to run run DC like it's Marvel, but DC is not Marvel. So
well, that's you go back to the mid '80s. The crisis was an admission that they've been doing things wrong for years, and the two people that did, Crisis on Infinite Earths, were by that time better known for the Teen Titans, but Marv Wolfman and George Perez were both mainstays of Marvel in the '70s. So that was basically they kind of used a Marvel method on the Crisis, and then they changed their company around. They did a 180. The problem was Marvel wasn't sitting still while that was happening. They continued to get better. So a lot of people didn't notice how much better DC had gotten. Marvel just kept widening their lead. But we'll have to pick that up on our next stream, Ash, because I do have to. It's almost 4:00 here on the Eastern time zone.
Oh, he's going to bed at 4 p.m.
all right, well, I appreciate you.
At PM. That's
I appreciate you coming on to stream with me tonight. I know it's difficult with our time zone differences.
Well, the problem is it's not that. It's just it's just like whenever I get on Discord with you, I can say I'm only going to hang around for an hour or so, but that little clock in the corner says live 3 hours and 12 minutes. That's the way this movie always ends, and it's it's my own damn fault because I know I'm going to do that. But
Well, but it wouldn't be a problem if our time zone. If you were here, it'd only be 12:50.
right. Yeah, I said, I say I'm only gonna do an hour or two, and it always goes 3 or more. And like I said, but I said,
You can't blame the world for the problems of time.
I blame Jimmy.
don't make me come out there. Don't make me come out there and whoop up on you, son.
What did I do? I was helping out.
Gas up the car, Eric. We got a road trip to do.
Do you think he'll make us cold waffles when we get there?
You
Oh,
know what?
man.
That's hilarious.
I hope so.
I hope so too. We just sit out on that deck and have some waffles and
Do you think maybe he just like pulls them out and lets them just sit on the bench or whatever in the sun for like an hour? That's,
we get
that's
out
how
to
he
go.
cooks them.
Oh, look, they're already buttered. Oh no, that's not butter.
Oh,
Oh.
That's gross.
On that note,
And anyway, you guys have a great rest of the stream. Thanks to everybody that stuck with us this long, and guys, take care, and I will talk to you guys later.
Have a good one, Eric.
All right, you too.
have a good one, Eric. If anyone wants to jump on and talk some stuff, I know I monopolized a lot of stuff with my purchases and my wish list and probably boring stuff to a lot of people. I apologize. Today is my birthday. I'm just being indulgent.
No, your birthday was yesterday.
yeah.
Now you're-
Shut up. Not in Hawaii. You don't know.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Until I go to bed, it's my birthday. So.
All right, so I went to a place here in Spokane today. It's called Gameplay, and they had some color paintings, and I almost bought one. And it's surprisingly really cool. You know Kevin Esslinger?
No.
I think he did some work for Marvel, like a little not too long ago, but he's not that famous. But he did some work for Marvel, and so they have like some watercolors. But it was a Thor painting, and it was $40, and I'm just like, oh, payday, I'll get it. And I'm just thinking, man, I have so many Thor stuff now. I got one print by Dante Metcalf, an early Thor, like early 2000s Thor artist, and I have it signed by him, and so I have that, and it's up Thor. I don't know if I can do this, but yeah, and then I got those 3 statues of Thor and another King Thor poster, and I was like, man, I should have so much Thor, but they don't have like pretty much. I can't find any good Hellboy prints or photos or posters or paintings. There's only one good, really, pretty much only one good action figure, and so it's like, if you guys can help me find like some cool Hellboy art somewhere, like that would be appreciated. But also, I'm thinking about getting the Kevin Esslinger art because it's Kevin Esslinger original art.
All right.
It's so good.
You know, buying art is more expensive than buying comics.
Buying what?
Buying art is more expensive than buying comics.
Yeah, but I really love this art.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just letting you know that the artwork that I use for my Ash on Comics, the Brian Boland,
Boland.
not Boland.
I was about to say, isn't that the Boland, the guy who did like the first Judge Dredd?
No, I get these guys' name both confused. Dang it! Now it's stuck in my head.
Come on, Ash.
Yeah, I know. Really, don't even know the guy did on art.
I'm just looking at Eric's comments in the chat. My God.
So good.
So good.
Well, he's just like, oh, now he's gonna let other people talk. It's like, wow.
You can tell that Venkman's not paying attention because I like posted that as one of the highlighted.
Well, I have a different window open. I'm listening to you guys. I'm not looking at what you're posting on StreamYard.
That's what I said. Mm-hmm.
I don't have to look at your video. I can just listen to your voice.
It's ASMR Ash.
Exactly.
You're
So,
listening to Ash on
what's your number
Comics
one book you're reading right
ASMR.
Sit back, put your feet up, and listen to Ash on Comics. It's so good.
So good. It's a sweet jazz.
All right, so what are we talking about? Because I'm so confused.
Haha, my plan worked. Confused Jimmy.
Sorry, not it's John Bolton is the artist. For whatever reason, Brian Boland and John Bolton, I mix their names up all the time.
The brother of Michael Bolton.
John Bolton. Anyways, so this awesome John Bolton art that I use for my Ash on Comics thing, there is a poster, like a full size, massive, like a movie. It wasn't used for the movie, but it was like a promo. Anyways, it's like $850. It's like a limited edition thing, and I would love to have it someday, but it's $850, and I just like, that's just stupid. I'm not gonna.
That's like, for you, like 2 months worth of comics.
It's like 2 months worth of right. Ooh, no, I'm thank God I'm not spending that much.
No, that's only bats. Well, not anymore.
All right, so we need something to talk about. Eric says happy birthday from Hawaii. So apparently he's been traveling. Rizzy Lee says happy birthday. Thanks, Rizzy. Rizzy, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing one of those two is right. Marania says I do good ASMR. I need to look up into ASMR and see if I can.
Oh, God.
Maybe I can transition and turn my channel around.
Turn your channel around. Your channel's not going to shit.
It's not going all to plan. I am getting close to 500 subscribers though. I need some help pushing me over the hump.
Yes, push him over the hump.
Guess I'm gonna have to pull in the big guns.
Pull in the big ones. I don't know what else to talk about.
The cat just sat on my shoulder. Look at that.
Well, what did
Venkman
you,
doesn't read comics.
what did you
Jimmy
do for your
doesn't read the
birthday?
same comics I do. Ronnie doesn't want to come into chat. So
What did you do all day? It's your birthday.
I told you earlier, I just chilled out and I read X-Men and then I made my X-Men video.
I haven't watched the X-Men video yet because I haven't been on YouTube and like all day today, and except for when I woke up. And as soon as I got on YouTube, you were live. So I was like, oh shit, okay.
That's
Uh-oh.
cool. Hey, you know what, Jimmy? I don't mind because I know you watch my videos and I appreciate it.
You're holding Risey's attention. He is crazy about cats.
Are you assuming gender of their Dr.
No,
D?
No, I know Risey. I talk to him all the time.
Oh, okay.
He's a favorite Australian.
Oh,
Hey.
okay, cool. I didn't want to assume anything, you know, because God help me, I might be deplatformed.
It's not like they're gonna sue you for anything.
No, it's deplatform me. I'll get kicked off of.
Oh, you can't get kicked
YouTube.
off.
Ow, my beard. The cat's just tried to attack me.
He probably thinks you're food. No, he's got the cord now.
Yeah, he's got my headset, Mike.
Yeah.
What you don't see is her claws digging through the shirt onto me.
Mm-hmm. That's why I get dogs.
Yeah, I like dogs, but this cat just showed up.
I don't know if I want a dog crawling on my shoulder.
This cat literally just showed up out of nowhere. So
Dogs will take a bullet for you. Cats will literally bite the hand that feeds them.
Cats are the one firing the gun.
Yeah, right.
That's a douchebags. I woke up this morning and my charger cord was torn completely. So it was destroyed. So now I have one cord, and it's the one from my controller that will
Oh,
charge.
you have animals. Don't you put them away in somewhere so they can't get to them?
Oh, now I will. Tonight I will. Yeah. You're a douchebag, Onyx.
Keep them away from the lamp cords.
Onyx. Her name's Onyx, just like the Pokemon, and she's kind of headstrong like Onyx too. So.
You should have named them like Aruru or something like that.
So
I didn't name her.
unlike England Teen Stream, I actually like to talk about comics.
Talk about cat comics. Cat
Oh yeah,
women.
cat comics. Remember Marvel
My
did those?
cat
That was
is a
such a
black
good
cat,
idea. I wish they would do that all the time. Just have cat covers. Did you get all the cat covers, Jimmy?
Why the hell would I do that?
You have a
I
cat.
think I
You're a cat
retweeted
lover.
Marvel posted that. They're like, we're doing a whole bunch of cat covers. I retweeted that and said this is the most stupidest idea I've heard in a while.
You're a crazy cat guy now.
No, I'm really not. I just like this cat.
Mm-hmm. That's where it all starts.
She
Where it
literally,
all begins.
I can't sleep anymore because at like 4 a.m, she would be like, it'd be fun if we jump on his face.
First it's one cat, then it's 6.
No, I'm not even supposed to have a cat.
I like how the Wolverine cat looks like Wolverine though.
What?
I'm looking at the Marvel cat covers. Like in
Oh,
March.
All right, I want to know what people are getting. What did people get? Oh shit, that excludes Venkman. What comics did you get this week that are cool?
I picked up. So I picked up House of X, and not House of X, Powers of X. Then I picked up. Where's my phone? Because that has it. That has every single issue.
You don't
my
have to tell
phone
me
number.
everything you picked up. I'm just wondering, like, is anything stood out that you picked up? You're like, oh man, this is cool. I really like this.
Oh, Avengers. So there's like this challenge of the Ghost Riders right now. It's Johnny Blaze against Robbie Reyes, and so Robbie Reyes. I don't think you're ever gonna read it, so I'm just gonna spoiler alert if you're reading Avengers. Johnny Blaze has to take over Robbie Reyes' Ghost Rider powers so he can maintain being the king of hell. And when Mephisto comes back, he has more power to fight him off, whatever. And so right now, Robbie Reyes kind of crashed his Hell Charger, and because Johnny Blaze isn't playing fair. And so all the other Ghost Riders are like, oh, we don't really like Johnny Blaze because he since he's sitting on the throne of hell, you can't really be pure of heart and like a good guy if you're sitting on the throne of hell. So they're kind of just like, we need to get rid of Johnny Blaze. And so every Ghost Rider that's ever been, starting from 1 million BC, is like helping Robbie Reyes win the race. And if he loses the race, Johnny Blaze takes all his power and also kills his little brother. So he has like this double trifecta thing that saying, hey, I need to win this, otherwise a lot of shit's gonna happen.
That's kind of weird. Because in the Symbiote of Vengeance, a Carnage crossover, he was a nice guy, even though he was hell. Yeah, the female Ghost Rider. She died.
Ghost Rider?
I forget what her name is.
Too many Ghost Riders. Whatever happened to like singular heroes?
Dan, well, did you read Rash? Or Ash, do you read the Symbiote of Vengeance?
No.
Well, anyway, Carnage is going after everybody who's actually worn the symbiote before.
Oh wait, maybe I did read this one.
Yeah. And the
I don't
Danny
remember.
was
They're
Danny
forgettable.
because Johnny was busy, so Danny basically had to go help her.
No, but I mean, saying like there's the Cosmic Ghost Riders.
Yeah.
3 Ghost Riders in the past. Now there's the Ghost Driver.
Anyway, the female Ghost Rider dies, and Johnny grants her enough time to go back and help her people. She goes and she possesses one of the little girl civilians, and basically able to help Danny defeat Carnage.
Yeah, it's exciting.
But
It's
I
kind
feel
of
like
bad.
the Ghost Riders are becoming like the Green Lantern Corps.
nope.
That's what we need, a Ghost Rider Corps.
So at the end, because she's not allowed, she can't go back to be alive. So if she possesses the girl, her hour's up. She goes back, and they introduces like all the Ghost Riders, former people. They're all in the little section of hell. They're at a bar drinking.
I don't know how I feel about that, but the beginning.
I'm just saying it just seemed like very campy to me, even for that kind of comic book.
Remember when comics just had singular heroes?
Yeah, remember it was just it was originally
Remember when there was
like
just
Danny.
one Spider-Man, just one Ghost Rider?
When I came in the comics reading comics, it was Johnny. Danny wasn't around. I don't, for whatever reason. I don't remember why.
Right. Thanks for the birthday wishes. This is late, man. I can't even freaking concentrate straight. He's got to take off, so I just wanted to say see ya. And then Maranya is here, so I kind of made me think of something. 2020, we're gonna get the big Iron Man event where everyone becomes an Iron Man. What do you think about that?
Well, we've already had one that crossover they had Battle Worlds. There was everybody had armors. If you remember that.
No, I didn't read it.
Oh, is one of the alternate worlds they had.
I mean, they just gave Odin his own Iron Suit, so might as well.
They gave Odin an Iron Man suit?
Yeah. It was
What?
at the end of War of the Realms.
God, that's gay.
I thought it was stupid because I was like, he's Odin. He doesn't need an Iron Man suit to be powerful.
That's so stupid. Oh my god.
Hey, he looked cool, but it was
Iron
a stupid idea.
Why
Is
do
it
you
made
this
from
Jason
like
Aaron
the
guy again?
Asgardian metal?
I like his writing, but some stuff is just stupid. Not all of it.
Like
Most of it's good.
I understood.
Some stuff here and there is just kind of stupid.
I thought Odin died in War of the Realms.
No,
He's literally back to life within the same story.
he didn't die.
He was murdered by the Dark Elves.
No, he didn't die.
Oh, okay. It's one of those.
Odin
You
sleep?
only thought he was dead.
Was he in Odin sleep?
No, he was basically just kind of like torn apart and stabbed, but he didn't actually die from that. it was like the first issue, I want to say, or second issue, where
He
around.
was torn apart. He just didn't die.
Now he has peg leg arm and peg leg.
You thought he was dead, and ta-da! At the end of the story, Odin's actually really alive, and everything's all good.
I understand when Iron Man I know they did it in the cartoon, but I thought they did it in the Avengers where they had they made Asgardian armor for them using Tony's technology combined with Uru. And I thought they gave him armors for like one thing.
I don't know, they might have. That's just dumb. That's just compounding the dumbness to give Asgardians Iron Man armor for one, and number two, having Tony work with Uru metal and all this other stuff to make Asgardian armor. It's just like, is there no limits to what does Tony's armor just make God armor now? Like, is he just gonna leave Midgard and move into Asgard and become like the new dwarven forge master, dude?
His suit was damaged beyond repair, so instead of getting a new suit, I think they're going against Loki or something like that, or something. So they just decided Odin give him access, and then he guys want armor.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, like you said, it was odd, but it made sense. So I'm not explaining it right. I'm butchering it horribly. Marani, if you come on, you could explain it more.
So Marani says, "I remember when there was singular heroes." Ash, good. I'm glad there's one other person besides me around here that can remember. What's going on? Like, you can't even read a Thor story now. There's not like 4 Thors running around.
So
it's like you can't even have a singular Thor.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, that was a really good issue. The art is by Caselli or whatever.
It's Caselli. It's right on the thing.
I can't see it. It's kind of small for me. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. And Cosmic Ghost Rider's in it now, and the Avengers were fighting Cosmic Ghost Rider, thinking they were like another Hellspawn. But at the end, they were like, Cosmic Ghost Rider was like, "Wait, you're not working with Johnny Blaze," and he was like, everyone was like, "No."
So is this Danny Ketch?
Cosmic Ghost Rider is Frank Castle.
Frank Castle. That's right. Yeah, they're going to do that.
Dude, Cosmic Ghost Rider is a good read.
Yeah, have you read the miniseries?
What's that?
Did you read the miniseries?
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about the Donny Cates trade that's $3.99. It comes with both Thanos Wins and Cosmic Ghost Rider. And Cosmic Ghost Rider is like the sequel to the Thanos Wins. So you want to read Thanos Wins first, then you want to read Cosmic Ghost Rider. And it's a different tone. Thanos Wins is all dark and grim and just like, oh my God, brutal. And then Cosmic Ghost Rider is just like... My only problem with Cosmic Ghost Rider, and it's not necessarily a problem, it's just more of a quibble, is I really feel like it should have been Deadpool. The character, he writes Cosmic Ghost Rider like he's Deadpool. And I know it's going to be an initial annoyance to people, but like to hear that and go, oh, like if you're like an anti-Deadpool person, you're like, oh, I'm not. But I urge you to keep that in check, because when Deadpool's done well, he can be very funny and a very good character. It's just the problem with Deadpool is A, he's overused to death, and B, most of the people that do him don't know how to do him. But Donny Cates, but seeing Frank Castle behave like Deadpool was just, it's too weird to me. And I'm like, I don't need another character that's essentially exactly like Deadpool, but it's a different, like it would have just been better if it was like Old Man Deadpool. Have you read the story at all, Venkman?
Old Man Deadpool? I kind of avoided all the old man stuff.
No. There's no Old Man Deadpool. Cosmic Ghost Rider.
No, I haven't, because I was Frank Castle. I avoided it. I got sick. I like you guys. I got sick of too many different Ghost Riders.
So can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
There was an interview at Emerald City Comic Con this past year with Matthew Rosenberg and Johnny Cates, and there was a moment where they're talking about Punisher and how different people write him, and Matthew Rosenberg writes him a certain way, and then Garth Ennis writes him a certain way, And Matthew Rosenberg was like, yeah, I have him in my story. I have it kind of dark where he goes to, I can't remember, there's an island where it's like the island is 100% made up of just villains, but not like super villains. They're just bad people. And so he goes there and he's driving. He needs gas, so he stops at the gas station. And the guy he's pumping his gas talks about how he killed like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. And so at the end, when he finished giving them gas, he shot him in the head. And it's a pretty dark story. And then Johnny Cates goes, I have Cosmic Ghost Rider Frank Castle punching baby Thanos. And so like there's different ways of writing a character. So I don't see the problem with one point he's very dark, and another one he can be also comedy.
Well, okay, but to be fair, you don't care when characters are radically changed.
That's not
Cosmic Ghost Rider makes sense in the sense that he's like 1,000 years old, or I mean he's like super old. So Frank Castle has lost his mind. He's been brought back from the dead. All this crazy shit's happened to him, and in the Thanos Lives comic, it fully explains Cosmic Ghost Rider and who he is and why he's crazy and all this stuff.
Yep.
And it makes sense. Like Donny Cates, like okay, but even though it makes sense as I'm reading it, it just doesn't play right. I keep reading it and going, okay, I get why he's like this, but it doesn't actually come across the way I wish it did. I was like, man, all you had to do was make the simple change that instead of Frank Castle, it was the Merc with the mouth, and I think I would have enjoyed this a lot more. That being said,
though, it's not a writer's job to give what the audience wants. It's to get the audience something they didn't know they wanted.
right, except that after they gave it to me, I realized I didn't want this. I wanted Deadpool.
But do you like it?
I like it because it's well done. That's what I'm saying. But it's like a quibble. I'm like, I like this. It's well done, but it would have been better this way. It's almost like you gave me a really good hamburger or a cheeseburger and you put Swiss cheese on it. And my favorite cheese on burgers is like American cheese. I'm a purist. And I'm like, yeah, it's a good burger. I wish you wouldn't have put Swiss. I'm not a big fan of Swiss on my burgers, but everything else was fantastic. You know, like it's kind of like that. It's like I said, it's a quibble. And some people might not have a problem with it. And I urge you, if you're one of those people that's like, oh, I'm tired of Frank Castle and blah blah blah. It's not even recognizable as Frank Castle. It's like, and it's not recognizable as Ghost Rider either. It's a brand new creation of a character
that's why it's beautiful.
It depending on how you accept it. But it is a good story, and that's ultimately what matters. I love Thanos Lives, or sorry, Thanos Wins. Yeah, the Cosmic Ghost Rider story is really it's so weird, like it's so wackadoo, but it has like a serious undertone to it. Like it's almost like the Deadpool movie, right? In the same way, like that movie is just off the rails, but underneath there's that serious tone of a love story. With that, like that's how Cosmic Ghost Rider was. Because the whole premise of Cosmic Ghost Rider is that he's trying to fix the Thanos problem by kidnapping Thanos as a baby, and he's going to raise him on his own to not be the galactic tyrant. But the problem is it's cosmic. First of all, it's Frank Castle, who just murders people, and he's completely crazy because he's Cosmic Ghost Rider. So it's like a ludicrous. It's an exercise. What is it? You call it an exercise in the absurd. Like the story is like an absurdist type story, and obviously it doesn't make sense. Like Cosmic Ghost Rider's just running around murdering people, and he's got this little baby Thanos in tow, and the whole time he's like trying to teach baby Thanos, like, no, you got to grow up and you got to like care about people, and you got to forgive, and like he's trying to instill, and then he's just like, you know, people are crossing Ghost Rider, and he just ends up killing them because, you know, he's Punisher, like it's just, and he's like, no, don't listen to what oh dang it, damn it, and he's just like screwing it up all the time. But it gets to the end of the story and something happens, and it kind of plays out in an. I don't want to spoil anything. It's worthy. It's a good read.
At first, I didn't want to read it.
I didn't either.
I wasn't a fan of the art.
I remember when that book came out, and I was watching, you know, YouTubers review it and stuff, and I was like, oh, this book looks stupid. And like even people were like, oh, I'm a big Donny Cates fan, but this book is kind of silly and da-da-da. And I was like, oh, yeah, I don't like Ghost Rider. I don't like silliness. Like, I just, on paper, it just sounded stupid. But after I read Thanos Lives, or sorry, I keep calling it that, Thanos Wins, I was like, I got to read more of this. Like, the character grew on me in Thanos Wins.
Yeah, I agree. I wasn't see, but I'm actually a little bit of the opposite. I wasn't a big fan of it in Thanos Wins, but I liked it a lot in the solo series.
He was pretty same in Thanos Wins.
Yeah, I think it might have just been the ensemble, really, because I went there wanting to read more about Thanos than I did. Like Silver Surfer and
Dude, Silver Surfer is so freaking rad in that book.
He really is, but
no pun intended.
Thanos, because it's a Thanos title.
No one got that.
Norrin Rad, yeah.
Ed Brewer says he's been reading The Invaders and he likes it so far. I've been hearing good things about The Invaders.
Good. Chip Zdarsky's underrated there.
Yeah, Chip Zdarsky is.
Although it is canceled.
Yeah, well, it doesn't sell.
Reading Morania stuff.
Chip Zdarsky is probably the number 2 guy over at Marvel, in my opinion.
Behind Donny Cates.
Yeah, and in some ways, I think some ways Chip is a better writer.
Yeah.
But I give Donny Cates the edge because Donny Cates is a big idea guy and Chip's not. His stories are more straightforward, but they're really strong character dramas.
They're written well.
Yeah. Daredevil is really good. And Life Story.
I do have to say the big idea thing with Zdarsky, I want to say Life Story was the big idea for him.
No, because, well, I mean, okay, it's fair that it is an idea no one has done a Life Story concept before, but when you boil it down, Chip just used all the ideas that people had come up with, and he just weaved them together in an interesting way. When I say idea, I mean creating mythology. Like, Donny Cates is why we've got Null, and why the symbiotes are way different than what we thought they were, and now they're tied to this cosmic thing, and the whole Thanos Win story, and the Fallen, and like you're just like, he's not remaking, he's making new Marvel mythos for us to follow. Where Zdarsky's playing in the sandbox with all the toys that have been there for years. He's doing an excellent job. No, I mean, no slight against him. Not every writer is a, crazy thinker. And sometimes the crazy thinkers aren't even really good writers. I mean, I don't know if that's this might not be fair to say about him, but like Jack Kirby, he was another big idea guy.
Yeah, the Eternals was probably his biggest.
But he wasn't really known as being, a writer. He was more of an artist. Dave Asanowicz has joined us. Happy birthday, Ash. Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. I'm glad you got to make it over. Marania says, "You want a messed up storyline back in the day? Legion of Superheroes.
Which
Lightning
one?
Lad and Saturn Girl got
The Lane
married.
Kiffin one, or was that
They
the
had
Mark?
twins. The one was kidnapped, and they didn't know they had twins. Dun dun dun."
It's pretty badass, actually.
The kidnapped twin was kidnapped by Darkseid and transformed into one of the Legion's supervillain foes and sent back in time to fight the Legion back in the day. Then the villain reappeared later. Eventually, the villain was redeemed and transformed back into their son. End of storyline. It's pretty messed up.
That's pretty badass, actually. Now, I don't think that was Mark Waid. I think that had to been like Kiffin or Giffen.
See, Ed Brewer says great burger needs bacon though.
That's true.
No, Mr. Brewer. If a burger is good, the last thing you do is mess it up with bacon.
Excuse you?
That is correct.
There's something
What a-
wrong with you, Ash.
I want
No.
a burger now. What the
It's
hell?
like a good steak. You only need to put bacon on mediocre steaks. If a steak is great, leave the bacon off. I'm not a fan of bacon on my burgers. However, I do love bacon. So if you have, I will say, give me the bacon burger with the bacon on the side because I'll just eat the bacon straight.
I don't mind it. I drown my burgers in barbecue sauce. Barbecue sauce. So
That's a good idea too.
That means you don't really like the burger if you got to drown it in a spicy sauce.
no, I like it all together, man. If I didn't like the burger, I wouldn't eat it at all.
That's true.
Ash, you
Okay.
seem like the kind of guy who puts gummy bears on his burger.
No, that would be
Yeah.
England team. Let's see. Marani says that was pre-Mark Waid. Yes, Mark Waid's Legion is more like teenage Antifa almost. Very militant. Good stories, but militant. That sounds like humanity first.
I disagree with her.
Well, you don't see the stuff though, because you're kind of Generation Z.
No, my problem is I see this stuff now more than anything. It's kind of annoying, and I wish I could go back to not seeing it so I could just enjoy the story.
Oh, you could, or you just enjoy other stories that don't do that.
What? Yeah, I mean, now I'm gonna have to.
God, have you seen what's going on in the recent Captain America book?
No, what
I'm
happened?
gonna have to
His
review
face?
this. Huh?
You talking about his face in the book?
Well, yeah, that too.
That was
just,
ugh.
but just like what's going on, like he's. I saw some people are posting some pics of some of the pages online, and I was just, yeah, I mean the art looks terrible, but what's going on in the book, you're just like, oh, geez, this is so cringe. Like, Captain America shouldn't be. He shouldn't be fighting for social justice. Oh well.
He should be fighting against it.
Yeah, he should be fighting against social justice. No, he should just.
That would be the best book I've ever read if he's fighting against social justice. And he's calling the Antifa Hydra.
Oh yeah.
That's
You
what
know,
I
it'd be
want.
better is if Captain America fought real enemies.
Right?
Like he wouldn't waste his time with
Propaganda.
stupid
on them.
Antifa protest. So dumb. Comics with Bueller is in the house. Says hello, Ash on Comics. Good to see you.
Yo,
Thanks for coming.
Bueller, what's up, bro?
Apparently, good friends with our boy Jimmy.
No, he's not. I mean, I've watched him quite a bit, but he's a pretty badass YouTuber.
Oh, my mistake. So Jimmy's a fan.
I'm a big fan.
All right. Well, you got yourself a big fan there, Comics with Bueller. No wonder I don't see Jimmy around my channel anymore.
No,
He's cheating on me.
I want to get myself a Bueller box, but I'm too broke.
I'm fighting the puns right now. I can't. I want
What do you
to
mean?
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Bueller.
Oh yeah,
Fighting it.
yeah, dude. Oh, hey Bueller, tell your daughter congrats on winning that bodybuilding tournament too.
I feel like Jimmy leads a second life. He's got all these other channels
Well,
he
he's
watches
friends
that
with,
no one knows about.
He's friends with Comic Tom.
See? Like, just what
Is Comic Tom's brother with 2 Comics Bob?
Do you not know Comic Tom? He does like the top 10 comics of the week.
So does everybody else. Which point?
Well, his
no.
I've never watched him. Sorry. I don't know.
I think
Maybe
I think I drove Jimmy away to go follow other YouTubers that like different comics than I do. He's like, I'm tired of listening to this Ash. He hates everything. I'm gonna go find people that like Jason Aaron.
Yeah, I can imagine. Jimmy's like, his taste in comics is so good.
Hey, Bueller, if you're still here, don't listen to them.
Why didn't
Yeah.
say anything bad?
Yeah, no, I didn't say anything bad about Bueller at all. I said Tom. That's all. I said I don't know who Tom is.
Dude,
I don't know
Tom's
what to-
cool, man. You should check him out.
So you should check out Ash on Comics.
We're already here, buddy.
Yep.
Anyone that's catching this stream, by the way, this is not indicative of the channel. This is like the birthday, just shooting the BS with the pallies.
It's never this
So-
exciting.
If you're like, what the hell am I watching? This is just random, just hang out online and shoot the stuff. Comics Bueller says, awesome, I will. She's very proud, as am I, about her dedication to the sport. Right on. Well,
Ash, you should definitely check out Comics with Bueller. He's really cool. Right now, he's probably sitting with his vest and drinking some coffee.
if only he had some viewers that would like recommend his channel to me that I know. Who might that be, Venkman?
England team?
Oh yeah, maybe England team.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Eric Breen is still in the chat. Says the stream went downhill about 30 minutes ago.
Eric, why did you leave? You said you're going
Pulling
to
a
bed.
typical Eric Breen, just like I gotta go to bed, and then I'll hang out in the chat for an hour.
Bueller, let me ask you a question. Do you think Jason Aaron's run on Thor is great? Because that's a question. Because they don't think so, and I think it's one of the best runs on Thor ever.
Yeah, Ash, I gotta go to this because I don't want to be here anymore.
Right?
Because they don't like Jane Foster Thor, and I do. I want to know your thoughts on this, Bueller, since you're in the house.
I love Jane Foster. I want more of it. Please, more. Gouge
Okay.
my eyes out too.
You,
I like Jane Foster when she
Can
was
I
with Thor.
can I please have some more Jane Foster Thor? I promise that I am saying this of my own volition, and I
okay,
am no way under any duress.
I mean, I love Jane Foster Thor because they're a great couple together. Thor and Jane Foster. I love them.
Breen's like, I'm gone. Jason Aaron's Thor sucks. Good night, kids.
see Eric Breen.
Ronnie says Straczynski and Walter Simonson if you want real Thor.
That's a great
Amen,
one.
sister.
Straczynski's run is so good.
Oh my.
Hey, the monster.
Oh, Eric just posted the thing I have to share here. Here we go.
Ash.
Demonetized.
Demonetized. Oh, I'm not monetized, so screw you, YouTube.
You can't show guns on your YouTubes.
Hey, Bueller, do you subscribe to Ash?
If not, you better do it.
Well, Bueller has like 5,000 subs, something like that.
Wow.
Wow. Thanks for rubbing it in.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, I was just wondering if you subscribed.
Wasn't feeling bad about myself as it was. Thanks, Jimmy.
I mean, I only have 43 years on it. Not that I'm really trying, but
Sorry.
No bacon on a burger. Not a good burger. Although BLT, a good BLT, that's delicious. I love a good BLT.
You know what? I kind of BLTs are good, but I need some more substance when I eat like a BLT. You know?
That's what the bacon is.
Yeah, I know, but I need more substance than just the bacon.
More bacon.
Bacon, lettuce, tomato, barbecue.
No, I hear you. BLT is kind of a light sandwich,
But you
but
also
that's why you
need-
just eat 2 of them.
I put purple onions. I put
No, you
red and
don't
green
put onions on
peppers.
a BLT.
Oh, I put it all in there.
It's not a
See, look.
BLTO.
Bueller said I think it was good, but I'm reading King Thor now, and so far I thought it was kind of lackluster. I kind of have to agree. King Thor I thought would be better, but I really like how they're bringing back Gore the God Butcher. I actually have like the King Thor poster. Hey Bueller, you should check out my channel, just so you know, because I'm kind of fanning out right now. My channel is more about vlogs now than it is kind of comics stuff. But I do talk comics mainly. Just so you know, if you get a chance, just pop them by.
Yeah,
Jimmy's got to change his name. He's no longer Comics Quirks.
Yeah, you should check out my channel. We don't censor anything at all.
He's not Comics Quirks.
I'm Comic Quirks.
But you're not Comic Quirks.
You're just quirks.
Get it? Get it? Not Comic Quirks. You're just Quirks.
Okay.
Like you're.
That was a good one.
That wasn't good. Comics with Bueller says, just subscribe. Hit 7K subs today. It's a good day. Well, man, congratulations.
look
I
at that.
dreamed to hit that milestone.
If-
I'm
if
trying to
you
hit I'm trying to hit the 500. So
If you want to share the Extreme Movie Show with some of your subs, we'd be honored.
No, we're good. We don't need that.
Oh, you know what the Extreme Movie Show is? You've never watched it. You cannot judge it, therefore.
I watched it one time, and it was for the Rambo.
Did you have a copy of Rambo when you jumped in?
No.
Well, there you go. It's for people who actually had the copy to
I
comment
read
on prologue.
Rambo.
We did the
I mean,
Ram-
Rambo, not
Jimmy,
Rambo.
you're so harsh, man.
It's called a live commentary for a reason.
Channel. You gotta politely, diplomatically disassociate
Wow.
if you don't like the channel. You can't be so aggressive.
I didn't say I
right?
didn't like it. I just said it's not my thing.
Well, what is your thing then?
Comics with Bueller.
See? Wow.
He's just a really
Wow.
fun guy. Ash, you're fun too. Don't start. I know what you're gonna say.
I think I'm gonna get Comics of Bueller to jump in the chat and take Jimmy's place.
Yeah,
Can we actually get that?
come on the live stream.
Can we just kick Jimmy out and just replace him with Bueller? Send him the link. Send
We
him the
could,
link.
but unlike Jimmy, I actually am nice to the guests on the show.
Oh
here,
my-
So I would not do such a thing.
He never insults me at all.
Cult Film Video has joined. Comics with Boomer is in the chat. Big fan. Look at that starstruck.
Comics with Boomer.
You know you're a small time YouTuber when the chat audience is bigger than you are.
I know, especially when they're all YouTube channels.
So, right, you're just like
It's all
it's so
YouTube
rad. We're like people in your chat have bigger channels than you. You're just like right on. I'm the little fish.
Ash, invite him to the live stream. Say hi. You can interview him.
I can interview him. I don't know anything about him. I've got to watch his
How do you
channel
like
once.
interview?
You can play devil's advocate.
But anyone is invited to join if you are. If you're not, don't feel obligated. Yeah, we're just kind of shooting the stuff. We've been on for several hours at this point, and we're kind of all talked out. But
Almost.
maybe something will bring
You
new
didn't talk
life.
that much, though. You talked the whole entire time.
Every
Kidding.
time I stop talking, it's dead air. I'm trying to fill in.
Well, every time I try to change the subject, you're like, here's the derailing.
Yes,
stream."
I do not like you changing the subject. You constantly try to derail.
Trying to keep it live and okay.
See, I feel weird. I'm gonna have Bueller come in, and I've never even seen his channel.
How do you think I felt when Eglinton was on my channel?
I don't know.
Graced by his presence.
I would have assumed you had watched Englentine once.
I
I've never watched Quirk's channel, so
You never watch anyone's channel
I watched your video. Never
for the
watched.
first time.
I like
I've
keyboard.
watched 2 of your videos.
This is Vankman. See, Vankman I appreciate though because he just streams his videos into dead space, or streams my videos into dead space, or just plays them. So I get like play counts.
Yep.
So he's like, I'm helping you by watching the videos. I just don't actually watch them. So I'm like,
I share them out too.
I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to complain that you do that. I mean, you are playing them. It's like a weird backhanded compliment.
I know.
Like, I like you enough to like play your video and give you a
Like I had to put up
a hit, but I don't actually want to watch it.
Like I put up your video from for Ash Wednesday. I put that up because I thought you were going to talk about the White Knight, Crystal White Knight 3. So I wanted to catch up. So I read it.
You're almost like a mother, It's like, oh, sure, I love your channel, son. Like, oh, I want to put this right up on the fridge. It's like you don't actually care.
You had a fridge?
You don't have a refrigerator? What's wrong with you? Savage.
I was just joking.
Vankman, this live stream is being hosted on Ash on Comics. Keep that in mind, says Maranya.
Yes. Finally, I don't have that horrible gun shooting person comment anymore.
Vankman doesn't have any sort of sense of respect like that, Maranya. You should know. He doesn't care whose channel he's on. He's
I do.
indiscriminate in his...
I'd rather be on Ingleteen's channel.
Oh, man. Dave says, I cook, eat, and clean while watching Ash videos. They're that long. Thanks, buddy.
This last one was.
Yeah, that Ash Wednesdays was long. But, it was 2 hours shorter than a typical Joe Rogan stream, so... It's all about how you look at it.
I don't know if Bueller's still in here, but let's ask him some more questions because I don't want him to leave. That sounds weird.
No guns.
Oh my goodness!
Better wear long sleeves.
I don't want him to leave.
Go fan geek on his channel. Gee.
He's hilarious. He's awesome. You should check him out, Ash.
You never recommended him till today.
Yeah, good point. You should check him out.
Let's
What
see.
was that last Friday? You and Maranya talked for 8 hours.
Me?
Oh.
Live stream.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
Breen jumped off, and then I think Maranya came on.
Man.
All
Fun
right.
times.
It's getting late. We need topics. You guys aren't helping very much.
Whoa!
Someone give us-
I've
We gotta
read
look like pros here.
I've read 32
gotta-
pages into the Harleen Quinn comic.
Wait, how big is that book?
60 pages, man.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Why are you wasting your time on that book? Is all I want to know.
Why are you criticizing everything I do?
Because I
Dude.
love you.
Dude, I like Bendis, and he criticizes everything I do. So don't even start.
I don't criticize everything you do.
Really? I like Thor, God of Thunder. I like Thor, the Goddess of Thor. I like Jane Foster. I like Bendis Superman. I like Bendis Young Justice. I like Bendis Batman. I like Naomi. And every one of those you hate.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're terrible books, but I don't criticize everything you do.
My whole life is just a lie, apparently.
I'll just say this. This is supposed to be an origin story for Harley. And it shouldn't take 60 issues to tell her origin, how she did all this stuff. It's like halfway through, it's like, I felt like what could have been said, all this in like 2 or 3 pages. They're really stretching it.
Mm.
The art is beautiful.
Although the art's good, though. I'll give you that. The art's great.
You know what I had a problem with, though, to be honest, with this, with Naomi right now, I have a problem with her. I don't think. Okay, so you guys read Action Comics 1015?
No.
Ooh.
Well, basically, Naomi's there. You're not gonna read it, are you, Ash? Can I spoil it?
No. We had this posted on the video for the longest time. You had your time to talk about this book.
I wasn't there on it.
Yeah, I know you were taking your sweet ass time getting into the channel. We were like waiting. How long was it, Venkman? Like 20 minutes?
I was cooking.
Somewhere around there, 15.
So
Yeah.
okay. So
This art is okay on the Harleen book.
the only problem with
I'm
it, the only problem I have with it is that Naomi's coming in there basically to kind of save the day. And I don't want to see that happen. I don't want Naomi to come in to save the day because we had that with Supergirl. Sorta had that with Superboy.
You've had this with in every Superman comic that Brian Michael Bendis has written. You've had this. Superman has yet to save the day in his own book.
That's the thing about Superman. You don't always have to have him save the day.
You're right. You don't always have to have him save the day. But in 30 issues of comics, maybe just 1 or 2 issues in his own book, he saves the day. It is called Superman.
I'll just say
maybe.
halfway through this book.
Part of one story. So, but I just don't want it to leak over into Action Comics because I just don't feel like it's needed.
Ash, check your backstage.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'd had it off backstage. All right, welcome Comics with Bueller to the channel. I have admittedly, unfortunately, never discovered your channel yet, but I appreciate you coming on.
That's all right. So who am I talking to? Who's the one talking right now?
All right, so I'm Ash on Comics.
Okay.
I'm the one with the big logo there.
All
We
right.
got the real Dr. Venkman in the house, and also Joshua, who we all call Jimmy, but he's trying to push the Joshua name, and it's not sticking.
What's up, Bueller?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm usually streaming on Extreme Movie Show with Angleteen and his friend Rob Zilla, or usually I'm on just normal Angleteen stream. I love comics.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Right on. I love the real Dr. Vinkman. That's awesome, man. Kudos.
really,
Oh, very great name.
So,
I had to change it a little bit because I don't want to get like in trouble
Yeah.
if I ever go big.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many people watching the stream at this time of night on my channel or know about your channel. I unfortunately, I'm a little embarrassed. I don't. Why don't you take a second to like plug who you are and what you're all about?
Well, I do. I have a couple different channels. I have Comics with Bueller. That's my main channel. I'm Bueller, I guess. My real name is Travis, but Bueller sounds much better than Travis, so I kind of go by that one. But I've been doing it now this is actually my first full year of doing YouTube.
Hey.
And it's pretty much a little bit of everything, man. We do new books, old books. We got many different types of shows that I kind of do on my channel. I got like 8 different shows, and you name it, man. We cover everything. So, but really enjoy it. You know, I'm in my mid 40s, full midlife crisis in full effect, and found YouTube, and that's what I do. So that's about it.
All right, very good. And so, what is what would you say is kind of like the central theme of how you run your comics channel? Is it like a review thing? Is it?
I don't do too many reviews on stuff. Mainly, I just talk about like I have a Monday show, which is one of my more popular shows. It's called Coffee and Comics. I literally just show some books and I drink some coffee. It's almost like a talk show. And then I have a top 10 list. That's my top 10 list is new comics, and it's not really a spec list per se. It's more like just stuff I like and enjoy, and maybe a couple spec books thrown in there. But for the most part, it's just stuff I like, and that seems to be pretty popular. And then I do a Wednesday video is like a new release video for all the new comics for the next week. That's another one that gets kind of a lot of plays. And then I have other series called eBay versus Overstreet, which is just a comparison between the prices on eBay for the same book and the price in Overstreet. Those people like those, but people get pissed off about it as well. Type thing. But all I'm doing on those is just literally just reading the prices. I don't, really have a dog in the fight. It doesn't matter to me what the prices are. I
Right.
just try to present it in, an entertaining way type thing.
Cool.
And then we have other videos called like Just the Keys, where I go through like a whole series of books and I just point out the keys that are in that, not necessarily like major dollar ones, but just, special books that have a first appearance or a death or some story plot line. And it's kind of like a history of the series type thing. So there's all sorts of stuff on the channel. And we put like 5 videos out a week right now. And they all do pretty well. So I'm pretty happy.
Cool. So it sounds like you're in your channel you talk quite a bit about like the value of comics, the collectability, key issues, speculation. Would that be accurate?
Not really speculation as much. If people watch my channel, they know I'm a cheap guy. So, if it's not cover price or in the dollar bin, I don't buy it.
Okay.
And so I don't really talk too much speculation. Honestly, I'm just not very good at it. That's kind of the thing.
Okay.
I've tried to make spec videos before, and they got a lot of plays and a lot of views, but I just never felt comfortable about it, and I really didn't think I was doing a very good job. So I kind of shift my focus away from speculation, and kind of like the Just the Keys video. If you want to call it a speculation video, you can, but it's more of just pointing out the keys that are in a run. So it's not like what's hot or whatnot. It's just like, hey, this is something special. You might want to be on the lookout for it, and more than likely you can find it in the dollar bin. But
Okay.
I can say right now I'm looking over your video. Your thumbnails are pretty cool. It actually grabs you. So I'm gonna have to start check out some of these more.
Yeah, they all have yellow in them. Every video. If you look at I did a little research, and I was like, okay, I want to make sure things grab attentions, and like yellow is like the main color, yellow and white against a darker background, so they all have that kind of feel to them.
But I like they all have the custom thumbnails.
Yeah. I take a lot of time into them, and if you watch one of my videos, I don't consider myself a great talker, so my videos are very flashy. So there's like a lot of graphics and stuff like that going on. I'm a good talker, but I don't think I'm a great talker. So I gotta make them look pretty and everything, and kind of go the extra mile.
It's not PowerPoint, is it?
No, I use iMovie.
Okay.
Yeah, everything I do is just an iMovie, which is like the most basic editing program, but I push that thing to the limit. And I can get a lot of stuff out of that, so the videos look really good.
So did you stop doing like what comes out this week videos?
No, I still do those. Those come out on either Wednesdays or Thursdays. Just depend. Usually they come out on Wednesday, but it didn't come out this week because I had something going on. But it came out this morning, and or not this morning, about this afternoon, right around 2:00. So it's either Wednesday or Thursday about 2:00, and that's all the new releases for next week.
Okay, because I haven't really been like on YouTube for the past 2-3 weeks because I've been working.
Right.
So just wondering.
Yeah, they're out there. That's kind of my main video that kind of grabbed a lot of people's attention when I started putting those together.
Yeah, that's what got me.
Yeah, because I was kind of the one that was like, I'm going to show every book type thing, as much as I can. And I kind of have a 4-second rule to where I only show the book for 4 seconds and it's on to the next one. And, I've cut back a little bit because, I don't think everyone needs to see 50 copies of, Vampirella #4. Dynamite just puts out so many variants, so it's like, okay. I mean, literally, like, I think the Bionic Woman had like 40 variants. I mean, who wants to sit there and look at that? No offense to Bionic Woman, but 1 or 2 is enough.
Now I just clicked on one of your videos and it showed the Fantastic Four cover B, and it shows Mary Jane on that. I've been noticing that a lot of the variants. Like, she's not part of the story. People just like drawing her apparently.
No, because it's going to be a Mary Jane standalone series, so I think that's what they're trying to promote.
Yeah.
Marvel's been doing this
famous
thing
for
in
doing
recent
stuff like
years
that.
where they'll have whatever, like when Uncanny X-Men came out last year, they put like X-Men covers on
Yeah.
everything. You're like, oh, here's a Spider-Man issue, but why are the X-Men all over it? Oh, just
Okay.
because, like it's this
It's-
weird promotional thing.
Because I
And
mean,
it's
just recently, the Carnageized variants. It was just to promote Absolute Carnage.
Yeah.
Because look at this cover with the variant of Mary Jane on. Now I actually want to read it. I'm hoping that Mary Jane's in there.
Yeah, she's not in there.
I know it's. Now I want that story though.
Yeah.
yeah,
I remember they did that with Fantastic Four when they brought them back, and literally every Marvel title had Fantastic Four on the cover, and they're nowhere to be found. And one of the big ones, like recently, which is it was just a beautiful cover. It was a Conan one, and it had Carnage on the front, and it came out like, and it was like there's no Carnage in there, but it was such a great cover, and it was wasted on a Conan book. That should have been on a Spider-Man book or something like that.
right.
Pretty sure that was a Sienkiewicz title. I mean, art.
What bothers me about those books is that they don't tie into the character, like with the X-Men example, right? They came out, and what they would do is you'd get an Amazing Spider-Man book, and it would look like an X-Men cover, like you just nothing but X-Men doing stuff. And I like it if you do it, maybe like have Spider-Man interacting with the X-Men to be like, hey, it's kind of a special thing. We're celebrating the relaunch of X-Men. But they wouldn't even do that. They wouldn't like indicate that it's, a special promo thing. It just looks like an X-Men book. And you're just like, and some people that don't know the events going on, I'd seen some outrage. I remember when that happened, people were like, I thought I was getting Nightcrawler was crossing out. Like, what the heck? And they're like pissed off because it had nothing to do with anything.
Hey guys, my laptop is going to die. Give me a second. I got to go plug it in. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's just see the chat here. Dr. Venkman says, oh, we don't care what Dr. Venkman says.
Exactly. I don't care what I say. That's why I read it in there, so you won't read it.
Fine. I'm going to do an ASMR mode. The Harley book has great art. It just feels like a slow story pace. Harley definitely has a similar personality to CW Kara Danvers. She's shy and doesn't really have much self-confidence at first.
What are you doing?
I don't know. It's late. Just being goofy. Filling dead air. You gotta learn how to do this, Jimmy. If you want to be a pro.
You feel dead air with zombie books reviews.
Zombie book reviews. Cult Film Video says, I got a book on eBay for $50 less than Midtown Comics offered it with a discount. Gotta shop around. That is true. You can find some cool deals on eBay. One of the things I don't buy like keys or anything, but what I've noticed on eBay you can find some steals on is when you buy runs or sets. When I got into Birthright, we were talking about that earlier in the stream. I immediately was fascinated with this book. I went online and I found almost the entire run of Birthright for like just over $1 an issue, and if I went to the store and, get back issues, typically back issues start at cover price and then go up unless they're just junk, like Tom King books in the dollar bin or something. But, most normal books are cover price and up. So it's like I would have been paying $4 an issue versus $1 an issue. You can get big steals like that. I picked up the entire Bloodshot Salvation run. Cost me like $16.
Did you just see the Bloodshot #1 that just came out? That looked totally god awful.
Yeah, I don't understand that. They got Brett Booth to be the artist of that book, and then they do that horrible, god awful Declan Shelby cover. That's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have the cover look better. The cover should be at least as good as the interior art or better. What are your thoughts on that, Bueller?
I would agree on that. I mean, we're visual people. I mean, your cover is what sells your book the very first thing, especially if you don't know, much about it going in. And if your cover doesn't look very good, how's it going to come off the shelf? I saw that book. And I was like, it looked like a kid's book almost.
Yeah, it's really stunning.
I just passed on it. Considering the last Bloodshot that came out, which
Yeah.
had some great looking covers and sold me right away. This was exactly the opposite, but I guess you win some, you lose some, right?
I don't understand. Like, you got Brett Booth, and he's like, an all-star talent. He's, and you're wasting him with these generic, dumpy-looking covers. So just get Brett Booth to draw the cover. What's going on?
I've never heard of Brett Booth.
Oh my goodness, Jimmy. He's from the Image days. Oh, you weren't around back then. Yeah.
All right, hey, Bueller,
What were we
what's on-
talking about before? Oh yeah, I was looking at your channel here. I gotta check out some stuff here. I like you got some interviews with a lot of pros. You're legit. You deserve the 7,000 views or subscribers.
Yeah, when I decided to kind of make a go of the channel, I mean, it was very early on, and like within the first couple of months when I started doing it, I just kind of went all for it type thing, And I was like, when I made that decision, I basically just wouldn't take no for an answer. So we got like invited to cover a Comic-Con, and we did some interviews, and then the name kind of got out there, and now we actually get asked to come and cover Comic-Cons. And like I just did an interview with Neil Adams, a couple different ones. One was a political one, which is just he literally went on a rant for like 10 minutes about Donald Trump, and I was just sitting there like, okay, yep, and
Oh,
but
wow.
it is what it is. But we've talked to you, Donnie Cates, Jim.
Dude, you talked to Chris Claremont.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, I actually hosted Chris Claremont's panel at the last con he did here in the Pacific Northwest. I didn't know I was going to be the host, but the guy running the con, when I got there, he found me and I said, "Hey, I'd like you to host the panel for Chris Claremont. How would you like to do that?" I said, "Sure." I'd never done it before, but I'm not going to say no. So I did his, and then I did Scott Williams and Alex Sinclair's. I did their panel as well.
Alex Sinclair, dude.
Those guys, very nice guys. Really enjoyed those two guys. Chris Claremont, he honestly just kind of steamrolled me, and I was just holding the microphone. That's pretty much all that was.
The guy's a doctor. I saw you hosted that with Tom, right?
Yeah, actually, it was funny because they invited me to come and cover the con, and Tom wasn't going to go. And then I called Tom like the night before. I said, "Tom, I have some passes. If you want to come down, you're more welcome. I'll take care of you." And so he came down, and when he got there, he's like, "Oh, what's going on?" And I go, "I'm doing a thing for Chris Claremont." And Tom goes, "Do you think I can get in on it?" And I was like, "Okay, we'll go find out." So I went and introduced Tom to the guy putting on the con, and he didn't know who he was. And I was like, "Do you mind if my friend Tom joins me with the Chris Claremont thing?" And he's like, "Sure, that's fine. It'll work out perfectly." So then Tom was all, he was all gung-ho and excited. He didn't volunteer to help me do the Scott Williams, Alex Sinclair one, which was coming up first. So that I had to do that one on my own. But then both of us hosted the one for Claremont.
Dude, that's some stories to tell later on, bro.
Yeah, it's been an interesting, like I said, this is my first full year doing this. And, I'm just very appreciative that I, decided to, turn the camera on, press record, and upload a video. And honestly, I don't know what I'd be doing if I wasn't doing this, because I was just sitting on my couch doing nothing for years. And then this just kind of popped up. And I got to kind of give credit to my friend Damon. He was like, he was in an area and he saw a comic book shop like a couple miles away from my house. I didn't even know it was there. He's like, "Hey, there's a comic shop down by your house." And this is like 2 years ago. And I hadn't collected comics in like 20 years. And I walked into that comic shop and I was like hooked. It was like I literally just transported it back when I was in my early 20s. And since that day, 2 years ago, I've been all for it. So it's pretty fun.
So I'm sorry, I was in the middle of researching some things while you were talking on some of these things. But did you say that you were previously into comics and then were out for a while and then came back?
Yeah, I was really into comics when I was young. I'm 44 right now, so I got into comics when I was just a little kid. Like most people, 5, 6, 7 years old. And then I collected comics all the way up until I was about 21, which is like the 96, I think is when I stopped. And pretty much life, marriage, kids, all that stuff. And all the comics had to go. Literally, I sold every one of my books except for like one long box of some random things or whatnot. And didn't buy comics from like 1996 all the way up until, 2017. And so, I mean, over 20 years of not being in the comics whatsoever, and then just being flooded by it as soon as I walked back in the shop, and then deciding to do a YouTube channel. I think, like I said, full midlife crisis on display here. So
your storyline is kind of reminiscent of my own. I was the same way. I was collecting comics in the mid 80s through the mid 90s. Got out my early 20s. 20 years go by. I'm 46. Today's, it was yesterday. It was my birthday. That's the whole thing about this stream. 46, and I just got back into comics in 2018. So yeah, and then I got inspired to start a YouTube channel to talk about things, and here we all are. It's really crazy to have a similar experience like that. How was it for you to like readapt when you were when you came back into comedy after that 20-year absence, of like, you used to have this familiarity and like, I used to know comics so well and everything. And now I'm coming back and it feels familiar, but it also feels so different. Did you have that experience?
Well, actually, the one video I decided to do, which kind of got me a lot of attention, which was like my 5th video. And it was like right after like 2 or 3 months into me buying comics again. And the video was called Pet Peeves About Comics.
Yeah.
And it was 10 pet peeves that are different from when I collected before. And when I made that video, it was the first time I appeared on camera as well, because all the other ones were just like haul videos, me just showing a book, in front of the camera. But when I did that one, I kind of got noticed. But just from there, some of the pet peeves were, I didn't know anything about graded comics. That was never a thing back in the 90s, a CGC or a slab or whatnot. So that was all new to me. The tremendous amount of variants were just overwhelming. I didn't know where to begin. And I didn't even know there were so many variants because the comic shop I was going to really didn't order a lot of variants. And then I eventually kind of looked into it and found this huge world of variant comics that I didn't even know existed. And I still have a problem with them, But it's definitely changed quite a bit, but there is some familiarities that never go away. The new comic book on Wednesday type thing, it's always been there. And that sense of walking into a comic shop and seeing brand new books on the shelf on that day, that never goes away. And that's what I really enjoy right now. Just that instance.
Yeah, I was kind of the same way with the variants, even though in the late 90s they had started doing some of the variant stuff. I'm sure you remember, when Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man came out, Jim Lee's X-Men, it's back then it was like 5 covers. Are you crazy?
5 covers.
And when I came back and I was just seeing, what was the one that really threw me for a loop? When they did that US Avengers. And they made like a variant cover for every state.
The Justice League did that.
That was like 50 covers. I was like, what are you doing?
Justice League of America did that.
And someone collected all of those. Someone bought every single variant.
Yeah.
Oh, my store has they bundle whenever that happens. Like, the Marvel 1000. Here's a 12 variant bundle. Boom. Spawn 300 same way. The Iron Man, when Dan Slott's Iron Man came out, and I think there was like 29 variants.
I can see if the variant covers form a giant photo, then I might be intrigued. But if they're just standalone ones, I don't really care because I can look them online.
Yeah, well,
They're in the preview
you're
pages.
not a collector, so
I collect
it's interesting.
I collect all the Mantra stuff, a lot of the Malibu comics. I've been going back and trying to find the old back issues.
It's interesting to talk to people like Comics with Bueller here because kind of on our, well, I say our side of the fence, but my side of the fence over here, most of the community that I've so far been associated with is very much on the reading fandom side. People who like just read the stories. They're not interested in collecting. They don't care about key issues per se. Jimmy does a little bit. He's like that stuff, but
I do ones here and there. I picked up my Bueller. I picked up my Holy Grail comic. I picked up X-Men 21, first appearance of Hellboy that we know today, like full colored.
Nice.
Yeah, so like I pick up stuff here and there. Like I just picked up Demon in a Bottle and Lethal Protector #1.
Yeah.
Here and there, the cheap ones.
But so where I was going with that is, sometimes I'll get in the discussion of collectability, or a lot of times the topics will come up of like the industry and the downfalls and some of the woes and the doom and gloom. Oh, the industry's crashing and all, and I'll talk about how my theories about how collectors are so important to the hobby. Like readers are important too, and comics should be for reading, and everyone should enjoy reading them. But I think a lot of people don't really understand how much the people who just come in and they just love their comics. They love collecting them. They get the covers. I know a lot of people who don't even read the comics. They come in the store, they buy their Spider-Mans and stuff because that's their jam, and they don't necessarily read them. They like having them.
Yeah.
They like some of them are speculators. There's that aspect of it too. There's one guy that I refer to at my shop. I see him because I show up at the shop right around opening every Wednesday, and I started chatting him up a little bit, and he pretty much walks out with a short box every Wednesday, and we kind of joke around with him because I have one of those like little slim boxes that holds about 10 comics,
Sure.
with a little fold over lid.
Yeah.
So I walk in the store with my little slim box to get my books. He's walking, he's got his, and we just kind of joke, and then he's like, "Oh, what you got? Did you fill that thing up?" And I'm, and I'm like, "No, it's a big week. It actually filled up." And he's like, "Yeah, I got my short box." And we were just joking. I come back on the channel and I'm talking to people, and the idea of collectability comes up, and so many people in the circles that I associate with are just like, "Oh, no collectible. Just read the books." And it's like, you don't understand. I know you don't get it. Like, to you, all you care about is the story, and maybe you're gonna wait for the trade. But there are so many people out there that they care about keys. They care about their books, being high value. Some of them, like, they care about buying graded, slabbed books. They care about collecting all. The reason that guy has a short box every week is because he gets every cover. And if you're a Marvel buyer, which he is, they come out with about 25 plus books every week, but you got to triple that number if you're getting all the variants, because that's just how much, so he's buying 75, 80 Marvel comics a week. Plus he gets some DC and some independents too. So yeah, it's nuts. And the collectability is important, and it's just weird. It's interesting because you're kind of like the proof, and you're not even necessarily a big collector channel. That's why I asked you that question in the beginning, because I do peruse YouTube occasionally to see like what other channels are out there and what people are doing, and I see so many channels devoted towards just, this is the hot book you got to get this week, and it's gonna go up in value. Like, it's all about the money. It's nothing. It is. There's a huge market for that. It's not huge, but sizable.
Well, I think that there's so many different collectors, and to be totally honest, the industry doesn't survive if we don't have those people. It doesn't matter how they do it. If you take away one branch, if you take away the speculator, or you take away just the reader, if you do that, then the industry won't survive.
Yeah.
And so whether you're a reader or a speculator, it all is very important to keep this industry going. There might be some friction between the two, but you're not going to have the industry if one of those leave. So you kind of have to realize that and kind of just accept it for what it is. I kind of float in both worlds. I'm not a key guy. I don't really speculate. But if I know, like, if I see a book on the shelf that's cover price and I know that that book is selling for $20, I'm going to buy it, but I'm not going to spend $20 on it and hopefully it's worth more down the road. I'm the guy to where, like you mentioned Comic Tom, which is a friend of mine. He puts out a list for Key Collector every week about the top 10 hot books of the week or whatever it is. And I've always been on the assumption of those lists, that one or the CBSI, and they tell you a price of what it's selling for. And I never look at it like, okay, they're telling me this book is selling for $20. It doesn't make me want to go out and buy it for $20. It makes me want to go find it for $10 or $5 type thing. And I think that's what people should look at those lists for. You can see what they're selling for, but go try to buy it, find it for $4 or cover price. That's kind of the way I look at it type thing. But
So
I
when
think the industry needs all sorts of different collector types for it to succeed. And if you want to, throw that succeed word in there, that's what it's going to take. So
when I was in college last year, that's how I made my comic money each month. Was the CBSI Comic Tom's top 10 list, and I'd go to my comic store in the morning, pick out the books, and go sell them on eBay. And that's exactly what I did.
I mean, there's a lot of people that buy the hot stuff, and they don't mind. I mean, I have friends that are exactly the opposite. They're literally like, oh, it's $20 on this list. I'm going to go and I'm going to buy it for $20. And I'm like, okay, whatever, but I've always been under the assumption that you buy low and sell high. You buy for the cheapest price you can get and you sell it for the market value or whatever, the highest price you can get. But I would never buy something at the regular, but whatever price it is selling for, I wouldn't pay that price for it. So I always get a little confused about that.
I think part of that has to do, I think there's different types of collectors. I think there's the people that collect for value, right? Like it's really fun to find a book that's like, oh, it's a few dollars, and then you can get it for a steal, and I know this book's going to go up because it's got a first appearance of this, and it does, But I think there's the other side of the coin is kind of more what fits me. A description of me is I'm sort of a collector for personal nostalgia or just my own feelings of attachment. And so if I get into a series that I really love, I care about just owning the books.
Yeah.
It's not about, like, oh, it's going to go up in price one day and I'm going to sell them, and my thing was when I came into comics in the 80s, I got into X-Men. I still have those X-Men today. Like I've shipped those boxes across the country.
That's awesome.
I have them. I don't ever plan on selling them but I just like owning them and I like filling the holes of that collection. I like seeing that you get that run and, like I said, I don't have the entire Chris Claremont run. I would hope someday to fill it, but I got most of it and getting those issues and being like, oh yeah, cool. I filled that hole. And sometimes you got to pay the price to do it. That's the thing. And so I just got back dipping my toes into Marvel, where when I came back into the hobby, Marvel was such a mess for me. I was like, I just can't do it. I can't stand what they're doing with my characters and all this stuff. So I went over to DC, which I'd barely messed with as a kid. I was like, I just know Superman and Batman. I don't know much else of DC. So it's been really fun on that aspect because I've been able to discover comics kind of like a newbie again and enjoy learning this new world and multiverse and all this stuff. But slowly, in the recent year or so, Marvel's been making some headroads and they've been doing some positive things. And so I kind of dipped my feet over and, you're probably aware of the recent Hickman thing going on with his X-Men. And that's one of the most exciting things at Marvel in years. So I'm excited about that. And I jumped into my long story short, I jumped into Venom too late. And I discovered this guy, Donny Cates guy, and I love what he's doing over at Marvel. And I jumped in on issue 13. So I missed the first 12 issues, which I
Yeah.
bought in trade so I can read them. But I hate looking at my collection and going, I really love these, and I just want those 12 issues, but they're going to cost me
Yeah.
because number 3 costs a lot of money because of this damn speculators. And I'm like, so it nags at me, and I think those type of people are why books sell high. I don't necessarily think it's investors always like, oh, I'm going to buy this book at, people, you're buying Batman Damn #1 for $80. It's not going to go up above that, I don't think, really, So if you're buying it now, it's because you just want to have it in your collection, I think. That's my speculation, at least. I don't know.
I mean, there's a lot of books like that. Like I can remember a book that's, I don't know why it hasn't really gone up in value, but the Wolverine #1 by Chris Claremont and
Frank Miller.
yeah, the Frank Miller one. I mean, that book's been about the same price for 20 years.
But it's like
Weird.
$45.
Yeah, and it's you would think that book would have appreciated in value over the years, but literally it's selling for now what it sold for in the 90s.
Yeah, it's so weird. When I came back into the hobby, I was like, I'm curious to see some of these books that I
Yeah.
own. And I figured that was one of the first ones I looked at. I was like, I got the Wolverine series. I bet
Mhm.
that's worth some money. It's like 30 years old now. Wait a minute.
It's pretty much exactly the same. I
Yeah.
think a lot of books hit that peak and they just sit there. And like I said, if you can get it for cheap, that's great. But it's that book is like an $80 book right now type thing, and it was literally $80 in the mid 90s, and it's probably going to be at $80 in 15 years as well. But I mean, if you can find it for 10 or 20, then that's a good deal.
Even when the movie came out, the
Yeah.
Wolverine, the one where it was based off of, the price didn't even go up.
Yeah. But it's too bad. That's a great book, by the way.
It's also like one of the most iconic Wolverine covers, if not the most iconic, besides his origin there is, and it's kind of a shame because I love that cover. That was my first key issue I ever got.
I wonder if it's because X-Men stopped being the powerhouse that it was in the new millennium. Like the X-Men pre-2000 versus X-Men post-2000 is a wildly different animal. And I'm just wondering if hypothetically this new Hickman run rejuvenizes the X-Men into being a powerhouse title within the Marvel universe and makes X-Men really relevant again, if that might drive up interest, because that seems to have effects sometimes. You see, like with the Immortal Hulk run going on, you saw a little bit of spike in old key Hulk issues because Hulk becomes relevant, and now all of a sudden collectors are more, I don't know, seem maybe paying attention to these books.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Venom with Donny Cates. You had Rune. I don't remember what it was, but Rune number whatever. It was the first appearance of Venom having wings, and that went up to like $80.
Well, that's speculation, though. That's
Yeah,
one of
I
those
mean,
things.
that's nothing wrong with it.
That's
so,
a little
like,
bit different. Like that's
and, like,
not
what?
necessarily a key issue.
No, it is because Immortal Hulk you were talking about. You said people are getting interested in old books. Yeah, so old key issues are keys that aren't technically keys, but they have first appearance of something in there. Is because the new writer, like Immortal Hulk, you had Joe Fixit. It's for his first appearance was going up in price because
Right, but what I'm saying is you're talking about old issues increasing their value because of new issues driving up interest. I'm referring to Venom being that is a new issue, and speculators are going, oh, first appearance of Wings. I'm speculating that that's going to mean something in the future. So I'm going to start buying into these, which drives up the cost, supply and demand, you know, but
Okay,
it could
so
end
I
up being nothing.
about both. But yeah, I mean, just look at X-Men right now. The first, so House of X #2, the reveal of Moira McTaggart, her being a mutant, and like her
Mhm.
backstory, that went up to instantly like $20.
Right. Again, that's part of the speculative nature of the market, right? People are speculating that that is going to be a key issue down the road. Grab them now. And certainly if it does, if that becomes a key thing, and then the speculation was right. But the key about speculation is you don't know if it's right yet. You know, we all know nowadays that Hulk 181 is worth a ton of money. I can remember a time when Hulk 181 was whatever, you know, like it kills me. I'm sure Bueller, you might have this too, since you were collecting in the 80s. How many comics do you remember just passing on, just being like, oh, it's a $50 comic, man? Now it's like thousands of dollars. You're just like, wow.
I remember looking in. I know you remember this, but I remember looking in the middle of my comics, and they had the big yellow page for Mile High Comics,
Yeah, yeah.
and it would tell you the prices of the books and stuff. And I'd be like, "Oh man, I got that book. I got that book." And but I remember using that as my price guide, going to the stores, looking for comics. You know, when I was just a little teenager or whatnot and stuff. But yeah, there's many comics that I sat that just went right. I mean, one right off the bat is Amazing Spider-Man 300. You know,
Right.
and there was tons of those sitting on the shelf. Okay, and I think I bought one, but that's one I remember. And New Mutants '98, another one that was just there was a bunch of them sitting there. No big deal.
But do you remember like the back issues of the day? Like I remember as a little kid, I got a job in a comic book shop to help pay for my hobby, and they paid me in comics because I was under 60. I wasn't legal age to work.
Sure.
So I didn't have a legal, but we just made the arrangement. I helped them stock books, and they gave me books, so it worked out great. And I remember looking, they had like a little glass case, and where like their bigger issues were, and they had an X-Men #1. And I can just remember like every time I went to the store, I would eyeball it. And I think I remember it being like $450.
Yeah.
And, I'm like 13 years old or something. And I'm just like, oh my God, in the 80s, like that's so much money and all this stuff. And, it sat around that price for like a long time. It didn't break 1,000 probably till the 90s.
Yeah.
And nowadays, I'd kill. Like, I'm just like, oh man. Like, and like I said, Hulk 181s. That's who knew. Like, that it would be. We knew it was a hot book, First Prince Wolverine.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, that's kind of a thing. But it wasn't so crazy that it was like you couldn't. But who knew it would be like today? Where it's just thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I never had that book until just a few months ago. Never bought it when I was young. Never had it. Always wanted it, but never got it. And I got it a couple months ago. So.
Oh, nice! Congrats. Yeah,
how much you get it for?
What was that?
How much you get it for?
One of my viewers sent me it as a gift.
God damn it, Bueller.
I'm sorry, man.
That's awesome. That's
the majority of them. I'll be honest, and I've said this a lot. I have wonderful people that watch my videos and take the time to watch them. They mean the world to me, and they're very generous. And for the most part, my most valuable books in my collections are books that have been sent to me as gifts, like Hulk 181, X-Men 94, Amazing Spider-Man 129, First Punisher. They've all been gifts that people have sent me and type thing. And it's like, what do you say to that? The Hulk 181, this isn't a gift that the guy had. He bought it and sent it to me.
Wow.
Off of eBay. It's not like it was sitting in his collection and he's like, oh yeah, I got one, I'm going to send it to him, type thing. He literally went and bought it. He saved up his money and he wanted to you get it. He knew I always wanted it, and he wanted to send me a gift, because he appreciates the videos or enjoys, what I do. And I was like, when he told me he was sending it to me, I was like, you don't need to do that type thing. I was very uncomfortable with it, to be honest. Since then, myself and that gentleman have become very good friends. And in the process of that thing, we became very good friends. Great guy type thing. And, but all my books right now, as far as valuable books, 90% of them have been ones that people just sent them to me. So very lucky.
Damn. Man.
Ed Brewer in the chat says, wouldn't real collectors get them at cover price? What collector would pay more than that? This is a little bit earlier in the chat, so I'm not sure exactly when this happened. But Ed, to your point, it's a good point. But for example, when I got into comics, it was when I started actively being a collector of comics was X-Men 210, and I started buying X-Men every month, and I worked at the comic store to pay for my comics, and then I started going backwards, and not every comic is cover price. Sometimes you get those key issues and you're like, it's the first appearance of whatever, it's now I got to pay money, and you hit those. And if you're a collector, you don't want to skip it just because it costs a little more. So that's the best answer I can give of why you pay more. Obviously, if you're just collecting going forward and not backwards, then yeah, you get the books as they come out. But sometimes you miss that stuff. You didn't think you were going to collect it until later, like me on Venom, where I'm like, oh, I missed the boat. I was an idiot. Now I want them, and now I have to pay money if I want to get them. So what do I do?
I don't like paying more than cover price for anything, to be honest. I'm over the last 2 years, the most I've spent on a book, and I was kind of like you, I'm a big X-Men fan. You mentioned you wanted to get the full run of the Claremont X-Men. I was doing the same thing, and one of the books I needed was 266, which is Gambit, I think. And I bought a low grade because I don't care about grades of books. I've never been like that. If it's, mid-grade copy, that's fine for me. I actually prefer lower grade because they're cheaper. I spent $50 on that book, and I had a hard time doing that. That's the most I've spent on the comic in 25 years. And I was like, oh man, I really had to convince myself to spend $50 on one book. But I was trying to put together that run. For the most part, I won't spend more than $5 to $10 on a book if I'm buying a book at all, type thing, or less than cover price.
I'm about the same way.
Yeah.
Unless it's just like that one issue, like you just said, like, oh, I can get all the rest around cover price or slightly more, but it's just this one. Okay. So like that, there's a reason why I don't have Venom 1 through 12.
Yeah.
I want them. It's an eyesore when I look through my box and I go, it's only 12 issues. It's different when you jump onto a run like I did with X-Men. I jumped on at 210. I don't have that sense of absence of like, oh my gosh, where's the first 200 issues?
Yeah.
But when you jump in like in the teens, you're like, oh, it's so close to one. Why can't I just get it?
There's a reason why Bueller didn't have Hulk 131. It's because he couldn't buy it for 35 cents.
Yeah. I like the cheap. I'm very lucky in my area, and I'm in Portland, Oregon, and if you were to type in my area code, there's literally 25 comic shops within 20 miles of my house.
Wow.
And there's everything from, just back issues to just new issues and trades. You name it, everything in between. And one of the stores that I'm very lucky to, I'm actually an affiliate for them. I just don't advertise it. But it's called Things from Another World. And it's a comic shop that's owned by Dark Horse Comics.
Whoa.
And they don't sell back issues at all. So they just sell the new stuff. And then if it sits on the shelf for more than a month, they discount everything for 50 cents or half off. So I literally just go in there and buy all these books for like 50 cents, and they're still sitting on shelves
at
other comic shops at cover price. So I'm kind of spoiled in that matter. Like I just bought like 3 copies of like Walking Dead 189, the final issue, for like $2 a piece, and they don't even care.
What?
They don't sell back issues. They could care less what the value.
Oh man, I hate you now.
I love that store.
Did you move to Portland? I thought you were in Clackamas, whatever.
Clackamas is a little suburb of Portland. It's literally like a mile away from Portland type thing. But it's
Okay.
Clackamas is just a smaller suburb of the Portland area.
Here's an important question for you.
Okay.
We're pretty divided here on this show.
All right.
Do you like Bendis' Superman?
Man, you're putting me on the spot.
Dude, he's in
Because I
Portland.
literally
He's
just-
not allowed to say no.
I literally just talked to Bendis a couple days ago because he lives down the street from me. And he's a very nice guy.
Watch. He says yes, and then he loses like $7,000.
Okay, stop.
I'm
Way to go,
not a
Jimmy.
Superman fan. So just by that, I'm not a big DC guy as far as like Superman and stuff like that. So I really haven't taken the time to read his stuff on there. I have been a fan of Bendis's other work for Marvel and for his Avengers run and some of the other stuff.
Oh yeah, that's
But
good.
as far as I understand, and I'm just speaking for some other people, I don't think that his run on Superman has been very well received. Like I said, it's not a title I subscribe to or whatnot, but from what I've heard, it's been kind of a hit and miss type thing. But he's writing a lot of stuff right now, it seems like. But yeah, he literally lives just down the street. He's actually, I just talked to him a couple days ago. So.
Like, did you just go out for a walk and go, oh, there's the Bendis family?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I ran into him at a crosswalk one time, and he was riding his bike. He was a professor at the Portland State University here.
Yeah, he was teaching comics.
Yeah, for many years, and he's just a local guy. And there's a lot of local creators that live here in Portland, especially DC people. It seems like Joshua Williamson, who does Flash and Batman, Superman. He lives a few miles away.
You got Fraction, you got
a lot. So
you got Mark Russell, David F. Walker. Yeah, there's a lot of people over here. People call them the Portland Mafia.
Well, not everyone in Portland is the Portland Mafia, but
there's no mafia in Portland, man. Give me a
I
break.
don't-
no, it's the
I mean, every
Portland
now and
comic
then,
mafia.
Nazis running in the streets, but
I don't read the Bendis Supermans. I read the Ultimate Supermans, and I thought those were good for Bendis.
Yeah.
Um, Because I'm other than reading IDW Ghostbusters, I read Amazing Spider-Man. That's like the #1 book for Marvel.
Yeah.
So I tried to avoid the crossover events. There's too many. But
All right, so that was a very, very diplomatic answer. I applaud you. This is how a pro answers a question, Jimmy. Pay attention.
okay, I'm
You
back.
know,
we just say shut up, Jamie.
uh,
I
we,
will say
we
this.
call him Jimmy, by the way, because he's Superman's pal.
Yeah.
So
I'm a big fan of Bendis' Superman.
I mean, I like the guy. I've talked to him many times, and but even though I like him, it still doesn't interest me to read Superman. So I mean, I'm just
It's a
not
hit
a
or miss. I
fan
know.
of that character.
I can manage a conversation. So have you read my work?
Yeah, Avengers is great.
I don't know.
you're like, yeah, that Daredevil run you did was fantastic.
Yeah, he's a little guy too. The thing is, he's like 4'11", and I'm like
Really?
5'5".
Oh, I didn't
So
know
I'm
that.
like, he's so little, yeah, but he's a really nice guy. He's very.
I have
friendly.
heard
He's not like,
that from other people as well, that he is like one of the nicest people.
Yeah, he's
Um,
very much so.
Do you follow him on Twitter?
A little bit. I follow him on Twitter, but I hardly ever check my Twitter thing. I really don't. It's like that's the one social media platform I have yet to adopt, and but which is too bad because literally all the creators that I've talked to and met and interviewed, they're all on Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, just message me on Twitter," and I'm like, "Oh God, I gotta get on there." So
Yeah. So like a month ago, I accidentally sent him a drunk video, and he retweeted it,
yeah,
and I instantly died inside.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun, man. He's got a good sense of humor, and he's very obviously he put out his Naomi with David Walker and stuff. You mentioned him and stuff. I know David too. He's a really nice guy. But he's got like a whole adopted mixed family, and it's just great to see them.
Yeah.
And just and they're all extremely friendly and very nice. And I mean, he's a well-known fixture in the Portland area. I mean, he's been here for a long time. So
Yeah, he's the reason I stayed in comics. Like I got in with Hickman's Avengers. This is like way after he started Avengers. So I got in with Jason Aaron's Thor: God of Thunder and Hickman's Avengers, and everything else has been below it because they're so goddamn good. But and then Man of Steel popped up, and I was like, I'll check this out. Loved it, and I'm still with it. That's pretty much why. I collect everything Bendis.
sure.
Yeah, I just got Man of Steel #1 signed by him.
That's cool. Don't you
yeah.
love the signatures? It's just a bunch of zeros or whatnot. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm also a writer. So
Oh, cool.
when I get big, yeah, he's like the #1 guy.
Yeah, he autographed. I had a bunch of copies on Naomi #1. He autographed them all for me, and I sent them all out in those boxes that I. So.
Well, hate to be the bearer of bad news. ASMR. But I do need to wrap this stream, wind it down. It's been a pleasure to be doing this. But before we go, a few things. Comics on Mr. Bueller. Sorry, my brain is just toast. What would you say? Just because to give opportunity for everyone to get to know you a little better, what are the current books coming out on shelves currently that are sort of your hot picks that get you excited about reading comics?
I've really liked the Spawn run as of late. It's I kind of got back on board on Spawn back in 280, and I've been on there since then. So I've been enjoying that. Another one I've liked is Oblivion Song by Comics. I've been on that one from the very beginning. As far as like the DC and Marvel, I'm liking the Flash run from DC is probably my favorite, and from Marvel it's kind of in between Daredevil and Immortal Hulk. And believe it or not, I actually like Major X. It was kind of a throwback to the old '90s books, so I enjoyed that. That's over.
No shame. I think I really like your picks. I had no idea what you were going to pick.
Yeah.
I'm
liking it. What I do like, I like a lot of independent titles right now. I like the simple fact that you can jump on a #1 issue, not have to know any type of backstory or history. You're introduced to the new characters. So I make it a point to buy as many #1 independent titles as I can just to give it a shot, and just see if I like it. And
some good stuff. You mentioned Oblivion Song. What other independents are like catching your attention?
Oh God, I just read this one that I thought was really good. It's Pandemica or America something like that.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I think it's called Pandemica.
Yeah, I read that one, loved it. Thought it was really good. It's kind of like a political mystery. Like there's some kind of like pandemic that's going on, but there's like some theories about it's like created by a secret society, and they're trying to eliminate like people around the world and stuff. And I thought that was interesting, so I really like that title. And that's right now. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. But I picked up a few. I picked up that new G.I. Joe book. I thought that was horrible. That was just the worst.
IDW doesn't offer a lot that impresses me. The only book I buy from them is Usagi Yojimbo, because that's been one of my favorite books for 30 years.
Yeah.
You mentioned Josh Williamson, and that Flash is one of your favorite DC books right now. He's the writer. Have you ever checked out his independent book at Image, Birthright?
I need to, because I'm friends with him. He lives here in Portland as well. He's actually going to be on my show when he gets back from New York City Comic Con. But he's writing. Flash is one of my. He actually autographed my full run of Flash
Nice.
books, and then he's doing the Batman Superman right now, which is
Yep.
another one I'm kind of enjoying. But
I
I
need to-
haven't checked out the Birthright one, but I need to.
Highly recommend. Birthright that's one of the we were talking about before. Like I went on eBay and I just bought the whole run because I read the first
Yeah.
trade and I was like, oh my God, this is so good. I just want to read this series. I want to collect it. And so I found a super deal on eBay.
One of the ones I read was Something is Killing the Children.
Oh, I heard about that. That's a new one.
I heard about that, and I heard it was very good.
I enjoyed it. I think it left me wanting more, and that's what you want from a first issue. And that's the guy, James. I don't
Tiny.
know his last name, Tinian or
I just discovered it's pronounced Tynan.
Tynan. Okay, I should know that because he's another guy that's supposed to come on the show like next month. So I just talked with him. He was here at the con, and we talked for quite a bit, about that book. And he just got announced to be the writer for Batman after Tom King is done.
Mhm.
Thank God. And no offense to Tom King, but the last two issues, just give me a break. I don't want a romance novel with Magnum PI on the beach. That's pretty much what that was.
Who knew Tom
Dude,
Selleck was
great.
Batman?
But James is a really great guy, and he really likes writing horror comics. And I know that he's going to bring some of that to the Batman, and that should be really cool. So that should be interesting when he takes that over. But Something is Killing the Children, I think you're going to like it. If you get a chance to pick that one up, I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Well, my pull list is busting at the seams, so I have very little opportunity to pick up new books. One of my dismays about the current setup of the industry is that there are so many mini series. Everything is a mini series these days, and a lot of people try to tell me, "Oh, I'm so I love that. I don't have to commit to a long thing," and I'm like, no, I want to commit to a long thing. Like that's how comics are. And the problem that I experience with miniseries is that it's deceiving because you're like, oh, I can commit to that for 6 issues. Oh, this new miniseries comes out next month. I really want to get that too.
Yeah.
I'll add that to my pull list. The next thing you know, you've got like 12 extra books on your list
Yeah.
that you're buying, and now you're committed because you're halfway through. And I find myself constantly going, okay, next month this book will end. That'll free up some space, and it's frustrating. It's just constantly making me add too many things to my list, and because I do want to try new things, and I just wish I could get on a book and go, I love this book. It's gonna run for at least 40 issues. I'm just gonna stay and do it, but it's tough these days. Which is why I got so excited. I got that Birthright. I think it's like currently in the 30s on its run.
When they in The Walking Dead, when they killed Rick off, just recently, I was like, oh, cool, they're doing something new. I'm going to jump on this book and start reading the series. And literally the next issue was the last one. I added it to my pull list. And then I go in and like, no, this is the last issue. I go, really? Because I hadn't read any of them for the most part, except for like maybe the first 20 issues. And I was like, it's going to jump in time, and Carl's going to be the main guy. This is the perfect time for me to jump on this book and get started. And then that was the last issue. So,
oh man, that's hilarious. I am really digging Oblivion Song. Another book that I'm very much excited for, and I don't see a lot of enthusiasm in the community, is Jeff Lemire's Ascender. This is a book that sort of grabbed me by surprise. I got it just originally just to do a review on my channel, and it's like, oh, it's a new #1. People might be interested in just knowing what it's about. I'm going to get it. I read it, and I was like, okay, it's okay. Did my review, and when I did my review of it, of course, I had to kind of go through the book again, talk about it analytically, and so forth. And as I was doing it, I was realizing that I was appreciating the book a lot more than I had. And then after my review, and I published it and everything, I found myself going back and then reading it a third time for enjoyment. And I was like, wow, this book really is better than I thought. And then, pick up the next ones and the next one. I'm like, now next thing I know, I'm buying the omnibus of Descender, which I still haven't read. But yeah, that's a book that I think if you haven't at least tried it, recommend pick up the first issue, see if it strikes your fancy. It's got great art by Destin Nguyen. Um, it's I love it. I try to promote it because it doesn't have a lot of attention. So
I think I have it. I gotta double check. I have this whole stack of indie books that are just sitting there, all number ones, and they're just sitting there waiting for me to dive in some weekend when I'm not doing nothing.
nice. Well, if it's in the stack, put it on the top of the stack, because if you do like it, you don't want to wait. And I think it's currently on issue 6.
Okay.
So it's not too far behind. If you end up liking it and wanting to get more, you don't want to wait till it's on issue 12 and make it harder.
So my pull list is it's kind of smaller than what it used to be because I've kind of taken a back step so I can read novels and stuff, because I'm trying to read every single book Neil Gaiman has ever written. So
There you go.
I'm like three books down, 100 more to go. So, yeah. So right now my top pick is Oblivion Song. It's the number one thing. Let me just show you. It's the number one thing I collect, because right here is the promo poster
Yeah.
I got. Yeah, I can't figure it out. Promo poster. I got before Oblivion Song issue 1 came out, they came out with something called the Advanced Edition
Yeah.
and sent that to comic shops. Yeah. And I got that on eBay for 99 cents.
Nice.
And now it's over $150. So I picked that up, and I pick up literally any cover. They do the secret variants and everything. That's my jam. So that's my number one. And then Superman by Bendis, Young Justice by Bendis, Naomi by Bendis. Pretty much everything Bendis, because I just love his work. Batman Universe is probably one of his best ones, but Young Justice is pretty damn good.
So basically, if it has a Bendis on the cover, just buy it.
Except for his Jinx World. I'm not a big fan of his Jinx World.
Oh, really? The Pearl and the cover, you didn't like those?
Pearl, I thought would be better. I gave it a shot. Yeah, but I hear people like it, so it's a thing. Scarlet, though, I kind of liked. Because I'm a big Malieve art fan. So I like the concept behind it, so I picked it up. That's like the only one I like that I truly loved, I should say. But United States for Murder Inc. wasn't a big fan.
Yeah.
I loved the Omen art and stuff like that. But so there's also another book that just came out, independent, by Kieran Gillen, called Once and Future. Like this Arthurian tale, and I really enjoy it. So I picked up that. And Marvel, I'm pretty much reading Hickman, Powers of X, House of X, and Absolute Carnage, and Thor.
Nice.
But not Thor, but the new King Thor. I thought issue 1 I thought it'd be better, but it was okay. Yeah.
I noticed that something that noticed me about that King Thor, it's got a legacy number on it. So apparently that's part of the actual legacy numbering of Thor itself. Even though
I remember that.
Series, it has a legacy number on it. I thought that was weird.
That's
I didn't even
really
know
annoying
Yeah.
that Marvel's doing this.
I think that's kind of cool.
No.
I just know my brain's thinking it's kind of cool that it's not a separate title.
There's no King Thors before number 1.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, they're putting legacy numbers on titles that didn't exist before.
I see your opinion and why you think it's stupid, but my brain goes, oh, that's kind of cool how it's still part of the main title for. So.
Like Miles Morales, they did this recently. It's not a miniseries, but Miles Morales Spider-Man, they just so funny because they reversed the numbers. Normally, like the legacy number's real small and the other number's big.
Yeah.
On the Miles Morales Spider-Man, they switched it so the main number was small, but the legacy number was big. And when you see it, you understand why, because the legacy number was 250.
Yeah.
So they were trying to sell this Miles Morales comic as like this big milestone issue, and it's like Miles Morales hasn't had 250 comics. But what they're doing is they attached it to the Ultimate Spider-Man line where he comes from. So
Yeah.
they're basically saying that Miles Morales Spider-Man is a continuation of Ultimate Spider-Man. It's not even like the same universe line. Like they're making fake numbers, and that's why I don't like the King Thor thing. It's like, look, you got the Mighty Thor, you get that run, and you want to attach the legacy number to it because it means something. The whole reason the legacy numbers came out to begin with is because Marvel rebooted all their line, and it upset fans, and they're like, wait a second, we've been collecting this book for 10, 20, whatever years. Like, you were on 600 and something, and now all of a sudden it's just over and we'll start at 1. Like, what? So Marvel's like, okay, fine, we're gonna put the legacy numbers on there, try to appease you a little bit. And it's like, oh, okay, grumble, fine, we'll take it. And then that was it. And now with this legacy numbers on everything, it's like, well, how do you even follow the line? Because it's not even one line of books. It's like, okay, this Thor run has a legacy number, but then the legacy number jumps over to that Thor book and then comes back to this Thor book. And it's like, oh, now you're just going to make things all sorts of confusing and weird. And it's being done in some cases, like the Miles Morales Spider-Man, almost like a joke, like a scam. Like, it's manipulating the fans. And they did that big, they made it 250. And it's like, what? Come on. It's not 250. Miles Morales has had maybe like 60 issues. Anyways, sorry.
At the end of
Rant.
the day, I don't like what they're doing, how they try to scam fans. Not really scam, but, convince them that it's a big deal to try to get them to pay more. But then again, at the end of the day, they are a business. They have to do what they can to make money.
And they've been doing it for 80 years. Let's
Yeah.
not forget that.
Well, yeah, I mean, they have, okay, so they have a right, of course, to do things to make money. But then there's a question of like what's ethical. There's a question of what's actually good for the long term, and going for that short term gain to manipulate fans into spending money on things. Like constantly rebooting your titles over and over to get those number ones. It works in the short term, but then eventually people catch on. Like this bullshit that they're doing with the next event, the Annihilation event. Every issue's a number 1. It's like, really? It's, they have a mini series out right now called Prodigal Son. Every issue's a number 1. So what's the reading order? Right? Like, this one's part 3, but it says number 1. Oh, there's an issue before it that I'm supposed to read? What? You're hurting your business in the long term for these like short-term gains. And Marvel seems to be doing that a lot lately. They know they can't sell comics, so they're going to trick people into buying comics. Well, the problem is when those people finally wake up and go, I'm done being tricked. I don't like this. Then what are you going to do?
I literally just got done, before I jump on here with you guys, I got done writing an article for a blog about number 1 issues.
Really?
I put out a weekly blog thing on Comic Tom's blog, and it's called This Week's Number 1. So it literally just shows all the number 1 issues. And there's a little paragraph. We're always hooked about the number 1 issues. It will never go away. We'll always buy them, type thing. And then I just show all the different number 1s, and like there's all these new giant size. DC has like 5 or 6 giant size titles next week. They're all number 1s. Flash, Swamp Thing, Teen Titans Go. They're all number 1s next week. So I don't know. It is what it is. We always buy the number 1s. We're suckers for it. Let's just face it.
Not me. I mean, I do if I'm serious about jumping on to a title, I did with, for example, I was really mad. I was so mad when DC canceled the Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps to hand it over to Morrison. But I was like, all right, it's Grant Morrison, it's Green Lantern. Okay, it's number 1. I'll jump on this. And then they announced they were canceling it at 12, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done with. I dropped the book like at issue 9 or whatever, and I was like, I'm not finishing this.
Did they cancel it at 12?
Yeah, it's getting canceled at 12.
Okay, because I actually dumped that book as well back in like issue 8. I was like, it just didn't do anything for me.
Right.
I haven't paid attention since
Well,
then.
I was kind of holding on to it, like I was like, I'm trying to give it a chance. And then as soon as they announced it, I was like, okay, now I'm not even now I don't care.
Yeah.
Right? I don't. And the thing is it's what they're doing, and it's DC's following Marvel's footsteps. They're canceling it because Grant Morrison and Liam Sharp, same team, are doing a new book called Black Stars. And at first I was like, oh, okay, they're doing this Black Stars. But now I see the solicits. It's Green Lantern Black Stars. So I'm like, it's just the Green Lantern book. This is issue 13.
Yeah.
But you just put on a 1. It's going to be a 5-issue miniseries. And then it's going to get, when it's over, then they're rebooting Green Lantern.
Okay.
So you're going to have Green Lantern 1 through 12, then Green Lantern Black Stars 1 through 5, and then Green Lantern 1 again. And it's like, no. That should be 13 through 18, and then Green Lantern 19. But you see what's happening here? Like, oh, we're finding a way to chop this up to get more number 1s.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, nope, you lost a customer. Like, I'm not interested in that. Maybe the book is good, but when you're showing predatory practices, you're showing me that your agenda is taking priority over gimmicks and sleight of hand instead of quality. I put your effort into quality. That's what I'm looking for, and I will return the favor with money. Like, I will buy your book. But when you decide that quality is not important, we need to pull tricks and think, no, I'm not. I already pay way too much in comics. They're $3.99. Marvel's trying to push the price up to $4.99. And we all know when that happens, DC follows. They did it with the $3.99 price point. And it's like,
they're already doing it with a $4.99 price point with their cardstock covers. It's something.
Yep. I dropped all that too. That was another annoying thing that DC. I was one of those people. I don't like variants. First of all, I just give me one cover. Unless it's a big milestone issue, I'll be more forgiving. Detective Comics 1000. It's a once in a lifetime thing. Fine, let's all celebrate. Have 1 million covers. I'm not buying that book because I want it to be worth money. I'm just. It's like a memento. It's like getting a program at a concert, or it's like something, a keepsake. Sure. But other than that, just put the books out. Make them collectible based on quality, based on the content of the book. You've got cool new characters or cool new ideas that mattered, so that people later on in the future go, oh, this great event that happened, I missed. It's a key thing in the universe. I need to go back. That drives people to buy new comics. When they feel like their old comics are going to be worth something, that means, oh, I want to buy these new comics. It was, you probably remember, you were in the 90s when Jim Starlin launched Valiant.
Yep.
Not Jim Starlin, Jim Shooter.
Jim Shooter
on Valiant. He did quality books, but he also he understood the collector. He was like, if our books are seen as valuable collectibles, that will encourage people to buy the new books. Once they realized, oh man, I missed the first appearance of Ninjak. Well, I'm not going to miss the next one, so I'm going to make sure I'm buying these books. And it worked for, Valiant was big number 3 comic. It wasn't ever in the big 2 range, but it was kind of like that strong contender number 3. There's a lot to be said, and then the big dogs are seeming to lose that interest. They're just like, well, we don't care. We'll just throw these gimmicks out there, and Marvel's flood the market technology, and it's just frustrating because, you're a fan, I'm a fan. We all love the industry. We love comics. So we want it to succeed. We just want them to be done well. We want them to be done in a way that everyone wins.
Yeah.
I'm giving you money. I'll support your business, and you return it by giving me a product that I can be proud of.
I agree.
Anyways, the last thing I wanted to ask you, Boop, before we wind this up, is since you seem to have a pretty good channel, you've got some success, know what you're doing a little bit. The rest of us all do dabble in the YouTube at some level, at different levels. What kind of advice do you have for a budding YouTube comic book YouTuber? There we go. That's the way to say it.
The main thing I tell most people is title, tags, and thumbnail. 3 T's go a long way. Just how you title your video, the tags you use, and the thumbnail for your video. They all have to, have that look to them or whatnot to kind of attract people to watch. And then, the best thing I can recommend doing is just once you get that down, just find an area to where you can focus on and kind of you really put your best foot forward. That's one, and make your videos evolve. If you go watch my early videos and you look at them now, it's night and day difference. I mean, it's not even close. The production value, the sound quality, the video quality, the graphics, and people who have been watching from the beginning, they notice that. So I never settle. It's like, I want to try something different, even though I know it's successful, I'm going to try something even more next time and put something else in. It might be as little as like I insert like a subscription button, into the videos. It pops up for a couple seconds. It's just a little red button and reminds you to subscribe now. Okay. My latest videos, that button pops up, but there's a little animation of me like sitting on top of the button, waving and saying, it's just something dumb, but it's just a little extra. It's nobody else has it on their video type thing. And I put it in there and people notice that, like, oh, that's pretty cool, and everyone kind of knows I take a lot of pride in the stuff I put out, and the effort. And I think that's what people should do. I mean, just take some pride and effort in what you put out there and learn the thumbnails, learn the tags that work, and learn the titles that work, and I have people that put out almost exactly the same video and they just title the video something horrible. I'm like, nobody's searching for that type thing.
Right.
You have to at least title your video to where maybe it's what people might be searching for. And it goes a long way. So I think those are my main things: title, thumbnail, and tags. You got to learn that first. As soon as you get that down, everything else will fall in place.
Cool. Yeah, it seems like I'm looking at your channel and you definitely have those 3 things nailed down. I noticed it seems like from just judging on your titles that if I'm just to guess that your theory behind it is almost like, if I were going to search for this video, what would I type in the search engine to make this video appear?
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm looking at one right here in the title of his comics to invest in and why. Like, that's almost like a search term.
It is a search term. I mean, most of the titles are.
Yeah, no, it's smart. It seems really smart. So I think that's good advice.
It is. It's literally like, if I want to find something out, what am I going to type in the videos? I'll give you an example real quick. A buddy of mine, Reggie Simmons, has a great channel, Reggie Collects, and he does a great job. He used to do a series he called it Random Runs. And that's what he titled these series, Random Runs. And he would just show his collection of a certain title. And I'm like thinking to myself, who's typing in Random Runs in search expecting to get something on comic books? I mean, they're probably going to get something else. Okay. Bad night at Taco Bell or something like that. And I'm like, but I wanted to do a video similar, because I have a collection. I want to show it, and I wanted to be specific on a certain title. So, I was looking online and I type in comic book, okay, on the search engine. And the first 4 things that pop up are all comic book channels, like Comic Book Girl 19, Comics Misexplained. And the first one that's not related directly to a channel says Comic Book Collections, okay? And I was like, that's it. That's the name of my That's the name of the video right there. Comic book collections featuring X-Men, modern Silver and Golden Age comics. That's the title because that's the first thing that pops up, and it's just easy to do that. And like, I can literally make the same video as his, which is called Random Runs, and he might get a couple hundred people to watch. I'll do the same video with that title, and it'll get like 2,000 views within the first day. And it's just a matter of, recognizing a title that's going to work for you and that's going to show up, because that's what I would do when I'm looking on YouTube for something. I'm like specifically looking, I'm typing in what I'm looking for. I'm not typing in Random Runs.
All right. Well, that is very sound advice. I appreciate you coming up. First of all, finding my weirdo random stream that I was doing tonight.
It was in my feed, man. It was in my feed. I was like, oh, there's a live comic book show at 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I'm filling in that niche market of absence. There's a void of
I did that.
early morning comic book talk. No, this is not something that I'm normally doing. It just happened to be my birthday, and I just wanted to get my fellow YouTuber guys, buddies around, just talk shop and
Nice.
BS around. Normally I'm doing just talking about comics. You'll see if you ever watch any of my videos, which hopefully sometimes I get a little contentious, but it's all in good fun. I really do appreciate you finding the channel, coming on, talk to us. You gave us some content, which we were kind of drying up on after 3 hours of jibber jabbing.
It's 'cause you don't have time to
Live
ask.
stream.
Can I fan
It
out?
is past 3 a.m. here on the West Coast.
Oh, it's
For
only
those of us
5 weeks.
like
Fine.
the real Dr. Venkman who stays up till sunup, I got to be up early. Otherwise, I would love to stay and chat with you guys more. But I think it's time to wind it down. Thank you also, Joshua. That's the last time I'm going to call you that for at least a week. You got to embrace the Jimmy name. Always embrace when people give you a nickname, it's because they love you, and you got to remember that.
Bueller worked out really well. So there you go. Nicknames work.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Bueller. I'm gonna fan out for like 3 seconds. First off, when your channel came on, as soon as I kind of got into comics, just look, Superman 15. You're almost a year old, 2 years old, something like that.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what pull boxes were. So your channel of this comics coming out this week. Oh, I guess I'll pull this.
Yep.
You're the channel is one of the channels that kept me going. Also, just so you know.
Well, I'm very lucky. My channel pops up fairly quickly when you type in comics. It's like one of the top 5 channels that pops up. So I'm very lucky at that.
Like,
It helps when your name is Comics with Bueller.
I know. Ash on Comics. I love comics. We love comics. There's a whole bunch of comics ones. Comics Explained.
Oh man, that's cool. So you should definitely come back on sometime.
Awesome.
Yep. So these are always hard for me to wrap up. I hate wrapping up streams. I just feel like I just want to keep going.
It was funny though, because you did that last Friday. We ended up doing an 8-hour live stream. You and Marania go back and forth.
Yeah, and then you're not helping, Venkman. I'm trying to wrap this up. So everyone in the chat that's still here, I appreciate your wonderful patience and your support on the channel and your interactive. I know the last hour here we didn't really pay much attention to the chat because we had a guest. I do apologize for that reason. I will try to do some more types of streams. I'm still trying to plan with Eric Breen to get something done. And I got another person I'm talking to. I'm not going to say anything yet because it's still working. Yeah, anyways.
Sergeant Bats.
So, no, it's not Sergeant Bats. So, anyways, thanks for interrupting me on my thing. We're all going to end it. Thank you. Have a good night. Thanks for all the well wishes. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Dr. Venkman. Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Everyone, have a great evening. Good night.
Is it done? Is it done?
No. Quiet.
No.